Okay, good morning and welcome back. The time is now 8:32, and I'd like to call the August 22, 2024 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council back to order. Mr. Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Kent Howe,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Marcy Grail,
Here.
Ann Byer,
Here.
Richard Devlin. Here. Katie Imes.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any agenda modifications?
Mr. Chair, I have one, it's not really a agenda modification, but it is, I think, something important to relay. Give me 1 second. So the notice, so referring to agenda item G, the Boardman Hemingway review of request for contested case today. So the notice of the proposed order and opportunity to request a contested case on the request for amendment number 2 was issued on June 28th, 2024. The notice established the deadline to submit requests for contested case by July 29th, 2024.
And that's the legal notice.
That's the legal notice.
Yeah.
So all requests for contested case that you're reviewing today were timely received before July 29th, 2024, which is the deadline. So the agenda for this meeting was issued after the July 29th deadline passed. And it does not say that the deadline to request a contested case is being extended, and there was no new notice to issue an extension of that timeline. This is all a preface to say that we made a Scrivener's error in the agenda.
Yep.
And that Scrivener's error was, it made a reference to the review of the contested case request as of being submitted by, and it should have said July 29th. We unfortunately made an error in that agenda item, and it said August 29th, which is past today.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately a mistake, and if it causes confusion to anyone, we sincerely apologize for that. However, that agenda and that language in there is not a legal notice of the proposed order and an opportunity to request a contested case. So that does not extend the timeline. Again, it's an unfortunate error on our part, and we will take certainly accountability for that, but there is no legal opportunity to
Right.
submit additional requests for contested case. So Kellen will bring that up again during the beginning of that agenda item, but I want to make that clear, make sure that council members didn't have any questions about that.
Councilor Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. Just quickly, I'm presuming there was no call with questions about it before. I mean, like when it first came out, was there any clarifying call? Hey, I've got two from any interested party?
We haven't received notice of anybody, and we haven't received any additional requests for contested case.
Okay, and nobody called to say, hey, I want to clarify, or if I did have one.
It was
Is it
picked up
this-
yesterday. So one of the
Okay.
contested case requesters identified it yesterday. We hadn't even realized it until yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you. So I've got the following announcements. Please mute your phones, and if you're joining us by phone and receiving a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed onto the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item C, carbon offset rulemaking, public hearing, and agenda item E, public comment period, there's 3 ways to let us know you're interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card available on the table and submit to Nancy Hatch. For those using the WebEx, you'll need to use the raise your hand feature. And for those on the phone only, you'll need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We'll go over these options again during the agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You're also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone's allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times, consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So we'll move on to the consent calendar and start with the approval of minutes. We have minutes from June 14th and July 19th. Do we have a motion? Okay, we've got a motion to approve the minutes of June 14th and 19th. Do we have a second?
This is Marcy Grill, second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
I was not at the June meeting, so I'm going to abstain. I did listen to the video, but I'm abstaining on this.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
I was absent from the July meeting. I listened to the tape, but I've been abstaining from approving the July minutes, but approved the June minutes.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if we should split these into two separate motions, just to clarify between the.
Yeah, let's do.
No, and I provided, the basically three options,
Yeah.
One for June, one for July, and one for the combination.
Mr. Chairman, I friendly amendment to my motion simply to just approve the June minutes as presented.
Okay. Second?
Aye, this is Marcy. I second the motion.
Okay, we've got motion and a second for the June minute approval. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Abstain.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do we have a motion now for the July minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the July minutes as presented.
Do we have a second?
Councilmember Condon, second.
Okay, we've got motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Abstain.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We're ready for the council secretary report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I had previously let you all know by email, Councilmember Choctute has resigned as of August 7th due to health reasons. I let him know that we were all thinking about him and wishing him the best in his attempts to deal with the issue. But if any council members would like to do anything, send a card, whatever, just please let me know. Also, I've made the governor's office and executive appointments office aware, so we have not initiated a recruitment to fill that position. It's still pretty new, things take a little time to kind of run through the system, and so I will keep you updated as to that recruitment. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Devlin?
Yes. Secretary, to that recruitment, given what the deadlines are, we probably wouldn't expect to fill that till sometime in spring. Right, because the legislature, I think, is meeting October or November or something like that.
Yeah, I'm assuming, I think the next legislative days are in September and then probably another one in November, December. I think likely, depending upon particularly if the governor or the governor's office is interested in a tribal member, that could take a little bit longer. That's been our experience trying to identify tribal members to be on council. So that could take a little bit longer. So it really depends on what their interest is in terms of, filling that position.
And Mr. Chairman, do our, well, probably in statute or rules, since we'll be down to 6, let's say one day we're down to 5, does what constitutes a majority change if we're down to 5?
Yeah, thank you.
Meeting?
Devlin, we changed the statute, or we recommended the legislature change that statute. So now it is 4 council members is a quorum. So
Okay.
not a floating majority, but 4 as a quorum.
So 4, we'd still have to have 3, 5, we'd have to have. 3.
Yeah, so in terms of all votes or most votes, it would be a simple majority passes of, that quorum. However, if it is a application for a site certificate, that is in statute that 4 affirmative votes are required
Oh, okay.
to approve a site certificate.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on to project updates. Since the last council meeting, we received 2 new projects. So these are both at the notice of intent stage. They're both in Sherman County. The first one is the Speedway Solar Facility. It's proposed as a 900 megawatt solar PV generation facility with 500 megawatts of battery storage. It will be located approximately a mile east of Grass Valley and 5 miles south of the city of Morrow. It would be located on approximately 8,782 acres or closer to 14 square miles. It's all on privately zoned land, exclusive farm use. The applicant is Brookfield Speedway Solar Holdings LLC, which is a subsidiary of Brookfield Renewables US.
I missed the size of that.
So the acreage or the megawatt?
It was 900 megawatts, was it?
900 megawatts with 500 megawatts battery storage.
Okay,
Yeah, and then the square miles, 13.7 square miles.
okay, thank you.
So the applicant submitted their notice of intent fee on July 24th, as well as the notice of intent. But last week, they indicated they are evaluating some elements of the project. So they requested that we not move forward on noticing and setting up the public information meeting. So we're on hold for now on that until they come back and determine if they're going to make any changes to the facility itself. Next is the Buckley Solar Facility. That's proposed as a 1,200 megawatt solar PV energy generation facility and 1,200 megawatts of battery storage. That one's 9 miles east of Ty Valley, 8 miles southwest of Grass Valley, so in proximity to the Speedway project as well. That would be located on 7,852 acres or 12.2 square miles. Also, private land zoned exclusive farm use. The applicant is Buckley Solar LLC, which is a subsidiary of Planera Devco LLC. That came in on August 8th. So we are just received it. So we haven't set up the webpage or done any of the other things that need to occur. So they're pretty new. So just as a note, and I include this information on the monthly siting reports. And there's a small table that is kind of a very summary of all of our active projects, renewable energy projects. So for solar specifically, so everything that's active from notice of intent all the way through operational, that basically puts us at 7.2 gigawatts of solar that's active. And that's just state jurisdictional. That's not county jurisdictional. 7.2 gigawatts on approximately 110 square miles. So that's a little bit, the 110 probably is not exact. It's probably more like 80, 85, because sometimes, it's hard to know exactly with some of the facilities, early on in the process about what the acreage is, what the site boundary versus what the micrositing, but probably more like in the 80, 85. But just as sort of out of curiosity, the City of Eugene incorporated area is 44 square miles, and the City of Salem is 48.5 square miles. So the total combined solar that we have, if it was all constructed, would be equivalent to the entire incorporated cities of Salem and Eugene. So just of note.
Is there, Secretary Cornett, is there a rule of thumb of how many homes a gigawatt will energize?
You know, I've tried to pull that information before, but people really kind of push back on it. I know people use that all the time,
Yeah.
but you know, people in the Department of Energy who are more experts in that area don't like to provide those types of things just because I think there's a lot of variation in it. It's an easy way to think about it, which
Yeah.
is, you know, an easy way to explain it, but they always push back on those types of things to say it's more complicated than
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
Stated my number. You want to hear my number?
Counselor Devlin?
Mr. Chairman, I think the other thing to keep in factor is when you hear the term gigawatts and the amount of facilities that are being built, that's the nameplate potential of them.
Oh,
The actual capacity
too.
is probably for solar somewhere in the 35 to 37%.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, even the statute basically assumes 33%.
Really? Wow.
Just with the amount of time that the sun is shining.
Yeah.
But that's also why, you know, most of them are proposing battery storage as well. Not that that would create more generation, but it would create, you know, more storage capacity when there's excess generation on the grid.
Chair Howe, I just have a
Oh,
quick
yeah.
question. I was just going to ask if you did any analysis of how many of those include battery storage of those. I know I can go out and look, but
I can provide that. So, I mean, I don't have it right here in front of me. I've done that work, so I know the answer to that. Or at least I have the information to provide the answer. I just don't have it in my head.
okay, well, I'm sure I can go out and do it, but I think that we've started to see more, I mean, just since I've been on the council, more battery storage, and as we see here, larger battery storage, so.
Yeah.
Moving, and just, it doesn't sound like they are, but Speedway and Buckley are not related in any way.
No.
Is that right?
No, different developers, just the timing is interesting. You know, they're both sort of in proximity to each other in the same county, but not related.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Want to take a step back? Okay. All right, so unless there's any questions on that, I will move on to compliance. So Nancy, can you forward to the first table? Agenda item A, there are okay, perfect. Since last council meeting, we have had several incidents. Can you go back one? Back one. Yep. Yep. So this one is related to the Trojan Independent Spent Fuel Storage installation. So on June 20th, there was a failed component, the battery charger for corporate communications equipment at the administrative building failed and smoldered. And subsequently, people on site cut the power to that component. There were no injuries. Repairs are currently underway. And because that's a pretty significant security location, there were no impacts to the security situation related to the spent nuclear fuel storage on site. And the incident was reported within 72 hours, and from our purposes, the incident is now closed. Okay, next slide, please. The majority of the next ones are related to the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy East facility, which was recently approved as an amendment by council. The parent company is Nextera. So on July 11th, there was a fire, a vehicle ignited grass along one of the transmission corridors. It was extinguished by a water truck that was on scene. There were no additional emergency response necessary. And the amount of acreage that was burned was less than 1 acre. No equipment or props were damaged, and nobody was injured. The incident was reported within the required 72-hour time frame and is now closed. Any questions on that one? Okay.
I have a question.
Counselor Hines?
Was that a piece of their equipment?
Yes, so
Fire?
their construction contractor was driving along kind of a dirt road and sparked a fire. I'm looking at Ash to make sure that that's correct.
Are they watering before they're doing any work? Meaning watering the roads? Or dust controller?
Ashwood's compliance officer. Yes, they are using water trucks for dust control and for fire suppression, fire risk suppression around the site, as well as spark arresters and other things that would reduce fire risk. We're working with them pretty closely to make sure the wildfire plan is being implemented appropriately, particularly since this incident. And so far, they're taking a lot of precautions now.
And the road that where the fire occurred was inside the work zone on a road that was already approved to be driven on?
As far as I'm aware, Dwayne, do you have any?
Yeah, Dwayne.
Apologize. This is Dwayne, Oregon Department of Energy Compliance Officer. So is what I recall is it was actually along the transmission line and there was a water truck really close and that's why they got it put out so quickly. So that's what I remember about the incident.
Okay, yeah, I was just more curious about if the road was approved to be driving on already, because I know they're doing a lot of construction out there for roadways. And if the roadway's not ready, right, the potential for fire risk is probably higher, so.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we do check on site. You know, when I go on site to do my inspections, I do count the water trucks and we make sure that the water trucks are actually running and moving. Or one of the inspections we're out there, there are plenty of water trucks going.
Hey, Dwayne, you gotta pull the mic up.
And spraying the area, you know, that they were doing their construction area with. So some of that dirt in that area is, I call it moon dust. It's really fluffy. It's really hard to manage. It's best to keep out of it. But if you hit it with water, you know, sometimes it works a little bit, but if you go through that area again, you're going to disturb the same thing again. So that's what kind of the tough country that they have to deal with up there. So it's kind of like the same soil as Golden Hills. And when we had those issues with Golden Hills. So now we're on to that stuff now. So it's just learn by kind of, not by error, but learn by kind of how watching construction methods and what's going on.
Thank you.
Chair Howell.
Yes, Counselor Grail.
For the record, this is Marcy Grail, and I was just wondering, are the contractors that are out there working following, I don't know which weather service, but do they have a time where they just can't work because of the extreme risk?
Again, it's Dwayne Kills Dunk. So yes, they watch the weather very closely for lightning and stuff like that, so they can get out of there. There's other emergency stuff. So if there's a fire in the area, they watch fires on their apps to make sure that no fires are coming in the area as well. So they pay attention to the weather and stuff around them.
Sure.
Counselor Devlin?
Three of these incidents over several weeks, the same contractor is cited. Is that the primary contractor for the development? And that's a lot of violations. You probably were out at the site at that time. You can't be at every site. But is that the general contractor for the site?
This is Ashwoods. Yes, so Blattner is the main construction contractor that's working out there. They also have Michaels and some other contractors, but Blattner is the primary construction contractor for NextEra for this project. We have seen a number of incidents over the last month or so, really since construction began. Part of our compliance efforts for this project have been to have a really heavy presence in the beginning. So part of this is a product of us really checking up on them, being on site, and we have weekly meetings and a lot of correspondence. So part of it is just good reporting on their part and on ours. But there is a little bit of a pattern that they seem to be developing in terms of working outside of authorized areas or, not getting authorizations that they need prior to doing things like taking water out of wells. So what we're doing is for each incident, we get together with NextEra and create a corrective action plan for preventing this stuff. And then when we go back on site, we check up that they're actually implementing the corrective actions that we requested and bringing in other agencies where necessary.
Mr. Chairman,
Counselor Devlin?
given the number of incidents, or some people could term them violations, is the intent to keep up this effort over the next several months to see that they come into compliance?
Yeah. So the intent right now is ODA will have a presence on site at least monthly to do an in-person inspection. And then weekly, we are still meeting with the NextEra team. And they are providing, they have environmental monitors on site every day, contracted through Tetra Tech. And they provide daily monitoring reports. So a lot of these incidents were actually pulled from Tetra Tech's monitoring reports for their environmental monitoring at the site. So we are following up and consistently keeping a presence here. The plan is to eventually have less of a presence when we can develop a trust that the incidents, won't keep occurring. But until that happens and we see things being resolved where we feel comfortable, we'll keep the same level or increase our presence for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Hines?
Excuse me. Ash, are your guys' visits scheduled or do you show up when you choose to?
We generally schedule them so that we can meet with the crews and really discuss what's going on, make sure that the right people are on site to kind of tell us what's going on. We can do drop-in visits. Yesterday, we actually did a drop-in visit to check out an issue that was brought to our attention. So we can do that, but generally we're scheduling them right now.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, moving on to the specific incidents. So on July 26th, additional unauthorized work. So that same construction contractor, Blattner, crew member graded a strip of land within a quarter mile of a restricted buffer of a Swainson's hawk nest. The on-site avian monitor immediately reported it and ordered activities to cease and remove all equipment from the area. Monitoring continued until the determination that the nest was not occupied. And the incident is now closed. So another unauthorized issue on August 2nd, a construction crew member did a temporary bypass road outside of the approved micrositing corridor without consulting the NextEra staff or supervisor. So the NextEra, in terms of the information in the record, has only surveyed data for Washington ground squirrel, which none were present, but do not have cultural or rare plant survey data for the impacted area. So that one is not closed yet. There is a corrective action, as Ash was talking about. And that's including Blattner crew members being trained that no deviation is allowed outside of designated areas, all work within 50 feet. Corridor boundary will be surveyed and staked to disturbance, and then additionally, identification of habitat type and category that was impacted is being evaluated by ODFW and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So that one is still ongoing to determine whether or not there were any impacts to resources. Also, the Department of Agriculture is looking at the same issues related to Lawrence's milk fetch. And then depending upon what comes out of those evaluations and surveys, there may be additional corrective actions that are necessary.
Counselor Grail.
Thank you. For the record, I just want to say I'm concerned that the first bullet, that they have to be trained, that no deviation to this can be occurring. And I don't know how long they've been at it, but I would hope that Nextera is really clear. We don't have a margin of error with the work that we're doing. And we spend a lot of time talking about organizational expertise and the responsibilities that go along with this. That is bothersome to me, that I don't know how to elevate it, escalate it, make it crystal clear, but we shouldn't be talking about that at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Grail. We totally agree, and that's the whole point, that anytime an applicant gets a site certificate, they are limited by what is in the record, and that includes, all of these elements that we talk about, surveying, staking, non-disturbance areas. That is their legal responsibility, and anybody they hire is within their responsibility to, do the same thing. So it's not the construction contractor that we have issues with. It is Nextera that we have issues with. We have a business contract with them through the site certificate, not the construction contractor. Ultimately, it's their responsibility to ensure that all of those are being met, and their responsibility to ensure anybody coming on site doing work for them adheres to that.
And just to follow up, again, this is Councilmember Grail, when Ash said, you're looking at until you feel comfortable and the trust. At some point, I would ask that if we can't get this addressed through your work, I would like Nextera or whomever the site owns it, that they come before us so they can hear it clearly from us, because we have to listen, we choose to listen to the public who've told very compelling stories about their concerns as we've done our work. And I think that they should hear directly from us and not just put the burden to our compliance team.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that. I have not gone back to the site certificate, but I presume conditions we see in many site certificates include training and staking.
Yes.
And those are here as well. It concerns me too that Nextera is experienced at this and we approve at the front end and think, these conditions apply. So, agreed. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to the next incident. Still in the same project and the same parent company. So on August 5th, there was an impact to a wetland. They installed a culverted water body crossing within a wetland without best management practices in place. DEQ, the Department of Environmental Quality, and the Department of State Lands have been notified. Blattner, the construction contractor, has installed appropriate best management practices and stabilized exposed soils. There are perimeter controls for work within 50 feet of the surface water, hydromulch stabilization of disturbed stream banks and exposed crossing soils. And then this was discussed yesterday, the erosion and sediment control plan that was discussed at length yesterday on the Boardman Hemingway. So that will be evaluated and adjusted as necessary. At a minimum, what will be done will include a typical drawing for dam and pump around crossings so that people know what those are. Include a typical drawing for redundant best management practices when encroaching within the 50-foot vegetated buffers. So that's what there has to be implemented. And then a review of water body specific permit requirements will be completed. So this one is still ongoing as well. This one's not closed. Next one on August 10th, also unauthorized work, road grading past the avoidance flagging. So the flagging was there. So the road grading past the avoidance flagging placed around rare plant population and encroached approximately 20 feet into the avoidance buffer. Stakes and flagging were present but bulldozed over. Previously erected stakes were found pushed to the edge of the disturbed area. So there is a pending notification to the Oregon Department of Agriculture and assessment of whether any rare plants were impacted. So, I mean, this wasn't just, they didn't know that it was there. This was flagged and was bulldozed over.
And this is Ashwoods. I will provide an update on this. We went out this week to the site and we did an inspection. We addressed this particular issue with them and asked, why did this happen? Why are people driving over stakes? And they did clarify that they've since corrected this issue, but there was a problem where one of their contractors was using the same red flagging for centerline road flagging. And those were the same color as the avoidance, rare plant avoidance buffer flagging. And they are supposed to drive over the center line, pardon me, flagging. They're not supposed to drive over rare plant flagging. So that's something that they've now corrected. They're making sure all of the different kind of resource colors and things are separate. So hopefully that resolves this particular issue.
Okay, and then the last issue related to this project, and this is fairly new still for us. So this is related to unauthorized water use. So the construction contractor had been withdrawing large amounts of water from 2 private wells since June of 2024. So we clearly have language in the site certificate where we talk about if there are use of private exempt wells, that they have to be within the limitations of those private exempt wells. And that is 5,000 gallons per day can be withdrawn from them. And if you withdraw more than that, a water right is needed and you would have to seek a water right from the Oregon Water Resources Department. So, anybody really can create an exempt well, but they are limited to that amount. So there are 2 exempt wells, and since June 2024 in well 1, there were 1,315,000 gallons taken out. And if you do the math, about 5,000 gallons per day, that's a 945,000 gallon exceedance on that well. And on the second well, 2,431 gallons. So an exceedance of 2,061,000. So the total is about 3 million gallon exceedance on these limited wells. So of notice, the project is located in a critical groundwater area. So this is a pretty significant issue. There was no notification to Odo. NextEra states they failed to verify what authorizations were required to use the 2 unauthorized wells, but it's clearly in the application, it's clearly in the site certificate that they would be getting the vast majority of their construction water from municipal sources. So, oh, sure.
Councillor Byer.
So in this case, would it become a Water Resources Department enforcement?
Yeah, so they have already issued a notice of violation.
Yeah.
So, we and Water Resources have, basically told them you cease using these wells. They have. Water Resources has issued a notice of violation. This is still fairly new for us, so we have not determined what our course of action is going to be yet.
Okay. But Water Resources could conceivably have some violation kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm unfamiliar with their process and their violation and what that means and how it goes, but they've already issued a notice of violation.
This seems significant, so thank you.
Secretary Cornett, I'm in complete agreement with what Councillor Grail was saying, and this is really exceeding what we thought we were authorizing them to, NextEra having the ability to oversee this kind of stuff. And it may be time to call them in and let them hear from the council directly. Marcy had a great idea there, and
Thank you. this is Chair, Councilmember Grail still. So have they had something go on? They leave, like their leadership? That's a lot
Yeah.
of violations or potential violations or errors or mistakes in a very short period of time. And it's concerning. Again, like, great, they reported some, they didn't report others. I'm not comfortable.
No, me neither. And we've kind of said they had the expertise to manage this, and they're doing a very poor job of it.
Yeah, we can certainly, if you're interested, we can have them on the agenda for September to provide some overview of why this is occurring.
What does the council feel? Is that? Yeah. Okay, Counselor Byer?
Just an observation, when we go through organizational expertise, we looked at the historic compliance record of the applicant. We never drill down because sometimes they haven't chosen their prime contractor. But I think as we consider other NextEra projects, this should be part of that calculus.
Counselor
Oh,
Isles?
sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to the point that Counselor Byer said, and that is that Blattner has been, from what I understand, doing the work in Morrow County for their other projects. There's 1 and 2, Wheat Ridge 1, 2, and so on. And Blattner has been doing those projects for years now. And so to me, it's a little confusing, right? Because they're very familiar with the lay of the land. They're familiar with NextEra as far as working with them. And so it's odd. It's like, okay, where's the breakdown? Because they already have an established working relationship with NextEra. So to see these kinds of errors right out of the gate, it is alarming. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, what else is going on? Because these are just the things that were identified. It makes you wonder what else there is to find out. So,
Counselor Grail?
Yes, I thank you, Katie, because that's kind of where my mind was. We've seen this contractor forever, and that's not our role. And I understand worrying about the individual contractor is not it, but I would like to be able to ask some questions and understand. And by no means is this a attack on any organization or whatever, but there's something wrong. And I think we owe it to the public to figure out and help with what that is. So I just want to be really clear, as crisp as my words may sound. I don't mean it in an attacking, critical way, but as much as being proactive to see how we can raise the issue or they can explain what's going on, I think is appropriate.
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. I do think some of this is related to our more robust looking at compliance. Just exactly what you said. And I think us bringing compliance to every meeting and having a very robust oversight, especially in the beginning, I'm wondering if that's part of, maybe this has been going on for a very long time, but we are now catching it early and often. And so kudos to the compliance team. I also like in this report that on this last issue that the site condition that is violated is mentioned. And it would be helpful as we go through that, yeah, condition is violated here. So it just reminds us that there was a condition and there is violation. And but I think the reporting here is really good and kudos. Yeah. So
Counselor Imes?
also on this last issue, it's my understanding that the developer is supposed to have agreements with municipalities for the water, and that it's actually cited in their DPO or their proposed order. And I'll just put this out there. I heard about this through the grapevine because that's how it goes when you live in a rural area. And then I also heard that they were going to Ione the municipality of Ione to get water, which surprised me because they don't really have a lot of water to spare, but obviously they decided that. But so I'm curious as to what agreements are in place and those agreements, why is it that they deviated from those agreements to begin with? So,
So I don't know that there were agreements in place during the, council's review. They had identified municipalities where they had talked to them and they had indicated that they had water available. But I don't know that at the point where council issued the site certificate, there were agreements,
but that should be, that's a pre-construction requirement, right? If they're
Well,
going to start construction,
the
they
pre-construction requirement is that they get water from recognized sources that were identified in the site certificate, which were municipalities. But I don't believe that there was a requirement that they have to show an agreement with the particular municipality, just that they get the water from municipality. I don't know. I'd have to look at the condition to make sure, but
Okay. Well, I think that'd be part of the compliance
Go ahead.
review.
Yeah, this is Ashwood. So for this, historically, it hasn't been our practice to require them to provide the water use authorization documentation as part of the pre-construction checklist. But now it is because, there's a clear need to make sure that they're getting the water from where they say they're getting it. We did verbally ask them during a site inspection, where are you getting the water for the water trucks? They said it was Ione. I think there was a lot of miscommunication within NextEra, it seems, and who had understanding of what was going on and what was required. So that's something that we're still trying to figure out. But yeah, historically, we have not required them to provide the proof that they got the authorization that they represented they would get in the site certificate. But now we are requiring that.
Counselor Devlin?
I want to echo the concern that was voiced earlier that, if we're putting these conditions in based on federal requirements, state requirements and statutes and the public's comments, if they're not actually followed, they become rather meaningless, actually. So I do think the increased compliance efforts are probably very important at this time. I would suggest too, though, that at the September meeting, while we asked NextEra, we asked the general contractor to come also. Because, general contractors probably have a fair amount of their own staff, but probably a lot of these things are subcontractors. And the chief responsibility of a general contractor is to manage the subcontractors that they have. But I'd just like to hear directly from the general contractor why we're having so many instances like this.
Counselor Byer?
So I understand that we have a briefing on compliance coming up, but I like the practice of doing intensive compliance visits at the onset of construction. I don't know if that's been the practice forever, but I think what we're seeing here is that it will probably pay off in the long run to establish the requirements that the conditions of the site certificate require. So I applaud the compliance group for doing this early review and hope that as we get new projects under construction, we use the same approach. So thanks.
so I'm going to sort of jump ahead of what Sarah's going to tell you at the very end of the compliance presentation is we need more compliance staff. So she's going to tell you that. She's told you that before. That's exactly correct. That's what we're trying to do. Is this something new, or is it something that's sort of been a practice that's been, occurring that we haven't been able to find out? I don't know. But, really the point is we have more compliance staff. We're seeing kind of better, results of holding people accountable. We've identified a greater need for that. We're going to pursue that greater need to ensure that all of the elements, associated with the site certificate are adhered to. That's our mandate. That's what we should be doing, and that's what we want to be doing.
Vice Chair Condon?
Just a comment that I believe this work pays off in big dividends to the public to have confidence in what we do, what the system provides, that the process is a good process beginning to end, that people do comply with the conditions. And so, yeah, the faster we can move, get more people, whatever, the better I think it will be for the public. So, thank you.
For the record, again, it's Dwayne Killsdown. So I've been with the Department of Compliance for 14 years. At first, it was like 1-2 projects a year, kind of a slow moving pace, which one compliance officer could kind of keep up. You know, when I started, there was no compliance at all. So we kind of started building right from there 14 years ago. We've done a lot of process improvement, but one of the impediments has been just me for construction, just me for operation. I had a lot of things that I was tracking and taking care of. So that's been the last 14 years. And I've seen the last 2-3 years, a huge uptake on projects hitting us. And you guys know that there's more coming and there's a lot more coming. And so that kind of reinforces that we need more compliance people, because even two of us, and our contractors, we cannot really cover everything the way I feel like we should. So I'm really excited and happy to see that I'm getting help and, finding good help too. Ash, I have to commend her. She stepped right in. She's had the background and she fit right in. So the learning curve was very short, for Ash. And, for a lot of people that we hire, it's a difficult process. There's a lot to know. You got to know, I can go on for days, but it's very intensive and it gets a bit stressful. All these projects, I'm a little bit stressed because, I can't kind of keep up with them. There's new projects coming on the line that, just because I'm out doing other stuff, I don't get the chance to go to the meetings, find out what the projects are about. So there's a lot of back end reading for me and trying to catch up and, where to go, what people, there's a lot involved. So I'm totally for that. Because I won't be here forever. I probably got, 3-4 years maybe before I retire. And yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of cut this off. So we have a time certain 8:45 for the public hearing on rulemaking, and it's 9:24. So we really probably do need to push forward, and we still got a couple more items. So I think, it's all good conversation, and I think we can bring this up again during the compliance agenda item. So sorry to cut you off, but we are running way behind on the agenda. Sorry, I lost my place. All right, one more incident is also, this is State Line Wind. This is also a NextEra owned project. And this was a bird strike, just happened on the 21st. So a radio tagged fledgling ferruginous hawk that was being tracked by a transmitter was found near a turbine. This was the Van Sickle 2 kind of portion of the State Line facility. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife was tracking this fledgling hawk since the summer, and locations and data from the transmitter indicated possible mortality on August 19th. The wildlife biologists from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife collected the hawk carcass below the turbine and reported it to the Department of Energy and the State Line Wind manager. So this is also just occurred. So we don't really have any more details other than that. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Ash Woods to discuss some wildlife monitoring in terms of annual reporting.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. This is Ash Woods, Compliance Officer. So I'd like to provide an update on the annual wildlife monitoring reporting. So all site certificates for wind energy facilities include a requirement to implement a wildlife monitoring and mitigation plan. The plan includes short and long-term monitoring and potentially mitigation measures for 5 FSEC certified wind facilities. The plans include a requirement that applies to the department, that the department must take the results of the annual monitoring available and make them for public comment. These facilities include State Line Wind, Bigelow Canyon, Leaning Juniper 2A and 2B, and Klondike 3. To support making the results available to the public, the department prepares a staff memo to council summarizing the results of the prior year's monitoring for each of these facilities. These memos were prepared in August and provided in your August 9th supplemental council packet and were posted on each project webpage with an announcement of a 30-day comment period on the results. Comments will be accepted through September 13th of 2024. Long-term monitoring for these 5 facilities includes 5-year monitoring for raptor nest use and 3-year monitoring for Washington ground squirrel activity, and an annual incidental wildlife monitoring and reporting requirement. For the reporting year of 2023, the reporting requirements applied only to the incidental wildlife reporting and Washington ground squirrels. The 2023 incidental wildlife results were reported as follows. For Bigelow Canyon, there were 5 avian fatalities, 2 horned larks, 1 northern flicker, and 2 unknown songbirds. There's also 1 hoary bat, which is a state-sensitive species, and 1 injured western meadowlark. At State Line Wind Facility, 1 American crow and 1 elk were found. At Leaning Juniper 2A, 1 Say's phoebe and 1 silver-haired bat. The silver-haired bat is a state-sensitive species. And at Leaning Juniper 2B, there was 1 horned lark. So that concludes the 2023 incidental wildlife results, and 2024 will include some of the other monitoring requirements. Thank you. Yeah, the elk is not a wind-associated fatality as far as we're aware, but it was incidentally discovered within the facility boundary. But yeah, not a turbine strike as far as we're aware.
Okay, last on my very long secretary report is the next council meeting, which will be September 19th and 20th. We have requested the dates and agenda from Chair Howe, who has agreed with them. So this will be in Clatskanie. The driver for the meeting location is the MIST Underground Natural Gas Storage Facility Amendment 13. So we've issued the draft proposed order. This will be a draft proposed order hearing. So much like last night, we will have a couple of agenda items starting at 4:30 and then a time certain at 5:30 for that public hearing in Clatskanie. And then the regular council meeting would be the following day on Friday, starting at 8:30. Okay, and that concludes my secretary report unless there are any additional questions.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary
Chair.
Cornett. So next item is the carbon offset rulemaking public hearing. We've got Christopher Clark, Senior Siting Analyst and Alternate Rules Coordinator.
Morning, council members. For the record, my name is Christopher Clark. I'm a senior siting analyst with the department, but today I'll be acting as a backup rules coordinator and the hearing officer for the hearing on the proposed updates to the carbon monetary offset rule. Get the next slide, please. Before we start the hearing, I'm going to give a review of the projected timeline for this rulemaking. I'll give a very brief background and overview of the proposed rule language, and then we'll have our opportunity for the public to make comments on the proposed rules. Just as a note, there will not be any questions answered at this hearing, but if the public has any questions related to the rulemaking, those can be directed to the council's primary rules coordinator, Tom Jackman, at tom.jackman@energy.oregon.gov. The council, you can ask questions of me if you have questions about the proposed rules. If I can't answer them, I will. And if not, we'll make sure Tom gets back to you with an answer in his next presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So the council approved your 2024 rulemaking schedule at your January 26th meeting. That included this rulemaking. You reviewed proposed rules and the draft of the notice of proposed rulemaking at your July 19th meeting. And then the department issued the notice of proposed rulemaking on July 27th, 2024. That initiated the public comment timeframe on the proposed rules and gave notice of tonight's or this morning's hearing. The public comment deadline itself is on Monday, August 26th at 5 p.m. The council will consider adoption of permanent rules after considering any comments received at your September meeting tentatively. Great. Next slide, please. Okay, so for background on this rule, the council's specifically considering updates to the carbon monetary offset rule under OAR 345-024-0580. The council is required to set, and then applicants for gas facilities and other carbon emitting facilities are required by law and rule to meet certain efficiency requirements under the council's carbon standard. The efficiency standard is measured in allowable carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, or for non-generating facilities like compressor stations per horsepower hour. Compliance can be demonstrated in several different ways, either through mitigation projects, but to date, I think all people that have had to comply with this standard have complied with it through a monetary offset, which is calculated in dollars per short ton of carbon dioxide. Next slide, please. Currently, and the existing language of the rule sets the monetary offset rate at $4.27 per ton of carbon dioxide emissions. The proposed rule, if I could get the next slide, would increase the rate by 50%, which is the maximum allowable increase set by statute, to $6.40 per ton of carbon dioxide. All right. Unless there's any questions from the council on the rule itself or the underlying analysis that's in the notice of proposed rulemaking, we can go ahead and move to the hearing. If anyone is here in the room and you'd like to provide comment, please fill out one of those salmon forms by the door and give it to, I guess, just give it to me right now. If you're on the phone, we'll show you how to raise your hand in just a second. But prior to testifying, if you do come up, please give your name with spelling. If you're representing an organization, please state the name of that organization. And then if you have any written comments or written materials to supplement your testimony, please make sure that gets to me or another staff member here tonight, this morning. Okay, great. And as I mentioned, any written comments may be submitted until 5 p.m. on Monday, August 26th. Those comments may be submitted through our online comment portal. They may be submitted via email to fsec.rulemaking@oregon.gov, or they may be hand-delivered to any one of the staff members, either here tonight or on Monday at our offices at 550 Capitol Street in Salem. And I guess on written comments, I will just note that I checked the comment portal before the hearing began. There was 2 comments, but only one of them appeared to be actually directed to this rulemaking. So, great. If you are online and you would like to give comments this morning, you can raise your hand by looking for the little hand icon at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. If you don't see it, just please click the participants button and it should pop up. If you're on the phone and you'd like to provide comments, please press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand. And then when you're done providing your comments, press *3 again. Okay, so with that, is there anybody in the room that wants to provide comments on this rulemaking? No? Well, I guess should actually, I have to back up. I will formally open the hearing. The time is 9:37 a.m. The council will now take comments on the proposed update to the carbon monetary offset rule found under OAR 345-024-0580. We've confirmed that there's no one in the room that wants to provide comments. Nancy, is there anyone on there's great. So let's please take that testimony. And if you are on the phone, we're going to unmute you. Please give your name and your organization before you give your testimony.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Dan Sears. I'm the conservation. I'm sorry. I'm hearing a bit of an echo. I don't know if there's a way to. Anyway, okay. It's a little bit difficult to join via phone. Hear your voice back.
Dan, Mr. Sears, we can't hear the echo in the room, so it may be coming from your computer or your phone system.
Yeah. No, I'm not on. I'm not on Zoom or I'm not on online, but I'll continue and hopefully what I'm saying comes through. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, I'll just forge ahead here, and most of what I'm saying is already covered in the written comments we submitted last night. So I'm Dan Sears, Chair Howe, council members, and staff. Our comment letter comes from Columbia Riverkeeper, Oil Change International, Friends of the Columbia Gorge, Oregon Wildlands Defense, Central Oregon Land Watch, and Greater Hells Canyon Council. And the comments are written in support of the staff proposal to increase the council's carbon emissions monetary offset rate by 50% to $6.40 per ton of carbon dioxide emissions, the full amount currently allowed under Oregon law. We just note, as we did in our written comments, that after the proposed increase, the offset rule will remain still very favorable to polluters, ignoring upstream impacts from gas power plants and the gas that fuels them, and underpricing the costs of the carbon pollution that comes from them. So staff proposes increasing by 50% the per ton monetary rate, $6.40. We appreciate the staff, in our view, did a very thorough job of explaining why the approximately 50% increase is warranted. According to DEQ data for 2022, the top 5 polluters in Oregon are all fracked gas power plants, each emitting more than 1 million tons of greenhouse gas pollution each year. The notice for this rulemaking acknowledges that there are major equity impacts built into the system and the way gas-fired electricity is deployed within the state of Oregon. And so we appreciate that being acknowledged in this rulemaking. And that impacts a wide area, including a large area through the Columbia Basin. We agree with staff that there are sufficient empirical data to support the recommended increase, and we support the proposal to go all the way up to $6.40, the full amount currently allowed under Oregon law. The update will bring the costs of offsetting carbon should this standard actually be implemented in the future. It's not clear when or how it would come into play again but it may sometime down the line. And updating the monetary offset rate will definitely improve the rule for public benefit. And I'll just close by saying that the change is also economically achievable. The staff report laid out, we think pretty clearly, that the cost of compliance represents just 0.111% of the retail value of the energy produced at a typical Oregon natural gas plant. That's a quote. So again, we thank the staff for their work on this, and the organizations who submitted the written comment support the increase. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Okay, with that, I'll make one last call for comments in the room. And Nancy, is there anyone else on the phone? Great. With that, the time is 9:41 a.m. and we will close the hearing on the proposed amendments to the carbon monetary offset rule. Thank you, council members, and you'll hear more from Tom in September.
Yes, thank you, Christopher. Would we like to take a quick break here instead of waiting after the Climate Trust audit update? Let's go ahead and do a quick 10-minute break. So we'll return at 9:52. Yeah. Are we ready, Nancy? Okay, it is 9:52, and I'd like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item, which is the Climate Trust Annual Audit Update 5-year report. And we've got Assistant Director for Siting and Council Secretary Cornett to provide this overview. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Todd Cornett. So this is two parts to this agenda item. The first is mine, which will be very quick. Just an overview of the annual audit. And then Ms. Kyler Sherry, also she's online. She's with the Climate Trust, and so she will be doing the overview of the 5-year report. So next slide, please, Nancy. So I've done this every year for some time. So the Climate Trust is a qualified organization. And what that means is with the carbon standard, which we were just discussing in the prior agenda item, is if a developer of a gas plant, or some other carbon generating facility has a requirement to meet the carbon standard, there are 3 different ways that they can meet that standard. One of the ways is that they basically pay the amount of money associated with the carbon requirements or carbon offset requirements to a qualified organization. The single qualified organization throughout the life of the standard is the Climate Trust. So they are the single qualified organization to receive money. And Ms. Sherry will provide much more detail, so I won't get into kind of what they do. She'll do that as part of her presentation. But there are several elements that a qualified organization has to do in order to maintain their status as a qualified organization. And one of those is to have an annual audit. And so that's what this is. And I've provided a staff report. I attached the actual audit to the staff report. And the basic threshold of this requirement is, as on the screen, is use of funds that they receive from a developer to offset has to comply with accepting accounting procedures. So as you can see also on the screen, the findings, which are referenced in the document, as of December 31st, 2023 and 2022, the Climate Trust was in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. So really this was, that was the threshold. They've met it again. And really the conclusion is that they can continue to be a qualified organization under this provision. Again, there are other provisions. One of them is the 5-year update, which Ms. Sherry will provide. But that really is the conclusion of my part of the presentation. So unless you have any questions for me, we can move on to Ms. Sherry.
Any questions from council?
Mr.
Councilor
Chairman,
Devlin?
I'm going to reserve my questions for Ms. Sherry. They relate to the audit, but they relate to the actual operation of the trust.
Okay.
Okay. Nancy, can you move? I want to set it up. So one more slide, please. So before, no. Yeah, okay. So before Ms. Sherry starts, I just also wanted to kind of give you the requirements. As I had stated, Another requirement of a qualified organization is that they have to provide 5-year updates. You can see the statutory reference up in the left-hand side. And then, and this is what is in statute, the purpose of the 5-year reports, again, maintain the qualified organization status, provide information about the Climate Trust's activities related to the implementations of the council's carbon standard, and this will be the last slide you'll have, use the information from the report to make recommendations to the legislature. This is for you, the council. Now, the legislature already determined there are no new natural gas power plants, so I'm not sure that you will have any information coming from the report that you would want to provide to the legislature, but that is part of the statute. And so as Ms. Sherry is going through her presentation, if you think there are elements, we can talk about those at the end. But I wanted to make sure that you knew that that was kind of one of the elements associated with this requirement, was not just for their reporting, but what you do with the information as well. Okay, and with that, Ms. Sherry, if you are, I think you're unmuted, you are good to go.
Great, thank you. Can everyone hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Introduction, I am Kyler Sherry. I am the COO at the Climate Trust, and thank you, Todd, for going over our annual audit. I have presented the past couple of years, and this year is a little different because I am going to be presenting on our 5th year report. So the last time we went over this was in 2019. I was made aware that there are a few new members, so I will go about going over a overview of the Climate Trust. Then I'll jump into the status of the voluntary carbon market. As compared to 2019, the voluntary carbon market is way more robust and prominent. So I'm sure everyone is more familiar with carbon credits, offsets than they were even just 5 years ago. After that, I will talk about the market changes in the VCM and then potential impacts that might have on the Oregon CO2 standard. And then I'll just go into what is the Oregon CO2 standard and how do we deploy the dollars that we have been given, and then an update on the status of the program in 2024. And I ask this every year. Am I able to flip through the slides through my screen or no? I always forget. I don't think so. I'm trying to hit on the arrow on the bottom and I can't. Next slide. Please.
Yeah, I think it may be easier at this point just to ask us to advance the slides for you.
Okay, great. Next slide, please. So the Climate Trust, we were founded in 1997 as a result of the Oregon CO2 standard. We are one of the only nonprofit carbon entities in the country. We have over 26 years of experience. We are nowadays a one-stop shop for carbon offsets is how I like to refer to us. So we are a project developer, a funder of carbon offsets, and supplier of carbon offsets. In the past couple of years, we've really pivoted our focus more to the developer side in nature-based solutions with a focus on avoided conversion of grasslands. And so that's keeping grasslands in a rangeland state, not allowing it to be converted to cropland or other production systems via a conservation easement. We work on improved forest management, so that's changing up your practice to increase carbon sequestration or avoid emissions. And we work on reforestation projects now in the West and the Southeast. In the West, with a focus on post-wildfire, and then in the Southeast, post-natural disturbance or restoring lands that have been degraded over time. Our mission was updated since our last presentation in 2019, and so now our mission is to utilize carbon markets to help scale nature-based solutions. Next slide, please. A little bit about our impact here at TCT. So since 1997 in the early 2000s, we have supported 120 carbon offset projects all across the country, which has resulted in $85 million in financing to these projects. We work on both the buy side and the sell side of the market, primarily nowadays more on the sell side, but we have supplied offsets to long-term programs of ours with a focus in the Pacific Northwest. And because of our long-term experience in the market, we have always kept up on policy and helping to pilot new project types and bring them to fruition. And we really rely on our nonprofit developer status to make new emission reduction types occur. Next slide, real quick. Thanks. So the voluntary carbon market, what is the voluntary carbon market? I'm sure some of you are familiar. That is when corporations, local governments, utilities, or individuals purchase offsets to support projects that have quantifiable emission reductions. Companies use these carbon offsets to mitigate their climate impact for emissions that they cannot reduce on their own. And what we work under now are registries, and these are essentially the governing bodies of carbon offsets. So all the registries that we work with and vet are nonprofits to help keep bias out of the system. And they create the protocols that quantify the emission reductions from all different types of carbon offset sectors. So that's everything from landfill gas projects to capturing methane from anaerobic lagoons at dairy operations to forestry and mangrove projects. All of these registries that we work with, transparency is key. There should always be public comment, and also that all the protocols should go through technical development and peer review to make sure that they're keeping up with the best science and constantly be reviewed. The other part of these registries that's really important to high integrity is making sure that every carbon offset project that is submitted to them goes through a third-party audit, and that is paid for by the developer. And it's an outside party, outside of the registry and the developer, that comes in and makes sure that the developers are following the rules of the protocol. So that's not only just the carbon aspect of it, it's also making sure that there's no environmental violations or also any community violations, and that all rules are being followed on the project areas. As I'm sure some of you have seen, there have been some articles coming out recently in the news that has been negative about the voluntary carbon market. And so these registries are constantly responding to those articles and trying to better the protocols in response. Since the market has really grown in the past couple of years, the stakeholders involved in the voluntary carbon market has really grown from beyond just the project developers and the buyers. There are now consultants involved in the market, there are brokerages involved in the market, and there's also rating agencies who are third parties that come up with their own valuation of carbon offset projects for buyers to be able to look at. For the Oregon's CO2 standard, we only purchase offsets from Verra, ACR, and the Climate Action Reserve. ACR used to be the American Carbon Registry. These are registries that not only work within the United States, but they also have international protocols as well. And we work with them and buy offsets from them and procure on behalf of the Oregon CO2 standard because we feel like they hit the mark of what makes a unbiased, high integrity registry. Next slide, please. So just real quickly on, what drives demand for offsets and also increases price. It is number one, the sector. So the sector is either, where the project is coming from, whether it's grassland protection, mangrove protection, or dairy digesters. So we find that companies want to find a sector that relates to their business operations. Another driver of demand would be the co-benefits, so beyond the carbon from these projects. So that can be the community impacts, what is the revenue share going to the community, or even what is the reduction of pollution beyond carbon to the community from the implementation of a carbon offset project. A new change in the voluntary carbon market is offsets have been divided into two groups now. Those groups are reduction offsets or removal offsets. Reduction is the avoidance of an emission, so stopping methane from going to the atmosphere. And a removal credit is increasing carbon sequestration. So that would be allowing your trees to grow longer so that they sequester more carbon from the atmosphere. And Another driver that's important is location or similarity to the business. So the location, the Pacific Northwest and California has a lot of large corporations who purchase offsets. So we find that projects from the Pacific Northwest and California are always in high demand. And the last real driver is the risk to the project. So that is the risk that the carbon that you paid for via carbon offset would be reversed. So that's an issue, particularly with nature-based solutions. If a wildfire was to come through and burn up trees that carbon had been paid for on that forest, or if a hurricane came through and disturbed mangroves that have been protected via the carbon market. This all makes Oregon projects pretty competitive and of a higher price because of the location and the fact that many Oregon-based projects are nature-based solution, which have many co-benefits beyond the carbon. Next slide, please. So as I alluded to before, I'm sure some of you have seen some of the articles that have come out recently that the carbon market has been working to address. The Climate Trust, we feel that these articles have not always told the full story and sometimes have missed out on the integrity of the projects, but that does not mean that we're not ignoring them. So one of the biggest issues that came from these articles is the idea of additionality. And additionality is showing that without the carbon project, the carbon benefit would not have occurred. So that's looking at the future of a project and saying what could have happened versus what would have happened. For example, would this forest owner, could they have cut down their trees, or would they have cut down their trees with certainty? So the registries are currently responding by making their protocols even more conservative and really trying to focus on what would have happened. While in previous years, like pre-2018, 17, it was more could have. The other criticism that has come out of the market recently works more with international projects. And that was because they were finding that some bad actors were not having enough oversight in how they were implementing their projects internationally, and then also how they were not engaging with the communities in long term to make sure that they were following the rules of the protocols or having bad benefit sharing of the carbon revenues. So in response to all of the press that has come out and also market evolution over time, there are a few international standards that are being set, and I have those on the next slide. So the response that is coming from the growth of the market and all the stakeholders trying to respond, there's 4 initiatives. They are the Task Force on Scaling for Voluntary Carbon Markets. There's the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets. There's the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, and then there's Science-Based Targets Initiative. So they all sound very similar and they all have very similar goals. The ones that we really focus on here at TCT is the IVCVM. That's the Core Carbon Principles. And they are working on assessments for all protocols, no matter what sector, of a set of rules that every carbon offset project should follow. And we are also following the VCMI, which is coming up with how should developers implement their projects. So what rules should we all be following when we're looking at developing a project and going through stakeholder engagement, particularly with nature-based solutions. So moving forward, the Climate Trust, we are going to continue to follow the ICVCM and then the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative to make sure that we are procuring offsets not only for the Oregon program, but for all of the programs that the Oregon CO2 standard and all the programs that we work with to ensure that we're providing the highest quality possible. And the last initiative that has come out is Science-Based Target Initiative, SBTI, and that is actually on the buyer side. So that is advising purchasers of offsets of not only how should they quantify their emission reductions, and then how should they go about, what should their strategies be, but how should they implement offset usage in order to get SBTI certification. And so you never want to see a company who's fully offsetting, and
We haven't ever seen that. Typically, the actors who are involved in the voluntary carbon market, they understand that offsets are not a panacea and that they're just a tool to achieve their climate action plans. Next slide, please. I put this slide up here just to show in terms of volume and total price over the few years how the market has changed. So you'll see from 2020 to 2022, there was a boom in the market. It went from $500 million to $2 billion within a year of contracts traded. This graph, it's a little misleading, and this is also an international graph, not just the United States, because in 21 and 22 particularly, a lot of companies and also brokers and banks entered into long-term deals to purchase offsets, but they all got counted in that year it was contracted. So a lot of the offsets of that 2.1 billion are still delivering today and will be delivering throughout 2030. One reason why we saw the volume drop from 2022 to 2023 was because of those initiatives that we had on the slide before. So as those initiatives are coming out and approving different protocols and sectors, buyers have held back on making voluntary carbon offset purchasers as they wait for the international standards to be set. Just this summer, they started coming out with more of the CCP, those core carbon principle approved projects, and we've seen an uptick in the market since that has started to happen. Even with the slowdown in the market at the Climate Trust, we are still contracting about the same amount of offsets because we've always looked for high quality offsets in high demand areas. And we have found that even with the slowdown in market trading, prices have stayed relatively the same, with receiving higher prices for those higher quality projects in the Pacific Northwest and of nature-based solutions. So the Climate Trust, we are going to continue to focus on following all the new standards and guidelines, and then as we complete this program through the next few years. Next slide, please. So the California's Voluntary Carbon Offsets Business Regulation Bill, this was in the 5-year report that we submitted a few weeks ago. The SB 1036 was introduced in early 2024, and in California only. The bill would have made it illegal to verify for issue or sell offsets that a reasonable person should have had knowledge that offsets were likely to be not real, additional, or quantifiable. So the language was pretty vague around reasonable person and should have had knowledge. This would have made it illegal for TCT to operate, and we could have been sued even if we were just purchasing offsets from an Oregon project and retiring them on behalf of the Oregon CO2 standard, because the jurisdiction lines were pretty blurred. An example of that is if we were to purchase an offset from an Oregon-based project, the verifier for that Oregon-based project might have come from California, or it might have been listed on a registry that operates in California. So because of that, this caused a lot of concern from the voluntary carbon market of the over impact that this bill could have. The bill was withdrawn in the summer of 2024, but we have heard that it might come back up in 2025. We still consider this bill, or a bill that would be like this, to be low risk to the Oregon CO2 standard for a few reasons. One, California has a compliance carbon offset market, so it's unlikely that this would pass. And then also, we are close to spending down the dollars. We're getting towards the end of the Oregon CO2 standard of what we have remaining. So by the time that this came to fruition, hopefully the program will have been wrapped up. Next slide, please. So to the reason why I'm here, the Oregon CO2 standard, as was mentioned before, and then with the price increase, it's required for fossil-fired facilities to mitigate plants' projected CO2 emissions over a 30-year time horizon, 17% below the best available technology at that point in time. So for entities to meet this requirement, they had 3 options. The first one was to build a cogenerator at their facility. The second option would be for the facility to manage their own carbon offset project portfolio. So that would require hiring staff to go out and procure offsets and due diligence. And then the third pathway was the monetary pathway. So making a payment to the qualified organization, and that organization was the Climate Trust. So every facility has chosen the monetary pathway option to date. Next slide, please. The management requirements of TCT on behalf of the Oregon CO2 standard is 80% of all dollars must go towards the purchase of offsets. And this has looked differently since the program started almost 30 years ago. Now we have used the dollars to invest in projects, to provide prepayments for projects, and then to purchase offsets, all from other developers within the voluntary carbon market. The Climate Trust, we must commit 60% of offset funds within 2 years of facilities construction start date and us receiving the funds. And we can spend no more than 20% on management. And just to address what management means, that is when TCT pays for the verification or issuance fees of offsets that come from projects that are supplied to the Oregon CO2 standard. And it's also for us to conduct due diligence and site visits to projects and then work on contracting for purchasing. We also use the management fees to work with the developers who are supplying offsets to make sure that they are following the rules of the registries and protocols and that they're supplying the offsets on a timely manner. And then once we receive the offsets, we retire the offsets on behalf of the Oregon program. That ensures there's no double counting, and then we say what facility those are going to. And we provide annual facility status reports until those obligations are completed, and we provide our annual audit that you heard about before. And now the 5-year report. Next slide, please. So since the start of the program, TCT has received close to $33 million from facilities. We have 24.9 million to commit to carbon offset projects and purchases. And to date, we have obligated 92% of funds received. So we have 1.9 left to obligate through the end of 2026. Last year, we obligated $3 million to an Oregon-based improved forest management project, and we actually just recently finished the evaluation for another project based in Oregon that I'll report on next year. Since the program started, we have retired 3.3 million offsets on behalf of facilities, and 5 facilities have fully obligated funds. So we are winding down and we only have a few left. We did receive between 2019 and 2024 3 true-up payments from Calpine, Avangrid, and Northwest Natural Miller facility, and we have obligated those funds within our 24-month window that we're required to. One thing that I think is pertinent to the conversation happening before is, since the program started, so the program's lifetime, the average price of an offset has been $6.23. And just last year, the average price was $21.41. And I wanted to call that out to show that the prices are continuing going up as the VCM grows. And while that might seem like it is a significant increase in price, but that's also because the Climate Trust, we are going to go out and supply high quality projects, and particularly with a focus in the Pacific Northwest. And because of that, we see a greater increase in price. Next slide, please. So as a fiduciary of the program and understanding where these dollars are coming from, we do our best here to spend dollars in the state of Oregon. So this graph shows that 40% of every dollar received has gone to an Oregon-based project, and then we really do try and focus on the Pacific Northwest. That includes Alaska. The dollars from the CO2 standard have supported 39 projects to date. 18 of those projects have been located in Oregon, with about 10.4 million going to those projects. And as part of the 5-year report, we did an analysis of how many projects are actually available in Oregon. So there are currently 7 carbon offset projects registered in the state of Oregon on the registries that we approved. And from credits issued, we've purchased 42% of the offsets issued from the state of Oregon for the CO2 standard. A few years ago, that percentage would have been much higher, even just 3 years ago, but a lot of new projects from new sectors have been developed in the state of Oregon. And so one of the reasons why we haven't purchased from those projects is a few of them had already pre-sold all of their offsets when they came online in the past couple of years. And the other reason is because some of the project types are from very high price sectors and like biochar, and those are trading at about $200 per offset today. Next slide, please. So the plan for the next few years is we have 1.9 million to obligate by the end of 2026 to complete our spend down of the program. To date, so in the last 2 weeks, that number is about 1.5 right now. We will continue as fiduciaries to look for high quality projects in Oregon and the Pacific Northwest. And we are always looking for new opportunities and new sectors to use carbon finance for, to help pilot new market types that other developers might not be able to make work. And so the new project that we are probably going to obligate dollars from is a completely new sector in the state of Oregon that will be located in the state of Oregon. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, over the last 5 years, we obligated 7.3 million in funds to carbon offset projects. We have the 1.9 remaining. The voluntary carbon market saw massive growth in the past 5 years, and it's really great that the Oregon CO2 standard has been around for so long to help facilitate some of this growth and be involved in piloting new offset sectors and helping to finance new projects get off the ground. The Climate Trust, we have met our 60% obligation for all facilities within the 24 months that we're required to. And the metric that we actually hit was within 15 months of receiving payment and the facility's start date. And we continue to track regulatory and voluntary changes in the market, and we foresee no issues or risk for the program's continuation. And then we will always report as any changes come about that we might think will impact the Oregon CO2 standard. Next slide, please. Great. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you all for the time, and I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Are there any questions from council members? Councilor Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question relates back to the audit, actually, and the underlying operation of the Climate Trust. So that these questions don't sound at all accusatory, I want to give you a little bit of background. As we all know, inflation was extremely high in 2021, still extremely high in 2022, reduced substantially in 2023, and potentially will hopefully come down under 3% in this year. What that means in those first 3 years is that the inflation was approximately 17%. Whether you're a public entity, a private entity, or a nonprofit, that has had profound impacts on organizations because the costs of employees has gone up considerably. You can't really offer employees 2% and 2% increases when they've had 17% inflation. And I do notice that in your audit, salaries on the management side, not that they were just increases in compensation, increased by about 20%. And then salaries on the program side increased by about 30%. 8%. However, at the same time, there was a major shift. Professional services between the 2 years was reduced on the program services side by 2/3 and doubled on the management side in the following year also. So it looks like a major shift within the organizations. I know some of that would have been compensation because of pressures you would have faced. Some of it may be bringing some things more in-house. But it'd be interesting to know how inflation has impacted your organization and its operations and how you've had to modify them.
Thank you for that question. So I can't speak too much to the inflation. I can talk to business operations that have changed. We have a CFO who manages our audit here. Part of the change in salaries is in 2021, we became a staff of 4, and we are now today a staff of 14. So we have really grown over those few years, and that has resulted in bringing what we used to use for outside resources for help. We have now brought that in internal. I will also say that the voluntary market has really grown in the past couple of years, and space has become really competitive. So we have tried our best to keep up with the market, not only on buying and selling high quality projects, but making sure that we have really great technical employees who really understand the science behind these projects. And then we've really also grown our own internal project development. So in 2021, we had about 6 internal carbon offset projects that we were developing on our own. And now we are closer to the 20 projects. So we've just really grown on our project side of our staff here at TCT. I know that doesn't directly answer the question about how inflation has impacted us. I think we've been able to weather that storm a little bit because the corporate commitments to the voluntary carbon market and those prices have gone up. But I'm happy to follow up with any other specific questions and go to our CFO for anything directly related to the audit regarding that.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I do think it does look like you brought in at least some of the professional services into internal staff, which, I mean, I don't have any issue with. That seems reasonable. But I just want to bring this to the attention because I think all employers are having difficulties at all levels. And to some degree, when your revenue increases, it's not as big of a problem. But if your revenue doesn't increase, like many of the farmers in this area, the costs at retail that you see are probably not reflected in the prices they see for their underlying commodities. And it presents huge problems when the revenues are not available for many sectors. And just wanted to bring that forward because those are relatively significant increases.
Yes, understood. And this is a little bit of a tangent to that point, but the projects that we work on, we work directly with landowners in many cases. And the carbon revenues that we provide to landowners as a nonprofit can be really important in building climate resiliency, particularly for the ranchers that we work with in years of difficulty. So we can provide certainty of revenues as long as the voluntary carbon market maintains its status right now as a way to help with the budget line items that many of the landowners we're working with are dealing with right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sherry. Are there any other questions from council?
I just have a very quick question for Kyler. Thank you for being here, but on your general demand drivers impacting credit price, you went through most of the bullet points, but what does charisma refer to as a general demand driver?
Yeah, so that's how, oh, sorry, I'm hearing my echo all of a sudden. Are you guys able to hear me, or is it echoing for you all too?
Yes, we can hear you. And we were just going back to the slide, which indicated yep, there it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're back on the slide.
Okay, so that's a very much buyer end driven term. How charismatic is the project? So the story behind it. So that would be, beyond the co-benefits, which tends to look more at communities and conservate or biodiversity in general as an impact. Charismatic would be more species focused. So saying we protected the sage grouse on this property, or this certain hawk, or whatever the company is looking for, that they find is one of their 5, a pillar of their organization that they find is really important. So that can also be something along the lines of highly charismatic of where it's located. Is it located near a watershed or a river that's really a scenic river that's really important to the community? Something like that. So it's just a little bit more specific than the broader co-benefits of projects.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? Okay. Well, Ms. Sherry, thank you very much for the update.
And then just as a conclusion, as I'd stated from the beginning, one of the elements of the 5-year report is there any information that's coming out of that report, which then lends itself to you wanting to make, any recommendations to the legislature?
Vice Chair Condon.
Vice Chair Condon, for the record. Well, I'm not sure what the legislature knows or doesn't know about the markets. I presume they get background material. And I understand that we don't have, natural gas is not going to be in the future. But for the realization that the rate is so low, I don't know if that would be a change in the, what we can go to. I don't know how that all works legislatively, but I think that's an importantness. The public in the state of Oregon is certainly being underserved with respect to the offset. So just leave it at that.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? Okay. Guess that'll do that item. And again, thank you, Ms. Sherry.
Thank you, Counselor, for having me. I'll see you all next year.
Thank you.
So the next item we have is public comment. At this time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that's not otherwise closed for comment. Items closed for comment include the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line request for Amendment 2 draft proposed order, the Wagon Trail Solar Project draft proposed order, and the Sunstone Solar Project draft proposed order. So Nancy, are the two slips that you provided to me for public comment? Yes. Okay. So we've got to Jennifer Miller. Yeah. Come on up.
My name is Jennifer Miller, Jennifer Miller, 445 Southeast 9th Drive, Hermiston, Oregon. I'm just going to read a letter that I typed. I also want to say that I tried to find a place to submit this, but I couldn't find it. So I'm just going to hand it over and get direction on that later. My comments are general in nature, not directed toward a specific project in particular. As more and more projects come online or put into works, I'd like the council to take a look at how those projects fit in with other projects that have been established. It seems like much of Oregon has now been targeted for more and more projects, whether they are wind turbines, transmission lines, solar farms, or a combination. I understand that we need to have energy, I am, however, very alarmed at how fast our beautiful state is being covered by projects. People came west 170 years ago for opportunity and land. That land is rapidly being taken out of farmers' hands and covered up. The process seems willy-nilly sometimes. I love Eastern Oregon and the wide spaces. This is my backyard, so to speak. It is becoming impossible to look in any direction without seeing some kind of development. I believe productive farmland is sacred and needs to be kept in production. Farmers should not have to fight tooth and nail to keep their land, growing crops and raising animals for our food. I don't believe every ridge needs to be covered by some kind of project. My request is that when a new project is proposed, that the big picture is examined. Look at how it'll affect the land use that is already in place. Some farmland has become so industrialized that it can never be used for farming again. Instead of looking at projects as individual entities, pull back to see how the whole region is being affected. Leave some space uncovered for the people, the animals, and the birds. Also, stay on top of the latest research. Does the entire cost of windmills or solar panels, including fabrication, transportation, installation, upkeep, and replacement, justify the energy that's being produced? Is there something better out there that needs to be developed that would cost less to manufacture and perhaps produce more at less cost to the land? Thank you for your consideration. I do want to say, after listening to last night's public comment about the solar farm that's coming online, that, I mean, I understand that there are some places where perhaps it's not going to be as impactful to the farming, and that most of the people were very much for it. And it's a way for some ranchers and farmers to keep the land in their families, because it is hard to make a living as a farmer. I totally get that. I come from a ranching background myself, and I became a teacher because I didn't want to be a farmer. However, I think land is important. I mean, they don't make new land, right? Once it's been permanently altered, it's hard to go back to the way that it was before. So I just want to say I'm not against the Sunstone in particular. I was very impressed at the developer and how they seem to have reached out to Morrow County and done a lot of work. And there was a lot of cooperation between all of the landowners that are involved. So I think that's the kind of cooperation that needs to happen on a lot of projects that are forthcoming. Not related to this comment is, I see a lot of people when they're trying to comment on specificity, referencing the OARs. How do I find that? So if I have a comment that I want to make, I know where to find it and what OAR pertains to that topic. So how do I find that? That's what I thought.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. So yeah, anytime that we issue a notice and there's an opportunity to comment, we make that kind of reference in the notice about, what sort of what's being evaluated, sort of what are the parameters of commenting. But if that's not clear enough, then there is always a link or a phone number to the lead siting analyst who's doing the work. The purpose of that is to make sure that people have the opportunity to contact us. So if it is confusing, if you're looking for, if there's a particular issue or concern, how do you look at it? Where do you look at that information? How, do you sort of best try to make that comment so it has value to us in terms of our review and being able to respond to it? That's at the time of those notices, just contact us. That's part of what we're here for, is to make that process work for the public as well.
So there's not a place where I can go that lists all of the particular OARs and I can say, oh, this is going to affect this particular problem or concern that I have?
We have that information on our website. We have a public guide. We have all of our administrative rules. We have all of our standards. We have documents which try to connect the dots between those. And the notice describes it. So yes, all of that information is on our website, but if it's not as clear as we hope it is, that's where it would be good to contact us and we can kind of help navigate that.
Okay.
So yeah, we spend a lot of time trying to get that information, make it available for exactly the reasons that you're asking. That being said is, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And if it isn't, that's what we're here to.
So if I have a particular question, do I go to you guys first or do I go to that particular site, certificate, whatever
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
called?
so you look at the notice would say, hey, we're reviewing whether it's the notice of intent or the draft proposed order. And, there is a table of contents for both of them, which will indicate which are the standards, which are the issues that are being evaluated. So I mean, these are fairly long documents and you may or may not be interested in all of it, but if you're interested in a particular item, table of contents will basically tell you where to go within that document to look at that. So if it's our, say, draft proposed order, which is a recommendation, we would have that standard would then evaluate what did the applicant submit, what's our analysis, what's our conclusion. It would also make reference to the exhibit that was submitted by the applicant. All of that information is available online. So that would be the sort of the content. But again, we have public guide, we have all kinds of handouts that are available on our website, which get into what are the standards, what are the rules, what are the statutes, and how they apply.
Okay, this is a lot to go over.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Grail?
Hi. First of all, Ms. Miller, thank you for coming back because you were here all day with us yesterday. And Todd or Patrick will tell me if I'm out of line for this comment, but I would ask that you send your letter or something there like it to the state, Representative Smith or whomever else, because I think one of the challenges we often have is we have all of our rules that we're supposed to follow. And I don't know that yesterday a comment was made about expression and the like, but I don't know that we always get to look at everything in the way I can individually, but it's very specific and narrow for what our responsibilities are. And I think that type of what you stated for more legislators to understand that big picture, yes, we understand what we're trying to accomplish as a state, but it would be helpful if they heard it differently from directly from their constituents.
Good idea. Thank you.
Councilor Devlin?
Wow.
I appreciate the comments from the secretary. I think everything he advises is right. I just was thinking about it from the perspective of a citizen that goes to Google and looks up Oregon administrative rules. Very much good luck to you. Because I can't remember, Oregon statutes, I believe, now make up about 21 volumes, about 1 inch to 1.25 inches thick. Every agency has probably administrative rules that relate to those. Not every statute results in a rule, but every agency the state has administrative rules. So it's best to go directly to the agency and not try to look anything up on Google under Oregon administrative rules.
Okay.
It will be mind-boggling if you can even get to that area.
Officer 345.
Yeah.
Just so you know, the citing rules are in OAR 34, chapter 345.
Okay. 345. So everything starts with 345.
For citing. The Department of Energy also has rules in chapter 330, but they don't apply to citing. They apply to other aspects of the agency.
Okay.
Vice
Hopefully,
Chair Condon?
taking enough notes.
So thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. One, thank you for being here. And again, after all day yesterday. Two, I think those of us around the table can empathize with your struggle finding documentation. I think we've all been through it, so certainly understand it. But I have a question about your comment today, and I just want to make sure I understand it. I think in the comment you had referred to land being taken from landowners. And can you?
Well, I know, just referring to B2H, I know I can't reply specifically, but I know that there are some farmers whose land is going to be directly impacted and it's going to affect their farmers. But it's not just B2H. There's some projects I think that are going in southeastern Oregon where projects are going through farming land or ranching land that's going to affect directly that farmer's income. And I don't know that the offsets of like, we're going to put a pipeline through your ground, so we're going to pay you some money for it, is always the best solution. I mean, sometimes it can be a short solution, like we're going to take use of your land forever, but we're going to only pay you for this amount of time. I mean, I don't know how all of it works, but I just feel like we have a limited amount of land that can produce food. And as we have an increase in population and we're taking land out of food production, that is going to cause a critical problem in the future. And food prices are already going up, and that's going to cause hardships on everybody. And that's my big, like, overall concern for not just our state, but for, everywhere. But specifically for our state, because that's where I live.
Yeah, and I asked the question because in many of the projects, not everybody agrees, certainly. But the landowners are very much involved. But one of the things I know that I struggle with is that we don't have information about the contracts with the landowners themselves. But as you heard yesterday, many landowners support projects.
Right.
And so, yeah, the word taken, I just.
Right, yeah, I understand. Or used, maybe I should have said better.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
I mean, I just typed this up yesterday and I was just trying to, get ideas out and.
Understood. I just wanted to flesh that out to make sure that we understand this,
Right.
how it was used. So,
Well, and I think it depends on the project. I mean, I think
Sure.
some people are very opposed to some projects being on their property or transmission lines crossing their property. And so they do feel that their land is being taken. And other projects are like the one we heard about last night where everybody's cooperating and things, people are much more communicative with each other. I have a problem when projects pit people against each other, like we're going to have a contract and you can't share in your contract what's going on. This farmer can't talk with this farmer because it's a private contract and you have to not disclose what we've discussed with you because we have a separate one with this entity over here. I don't think that's right. I think it should be open to public knowledge. If they're going to go across several landowners' properties, then it should be out in the open who's getting how much money for what the project is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your testimony.
And then who do I present this to? Okay. Thank you very much.
We have Ms. Mabbitt up next. And our time limit's 7 minutes.
Good morning. I won't take that long. So good to see you. Thank you again for coming to Hermiston and for the opportunity to provide some input at a local level. So we really appreciate that. I wanted to follow up today with just a couple of comments, not in the context of the project that you heard comments about last night, but generally, I would just underscore the observations that you made earlier about compliance. It's a huge challenge. And as I noted last night, Morrow County planning staff and our weed coordinator have a really great relationship with your staff, but they have a huge undertaking. And in particular with weeds, I wish our weed manager was here because he knows weeds, and weeds are sort of annoying, but if you're in farm country, it can completely destroy a crop, right? And the challenge is to try to get enough funding so that we can have boots on the ground to monitor. So our weed coordinator would tell you that if you miss the window to spray, you might be playing catch up for 10 years. And so even though we have this nice reimbursement program where we can say, oh, our weed guy went out for 2 hours, he's one guy. He doesn't have the manpower. And again, I mentioned last night that staff, and you agreed, didn't see that it was appropriate to ask a previous applicant to provide funding for weed compliance. I think that should be back on the table. I'm not exactly sure where it would fit in your administrative rules. We have found a workaround through the tax abatement program. In my experience as a planner, compliance with conditions should be self-contained within your site certificate or a land use permit. Anyway, again, we're all putting our best foot forward to really make that work. I do want to note the water violation is interesting, and I'm glad you all took note about it. I actually got a call, I think last week, from our local water master who said, They just happened to be out on site looking at a new well that's an exempt well for livestock watering. And the water master out of Pendleton, I know Councilor Byer knows how this process works, was out to inspect the well, or the well inspector was out there and he said, "This is a livestock well. Do you know anything about it?" So they went out and there were trucks and trucks lined up. They'd been using it for weeks for this project. So they sent the violation notice to the contractor and to the landowner. He contacted me and I said, well, yeah, there's conditions in their site certificate. So I helped them connect the dots. The point of sharing this is, it wasn't because the county or the state was out there doing compliance. We just sort of caught them and it was kind of by accident. And that's a pretty big deal when you heard a lot of compelling testimony last night about the value, and some of these farmers are more than happy to lease their land or sell their land because they don't have water rights. So harvesting a crop when you get 6 to 10 inches of rain a year is, and you cannot supplement with irrigation water. That's a large reason why some of these farmers are out there. They're also willing to sell or transfer their water right, which is primarily paper. But that's a pretty important condition to comply with. So the last piece also complements what was just said. I hear concerns from landowners. They can't come and talk to you, complain, because they have these NDA agreements with their lease agreement. So if they have concerns about compliance, they have no recourse other than to go to their own lawyer and to come back recourse with a lease agreement. So in addition to the public, and I really appreciate, I'm a professional land use planner, we do the work for the people, for better or for worse. You're also protecting those leaseholders because, again, they have to kind of keep quiet about the whole thing. That was my main point. I just want to memorialize the fact that in Morrow County, we have a lot of renewables. And the next person online, if it's okay, is Stephen Resix. And we submitted a paper for him to present. And Stephen, if that's okay, and I'll defer to his 7 minutes, but I just wanted to take an opportunity to show you some really nice mapping work that Stephen's done about renewable energy projects in Morrow County. He works really closely with our weed supervisor to monitor and track the projects. So I would defer any questions or comments, and then we can pull up Stephen if that works. Does that work?
Any questions? Vice Chair Condon?
I do have a question, but did you want to defer?
We can start the 7 minutes over, but I don't think Stephen will take that long. So
go ahead. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood a comment that you just made about we're protecting the leaseholders. What do you think that means? I mean, and my discomfort with that statement is we don't know what the landowners have agreed to. And I guess my thought is they're protected. I mean, they have worked protections into their contract. And I don't even know how we would approach that. So yeah, just
sure, I'll just respond. And I fully respect that contract is a proprietary document. We don't see it, you don't see it. My point is they, as well as the general public, are relying on the siting council to do a full vetting of the project. So they sign away essentially their rights, and you stand back and the council does the permitting. They can't even participate in the local land use process once that contract is released. So if they have concerns about water use or road use or traffic control, erosion, they've pre-negotiated those lease agreements, but they usually follow your process. You saw last night, lots of folks did.
Mm-hmm.
So just that it upholds the value of your work on behalf of those leaseholders as well as the general public. And I'm not suggesting that those leaseholders aren't sophisticated and had legal representation. And I think the general public and the community of farmers who are involved, they're getting smarter, just like we get smarter every time we issue a permit for a new project. But sometimes they don't catch it. And sometimes the farmers don't spend money to have legal representation to sign a lease agreement. But they do very much care about fire abatement, for example. I know Commissioner Imes has, Counselor Imes has mentioned fire abatement many times. Does that make more sense?
Yes, it certainly explains, it explains the statement. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Counselor Hines?
It's not perfect, yeah.
But so my comment is about compliance, and it's my understanding that even though a landowner, it might be in a lease agreement with a developer, they can still use our compliance program to, if they've identified an issue, they could reach out to the department to report a compliance issue? Or is it not? Are they not able to do that because of their lease agreement? I guess I would like some clarification, like from the
Todd and I are
department.
looking at each other. I don't know. We don't know what that lease agreement says. I saw one 15 or 20 years ago on a lease in Umatilla County. They're not allowed to participate in this process.
But as a landowner, like you pointed out, they're still, relying on this council to go through the proper, vetting and all that. And so I would think that if a landowner sees an issue, like let's just say, the water issue, and they see something happening that doesn't look right, can't they contact the department and ask like, hey, is this what's going on?
So for the record, from our side, there's no prohibition on that. Absolutely, they can.
Right.
That's not an issue. I think the point is, do they have a non-disclosure agreement or element built into their contract which precludes them legally from doing that? I think that's the point. And I think many of them probably do. And so they would be in breach of their contract or their lease agreement with the developer if they communicated with us about something. I think that's really the kind of question or issue here. But I think it goes back to, and again, what the next agenda item is, having a thorough, robust compliance program to ensure that things are being dealt with at the right time, with the conditions to make sure that issues are not occurring, and that they don't need to be in this difficult situation where maybe they want to provide something to us, but they can't, and they're worried about it. If we have our process working the way it should, we will be, vetting and making sure that all of those conditions of approval are being met and then the facility is being constructed and operated consistent. And if we're doing that, that is our job. That is our responsibility. There's nothing really outside of that we have the authority on. So how that information comes to us, we want to be told. We're not out there all the time. If some issue is occurring, we very much appreciate hearing about it. But I think this is a little bit of a conundrum for landowners who have lease agreements who are legally precluded from providing that information to us.
Okay, I understood.
Can I just offer, I don't know how vast that experience is, but I've heard from some landowners directly, and I'm not suggesting that, bad developers are bad, but because they're not. I mean, and the county, all Eastern Oregon has welcomed the diversification of the economy. This is just one of those pieces that I think we need to tidy up a little bit. So just underscoring the importance of your work, both the general public and those landowners.
Okay, thank you, Mrs.
You can call
Mabott.
me
And,
Mrs. That's okay.
Counselor Devlin.
I just wanted to comment generally about this in terms of, obviously, I think you've indicated both. There may be things that in their contract that the developer doesn't want them to disclose. The party that is leasing the land may not want issues disclosed to the general public.
For sure.
It all goes to a sort of basic thing. And I know sometimes the legal community is not held in high regard sitting here next to council. But I've been dealing with a totally separate issue, still governmental issue for the last month, trying to convince somebody to get counsel. Because they're actually losing every week that goes by if they don't have counsel in terms of being able to get any sort of redress. I mean, it's sort of the basic thing. If you're signing a long-term contract, not to have counsel is, really bad. I mean, I would hope that most of these agreements would hold the party that is leasing the land, that they're held harmless by anything that comes back on the developer in terms of penalties or lawsuits, et cetera, on the land. But I don't know that. I haven't seen the contracts, but I think that if they had an attorney, they would want at least some things in there. But it's sort of one of the basic things that it might be better if the legal community was held in more high regard, but.
Okay, I'm going to move us on. Nancy, can you connect us with the person on the phone?
So the next person, I'll go ahead for sake of time. You're hardworking. Stephen Resix is our GIS analyst for Morrow County, and that's who she is connecting with.
Okay.
So Stephen's going to showcase some GIS map work and a story map that he's made that we find useful. We just thought it might be fun for you to see a little bit of that real quick.
Yeah, so can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Good
we
morning.
can.
Good morning, council, and everybody in attendance. My name is Stephen Resix. For the record, the last name is Wrecksics. And let me share my screen here. Hopefully. Can you see the screen?
We can see it.
Okay, great. So what we have here is the it's in draft form, so let's not beat me up too much here. This is the Morrow County Energy Explorer dashboard. It's a data dashboard. The reason why we created this, or the reason why I wanted to create this, was within Morrow County, there's 41 renewable energy projects that have either in some stage of development or approval, either operating within land use approval or pending land use approval. So when you first come to the dashboard, there's going to be a splash screen here, just basically showing you that, letting the user know that it's for graphical purposes only. It doesn't represent any legal surveys, and they have to.
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah.
This is Tamara. Can you remove the piece in the middle? And
Yeah,
because it's hard to. Oh, perfect. There you go. Thank you.
So what this is it's a data dashboard. It's fully interactive. It's going to capture local and FSEC permits for renewable energy projects in Morrow County. For development purposes right now, I only have 14 projects on here, but it's just a graphical representation. We've got landowners that come in. We've got other departments within the county that come in, and they ask and they inquire about these energy projects. And sometimes it's difficult to display that in some sort of graphical, a way that's easy to digest in a graphical sense. So what you have here is 3 pie charts that are fully interactive. You can click on them and they will filter down information. So if somebody wanted to know all of the FSEC permits for renewable energy projects in Morrow County, they can click on this bottom right pie chart here, and it'll whittle them down. It filters everything out on the map as an FSEC project. You can unclick that, and then you can click the county, and it'll bring up the county projects, wind and solar. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, there's the total megawatts of all the projects that are currently selected and the total acreage, the footprint of those projects. You can come over here to this pie chart and you can select, you hover over it, it tells you the name of the project, and you can select on the pie chart multiple projects, and it'll give you the total of the megawatts and the acreage as well. Uncheck mark those. On the left-hand side, there's going to be a complete list of all the projects within Morrow County. So if you know the name of your project, you can click on that project and it'll take you straight to it. On the map, there's a pop-up that's going to generate. You click on that project, it's going to give you the project name, the project type, the owner, project size, the capacity, and if it's an FSEC project, it'll give you the status of the FSEC project. And I don't have it fleshed out yet, but I'm going to provide a link to the FSEC website for your for any site certificate or application information. There's also a pie chart. There's a tab on the left here for megawatt capacity. So it breaks it down in kind of a visual way to understand the different sizes of the projects within Morrow County. And then I also have transmission projects mapped out. Again, it's not fully fleshed out. We've got several other projects in Morrow County, but just for demonstration purposes, you know, you can click on Morrow County Umatilla Connect. And again, it'll be fully interactive. You can click on it. It'll give you all the information and send you to the FSEC website if it's an FSEC project. The one that everybody loves, Lightspeed. This is a local project within Morrow County. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Any questions from council?
Chair, if I might, I just want to draw to your attention that total acreage. That's a big footprint in Morrow County. And again, it's a yin and yang, right? It's a wonderful economic development opportunity. As a land use planner, the solar projects on the book will comprise 17% of our total dryland wheat crop in the county. It's just something to think about. As land use planners, we're trained to protect farm ground and forest land, and that's just an anecdote to share with you. It's hard work. I forgot to mention for the record, my name's Tamara Mabbitt, Morrow County Planning Director. So thank you all for your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, I just want to point out my compliments. This is an excellent tool. Excellent job.
Thank you. Yeah. Did you hear that, Stephen?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Additionally, I'm going to have wind turbine locations on here as well for people to visualize.
Yeah, it's good.
Mr. Essex, thank you very much for your explanation.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Did he?
Councilor Devlin.
Yeah, thank you. Wanted to thank you for the presentation also. Just to say also that I think there have been some discussions. You know, we are a body created by the legislature and we have to follow the statutes created by the legislature. We're not an independent body that makes decisions about some way that perhaps in the future we might be able to judge cumulative impacts of projects. We've talked about it, but we don't really have any way to measure those cumulative impacts. The other thing I think that is well known here, but I think it still should be said, one of the primary reasons Morrow County is getting a lot of projects, well, wind is understandable because of wind characteristics, but the solar particularly is because of the closure of the former Boardman coal plant and the existence of significant transmission capability in this area.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate those comments. Thank you, Glenn.
Hey, can I just ask a question? Are other counties using something similar? Are you making it available to other counties? Or have you had inquiry?
So
We're always happy. Oh, go ahead, Stephen.
sorry. Yeah. So to answer your question, the dashboard's going to be, it's not live yet. It's not finished, but it will be available on our website for anyone to use. This dashboard itself is focused solely on projects that are in Morrow County. That's why you don't see Shepherd's Flat North wasn't on there, because it's a entirely Gillum County project. I don't want to overstep my boundaries and add other counties' projects in here. If they want that, I would be happy to add that to this dashboard. But to my knowledge, I haven't found a dashboard similar to this for other counties.
And actually, I should have asked the question, have you found other counties? I know people from different counties talk to each other. Have other counties expressed interest? Because I do think people from a county might find ours is pretty robust.
Yeah.
But this is pretty particular. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd be happy to loan Stephen for a minute, but we keep him pretty busy and we're always happy to share, of course, but thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move us on here. Irene Gilbert, you got 7 minutes.
Council, Irene Gilbert. I wanted to make some comment, well, 2310 Adams Avenue. I kind of wanted to tie on to the discussion that's happened so far in terms of cumulative impacts and a couple of statements. The landowners as a group are not experienced in dealing with government agencies, I have found, and the bureaucracy. And if you look at the income of a typical farmer in Oregon, it is not a lot of money. So when you recommend legal counsel for these folks, that's a difficult thing for them to be able to afford, number one. But I've been concerned for some time about the fact that the payments and all of this looks at short-term impacts as opposed to long-term impacts. And I know in one instance, council was looking at the value of forest land over the course of a project. And the lost timber value was $40,000 an acre. I accidentally saw the entire budget for the developer for making payments to landowners, and the entire budget that they were expecting was less than the $40,000 an acre for Union County forest lands over the course of the project. So these contracts are not paying, from what I can tell, they are not paying the landowners anywhere close to what the loss is to them. And when you're talking about projects that go for 50 years or 100 years, these people are going to be long gone, and yet the public is going to be impacted by the changes that are occurring in terms of the use of land. And I wanted the council to really think about, you have the opportunity to go to the legislature and suggest changes that would look at long-term and cumulative impacts. And those cumulative impacts, those are a public issue as well as a private issue for the actual landowners. And one of the things that has concerned me is just the idea that once they extended the use of electricity to looking at a regional basis as opposed to just a local or an Oregon basis, you end up with Oregon being basically the electricity generating state for a number of other states that are surrounding us. And I think a couple of examples would be in Idaho, the legislature actually got involved in the size of a project or the siting of a project in Idaho, and they had a bill that basically addressed that project, saying, no, you can't do this and you can't get a bunch of extra money if you build this project. So they basically, the legislature put the stops on that project in Idaho. In Washington State, they reduced the size of a project by half, a huge project that was going to go on in Washington State. So you have these surrounding states who have renewable energy requirements, and Oregon is providing their renewable energy. We send the energy, we send the benefits of that energy, as well as the renewable energy credits to other states where Oregon residents are paying for that, not only in terms of the value of those energy credits, but also in the loss of our land. And I just have real concerns when you look at the fact that Oregon has for years been generating more renewable energy than we use. We are a net exporter of energy, and yet we're authorizing all these additional projects that are going to make us to an even greater degree, the group who is paying the price in terms of our resources and our people. Oftentimes, they're not willingly participating in some of these projects, and yet we're sacrificing their land and the value of their land to the people of this state for sometimes 100 years to generate renewable energy for Idaho and for Washington and for California and all of these areas around here. So I think that there's a real risk that Oregon will become nothing but a big wind and solar farm with transmission lines scattered all through our state and no room left to create food or to grow trees or to recreate in this state. So I would really encourage the council to think about going to the legislature this next session and supporting a bill that would require the look at cumulative impacts and how much energy is actually being used in Oregon compared to how much energy we are generating. That's one thing. The one other comment that I would like to make is, I know you folks don't respond to these questions and comments that are made. I think that the council should respond. When a comment is made and the public is asking for a response, the council should at least recognize that the question was raised and that a response, whatever the response is, should be provided in your minutes. And I know that, what else was I going to say? I guess those are the most important issues that I wanted to sort of add to what's been discussed so far. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Vice Chair Condon, for the record, just a quick question for you. I know you're quite involved in projects in a number of areas, and I'm just curious if you know of any local efforts to go to the legislature by other organizations or people who are organizing around the cumulative impact to this area specifically?
Right. I am not aware of that occurring. I know that my understanding is the statutes really defer to FSAC as a body that is supposed to be making recommendations for legislative changes that would support your actions. And I think the council tends to say, well, we don't have any authority or control over that. Really, you have the opportunity to have authority and control by the legislature and also by your rules. Your rules could include some information or some requirements about cumulative impacts.
My experience with the legislature is that they are quite ready to receive local people. And it just seems like that would be a very effective approach.
It would be, yes.
Thank you.
Our organization has been pretty busy just responding to your decisions.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Is there anyone else in the room to provide comment? And I don't believe there is. Is there anyone on the phone or webinar, Nancy, that wishes to provide public comment?
Thank you, Chair Grill. Excuse me, Chair Howe. There are no hands raised at this time. Let me go ahead and pull up. All right, let's just remind everybody how to make a comment if you're online. So if you are on the webinar, at the bottom of the main windows is a set of icons. Click on the participant, and at the bottom of that window is a hand icon. Click on that hand to raise your hand, and when you're finished commenting, you can click it again to lower your hand. If you are on the phone, press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand, and press *3 again to lower your hand when you have completed your comments. I do not see, oh, wait, I have a couple hands now. Let's see, I've got Alex, Joe. I'm going to go ahead and unmute your mic.
Thank you. I'm so glad
Mr.
that you
Joe.
did that.
Perfect. You are ready to go.
Thanks so much. I'm Alex Joe, address 2390 Fruit Ridge Road. That's Fruit and Ridge, one word, Suite 368, Sacramento, California. I am a landowner in Christmas Valley, and I've attended some meetings with Secretary Cornett leading related to the Obsidian Solar Center some years ago. I'm paying attention to the last 2 days, and I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate hearing the presentation by Sunstone. As one of your participants has already suggested, there was a lot of learning taking place in that presentation yesterday. I have comments related to the issue with the use of water and excessive use of water. When I looked at the chart, I'd say excessive again. But I wanted to lead by suggesting that, you know, I'm a former teacher and former military signal master sergeant. I retired 20 years and about 30 years in the classroom. And the classroom teacher in the audience had mentioned the need to address the council. And I just want to suggest that when I look at the agenda, there are ways to address the council. If you have some ideas on future council agenda items. And then I wanted to turn to the other matter about restoration of land after a period of time of use by a facility that's been permitted by FSEC, which would suggest that we can return land to farm state after a period of time. And I think, you know, with amendments and other opportunities to restore its richness, we can return to farmland, as most of what's being converted is because of water rights, etc. I also wanted to suggest that the need that we are seeing for the projects that are being permitted is coming from the AI, the climate change remedies, the data centers that are being produced to help support the different changes in our communication systems and the way that we in America, across the world, are attending to the need for more sophisticated systems. So a lot of energy is being used, and grids across the country are being strained in a lot of places because of the increase in electricity drawn by these different systems. Note too that we're going to need to create more electric opportunities for the charging stations that are part of electric vehicle use in response to the ICE, the internal combustion engine, and the pollutants that have been crowding the air. We're working and solving that problem, but it's still going to take more electricity to be able to create charging stations that will promote the opportunity for more vehicles to be sold. Okay, so that's one thing. I think that I often had this desire to, during teacher shortages, to ask our legislature here in California to support, or the state government has thousands of people who are qualified to be substitute teachers, for example, and could come and reduce the teacher shortage that exists. I shift from that to say to you, FSEC, whether or not it's possible in the cases of this water overuse example and others that Secretary Cornett had listed in the violations, that there may be possibilities, and you take this as you need to ask the legislature in Oregon for special assistance to enable some of the personnel in state government, or at least propose some form of a response that might allow some of these very highly qualified individuals to come on board and to support that effort of doing more monitoring in the field and in response to the potential for some of these contractors or landowners to make little deals that may or may not be advantageous to the permit that's been let, but would support cost saving somehow. It might cost too much to drill a well and solve your water problems right there, but you can contract with someone who has a well and draw water, which might be in violation to the water rights that the person has and can use for farming purposes that wind up being used in a construction project. So if the legislature would agree to support the needs of FSEC to do more monitoring, even on a short-term basis, to allow individuals to come out of their government jobs, be trained, vetted. What is the next step? To be live scanned, make sure that you have a trusted team, and put people out there to monitor on a short-term basis, or at least go and do an assessment of the different projects that you are allowing to exist within the permitted areas throughout the state of Oregon. So I offer that as a suggestion, and I know that our agenda suggests that this might be in writing, but I just offer it now and comment, because I think it would help you to deal with the challenge of having projects that we don't even know about to this date that may be a problem. And if I can finally state, the thing that is most important is just to make sure that FSEC's reputation doesn't get marred by the existence of more and more of these violations, which could go viral in the marketplace, and your permitting might say one thing, but the people, the contractors, the folks, the farmers might be doing something entirely different. That ends my comments. Thank you. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Joe, for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on phone or webinar?
Yes, we have Wendy King. Wendy, I've unmuted your mic. You are ready for your comments.
Thank you. My name is Wendy King. My address is 1337 Southwest Pumice Avenue, Redmond, Oregon. I have a couple of questions. One of which is, who writes these standards? And where is the justification for making a new standard? And specifically, I wanted to ask about the cumulative standard for the wind project. It seems that there is a standard, cumulative standard, and as I experienced with the Ridge RFA1, Wheat Ridge East, that is, but I'm trying to speak in general terms, that Council Member Katie Imes confessed that she really didn't know what to do with this standard. So my question to you is there any training involved when you bring a new standard in? Number one, who writes the standard?
Hold on a minute here, Ms. King. We're having a technical difficulty inside, so hold on just a minute.
Okay, Wendy, can you go ahead and speak? Let me see if that comes through my speakers.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test.
Awesome, thank you.
So where do I begin? Did you hear anything that I said before, or?
Yeah, we did. You can continue now. We can hear you.
Okay. Number one, who writes these standards? And then number two, is there any training involved in helping the council members understand how to apply the standards? Once again, I need to reiterate that it's probably to look at the legislation making a cumulative standard for a location involving multiple projects, because they're all being looked at in isolation of each other. And then I just want to reiterate that the water violation is extremely concerning to me. My family has farm area in the Morrow County area. And if it's a critical groundwater area, there's likelihood that people that are at lower elevation will have their irrigation affected. And it's not just one person using up a bunch of water. Yeah, it impacts multiple people in a community. And I don't know that the folks council understand that, but if you had a water master come in and give a presentation on how one overuse can affect many people, you'd be quite interested to see how that impacts these agriculture areas.
Any questions from council?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. King. Nancy, is that it?
No, next we have Sam Myers. Mr. Myers, I have unmuted your mic. You are ready to comment.
Hello. Yeah, it's Sam Myers. Live at 68453 Electric Road. Right. So today I am. Are we okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. I am very, very concerned about the cumulative impacts. I'm facing upwards of 20 times the traffic for the Wheat Ridge project personally. And I know this, I don't think this traffic implication was ever completely vetted by the ODOE or explained or anything like that. But the roads that these workers and trucks are traveling on are not really meant for this kind of heavy traffic. The water issue is been mentioned several times, is an abject failure of the ODOE to follow through with this requirement to be have the water appropriated correctly. I'm completely surprised. I have a well that's in a critical groundwater area, and it's disturbing to me that this water is being used the way it is. I see on a daily basis the number of water trucks driving around. Evidently, Wheat Ridge is making their own concrete, and I see the quantity, and this is disturbing. I call the ODOE as a failure of a company, as an agency, to adequately manage this and oversee it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can continue.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I am concerned that the council is not receiving the correct information that it needs to make adequate judgments. The cumulative impacts, again, is part of that. The emergency management in general, I see Maui County, I believe the emergency management people quoted the likelihood of a fire in that area as highly unlikely. And now the term highly unlikely is associated with hundreds of deaths and thousands of burned acres and business literally destroying the community. I believe that through 100 small independent decisions, the council has set in motion a catastrophic fire that will be very similar to this area because they haven't seen the data correctly. And Idaho Power itself has used the term highly unlikely in a number of ways, which actually is, it completely dismisses characteristics that happen that are set up in this area for fires from all these projects, frankly. So it is disturbing that critical information and for fires has not been adequately analyzed in these projects, and that the fire mitigation plans are not consistent with one another. That is extremely disturbing to me. And anytime a project has been okayed as far as fire impacts by using the term highly unlikely is unacceptable. And the ODOE has failed to promote an enhanced level of reliability in several ways on these projects, and I'm completely disappointed. And then with P2H poised to start construction, when that fire comes, which it will, there's going to be some culpability on the part of the ODOE. And frankly, on the council for not adequately understanding the risks that are coming upon this area. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Is there anyone else for public comment?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Thanks to all who provided comment this morning. The next item is the compliance program update. It's an information item. Dwayne Kilsdonk and Ash Woods, the compliance officers, as well as Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor, are going to give us an update on the compliance program activities. You guys have the floor.
And she on the slides because it goes in. So it has to attach.
You want me to share now?
So you need to.
I was going to say message.
Well, I'll start and then kick it over to you.
Okay.
It's like the first slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell them.
I got you. We're just getting our slides shown on the screen. If you need to stand up and stretch, please do.
That's your.
Okay. You got to put it in.
If you can do it, you can be this very. Now, look.
There we go. So going to share or stop. Stop sharing and then go back into the okay, that shared. And until is it the screen options? And you press this one before. Now, we'll actually go with, if you want it, to be able to go in and out of the presentation, you can try that one. I think that that's the one. And here that shows. Yeah, and then do the full presentation one. Sharing on my side. Do.
For the record, this is Kellen Tardy, whether I'm helping Nancy Nash, just with some technical, presentation stuff for the meeting. So just for those of you listening, just bear with us for a second while we try to get this up and going. Signing. Sharon, but somehow I went to presentation. On that.
Welcome to.
Do you think it has anything? I am not.
So just stop sharing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Apologies for the delay, everyone, but good morning, Chair Howe, Vice Chair Condon, and members of the council. I'm Sarah Esterson. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at the Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division. And this is our annual presentation to council on the current status and outcomes and goals of the Siting Division's compliance program. The resources that contribute to the compliance program are growing and evolving, as you've seen today. But at present, the compliance program is first and foremost comprised of two phenomenal individuals, our compliance officers, Dwayne Kilsdonk and Ash Woods. And then within the siting division, the compliance program is also supported by myself, Todd Cornett, and Amrit, I'm blanking on her last name. Amrit Kaur. And outside of the siting division, the compliance program is supported by a third-party environmental consultant, Haley and Aldrich, where there are 8 individuals that help us on a task level based on their subject matter expertise. Okay, thank you. So true to our nature, we wanted to start this presentation with our regulatory foundation, which is established in statute. On your screen, you'll see 2 statutes, ORS 469310 and 469430. So 310 provides broad authority to FSEC and ODO to establish a system that monitors and regulates energy facilities. And then 469430 establishes our authority to conduct site inspections and to request documentation that allows us to evaluate compliance. Next slide, please. So in the compliance program, the Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division regulates the terms and conditions of site certificates. We've talked about this before, but site certificates can include upwards of 100 conditions and have anywhere between 2 and 10 on average detailed mitigation plans. And of that, about 25 to 50% of the conditions and mitigation plans require detailed monitoring and reporting by the certificate holder to the department. And then it's our responsibility to evaluate and review that information and determine if it in fact demonstrates compliance or whether it demonstrates an environmental issue at the site. So the way that we evaluate terms and conditions of site certificates is established in rule. So it starts in Division 26, where certificate holders are required to develop compliance plans that show how they're going to comply with conditions at pre-construction, at construction, and operation. Division 26 also requires certificate holders to report semi-annually during construction on the outcome of that compliance plan. And by the way, when I say compliance plan, it's really the site certificate in Excel format with detailed narrative, and it could go beyond that into monitoring forms. So back to Division 6, semi-annual reporting obligation for certificate holders during construction and annual reporting during operation. And then we also conduct inspections, both virtually for facilities that are more static and have lesser issues, and then in person for our priority facilities, which are definitely in those that are in construction and those that are within their first 7 years of operation. We also evaluate incidents, which are and issues of noncompliance When we have issues of non-compliance or incidents, we're also often working with local and state agencies to determine the appropriate resolution. We also work with our DOJ counsel and the certificate holder. Okay, and now I'm going to hand it over to Dwayne.
Greetings, council, Chair Byer. Chair Byer. For the record, I'm Dwayne Kilsdonk, Oregon Department of Energy Compliance Officer. And can you hear me better? Maybe I'll just hold it. Maybe that might be. So for the record, I'm Dwayne Kilsdonk, Oregon Department of Energy, the Compliance Officer. So here's what today is what I'm going to present is a few of the compliance parts of the compliance program and kind of get you a little bit more familiar with our projects. So this slide represents the types of facilities we have that have site certificates. So, you can kind of read the slide as well. We got 12 operating wind facilities, 2 operating solar, and the list goes on. Ethanol production, we just have 1 of those, 2 research reactors, a steam generator that's in Springfield utility, paper mill. And then we have a combo of like battery storage and solar. So we have in construction, we have one wind facility in construction. We have 2 solars, and then approved but not started construction. We got 4 solar, 1 transmission line, and looks like 2 combinations of probably battery and solar. Next slide. So we decided, usually in the past years, I've kind of pulled up a map and kind of, showed everybody specifically on the map where these facilities are. But this year we decided just kind of go by, the state of Oregon and the parts of state of Oregon. So this first slide starts out with the northwestern part of Oregon. So it shows how many projects we have. These are all projects with site certificates now on this that we're speaking of. Like, Benton County, that's Oregon State University research reactor. Columbia County, we have 2 projects there, Port Westward 1 and 2. And I can go on the list, but, we can go down to the bottom. Multnomah County, that's where our research reactors are. And then some of this, I'll go up 1 more. Klamath, that one that says Klamath, Marion, Washington. That's a South Mist pipeline. So that's pipelines going through the different counties, underground pipelines. And then we also have, I'll go up to the Columbia and Washington County as well. We have South Mist pipeline as well. So that's why we see 2 to 3 different counties that it crosses, because from the Mist project, the well there from Mist, the gas goes from Mist down into Portland. So it covers quite a few counties and different aspects. So that's northwest. So this is the northeastern part of Oregon. A lot of reasons why we have a lot of facilities in this area is that we have the BPA transmission line, so they have connection. Obviously, it's hot out here, so solar, hot and flat, so solar will work out here very well. And then it's windy. So with all the combinations of all that, it makes this corridor a really good corridor for siting projects. It's just, the matter of finding the space. And I can go through a couple of these too as well, like Gillum County, LJ2A, 2B, Montague Solar, Montague Wind, Gillum, Morrow County, Shepherd's Flat Central, Shepherd's Flat South. Then we have another Shepherd's Flat on a different county too, so it's not just Morrow County. Sherman County, we have Klondike 3, Bigelow, Golden Hills, and then Umatilla, we got Hermiston Gen, Hermiston Power, State Line, facilities like that. And then at Wasco at the bottom, we have Daybreak Solar and Bake Oven Solar in this facility, in this area. Any questions? So this represents the south part of the state of Oregon. Like the Lane County right there is Springfield Utility. That's where I was telling you we have a steam generator in basically a paper mill. And that's all we have is the steam generator and the substation. And then also Lane County, Lane, Douglas, Jackson counties, that's Eugene to Medford. So that's our 500 kV line that's going through the counties. And then we have Klamath County. So we have Klamath Cogen and Klamath Peakers within the Klamath projects. And that's one of the farthest south projects I have to go to is the Klamath cogeneration and generation peakers. So this slide represents the facilities that are actually approved. So they have a site certificate, but they have not started construction yet. We have quite a few that were sitting out. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so, or 7 or so. So we have like Wasco County. We have Summit Ridge Renewable, Jefferson County, Madras Solar, Lake County, Obsidian. Then if you go over on the right-hand side, Morrow, Umatilla, Union, Baker, Malheur counties. That's the Boardman to Hemingway project, which you're all familiar of. And then like Umatilla County, West End Solar, Nolan Hills, just to name a few. And then in Gillum County, we have one Oregon Trail solar facility. For the record, it's Dwayne Kilsdock, and I'm turning it back to Sarah Esterson.
Thank you, Dwayne. Okay, we have a couple of cool diagrams that Amrit has helped us make as we try to explain the scope of the compliance program. So our vision for the scope is that it includes 3 distinct phases or buckets, and they kind of flow with the process. One bucket is pre-construction, one is construction, one is operation. They're all 3 very substantive and difficult and require resources. We plan for these phases every year in terms of scoping out what we believe is going to happen based on constant coordination with Tetra Tech, who really has the monopoly on both permitting and construction monitoring. So they're able to tell us what they know is coming, mostly from a pre-construction construction perspective. We know what facilities are in operation. But we scope out these costs and we are obligated in statute, I believe, we bill them in advance what we believe our compliance costs are going to be. They have to pay it, and then we basically bill up against those fees that we've already accepted into our system. Okay, next slide, please. Yes.
Chair Howe, if I might, this is Councillor Byer. Based on our data to date, have the fees that we have collected in advance come anywhere close to covering our compliance costs? And I know that's a big question, but just some sense of if we're always short or we more than cover or we nail it. Thank you.
And I just had a meeting with Cicely to review this exact question. So take it with a grain of salt because I'm not looking at the spreadsheet and it's pretty detailed. But I would say like 40% spot on, 20% way over because we ran into an issue, a compliance issue that takes a lot of resources to deal with. As I said, we pull in local, state, DOJ, we're working with the certificate holder. We don't forecast non-compliance issues or incidents, right? And we just don't build that in. And then 20% where we were under, and we're, for the most part, that is due to not having enough staff resources to fulfill what we believed needed to be done.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to make sure that it's clear, the compliance program, like the application process, is fee per service. So, we estimate what we think the costs are going to be. We bill those in advance. If we don't spend that much money, we reimburse them or roll it over to the next year. If it costs more, we bill them for that. So it's not a matter of, are we, charging them more and then keeping the money, or charging them less and then have a shortfall. It all washes out in the end. So whatever work accrues either by us or by our reviewing agencies who are helping us to determine compliance, that's what they pay for.
Right.
We do our best to try to forecast that, but there are a lot of variables that can change.
So thank you for that clarification. My biggest concern was the shortfall. So thank you.
Just Chair Howe?
Yeah, Vice Chair Condon.
Just given what we've heard earlier, would you ever consider in the upfront payment for an applicant that has had compliance issues in the past with previous projects, is calculating that, coming up with a formula to calculate from the previous projects an additional component for compliance issues? I don't know if it sounds like compliance has never been considered in the upfront, so.
Well, I think the closest to a yes to that is based on our experience in the last 2 to 3 years in construction. We've realized this is where the resources need to be. And so the budgets are bigger than we've ever had that we're billing them. We're sort of assuming we need a full-time person as well as supplemental half to 3/4 time from Haley Aldrich support.
Okay. And just really quickly, a follow-up from the previous slide. I know we don't have a project that has been retired. There's the coal plant that has been, but that's not, as I understand it, under our jurisdiction. But they're reporting. So would retirement be, when we get there, would retirement be on this graph too, or on this slide too, as a separate component, construction, operations, retirement? Do you see that as part of operations or retirement? Just curious.
Yeah, I guess it's a little difficult to answer since we haven't had that situation, but because you have to go through this formal process to get a retirement plan approved, in order to terminate the site certificate, I'm not sure if it wouldn't be more of like an analyst managing it. I mean, still compliance, but it's just like a whole other permit process.
Okay. Yeah, just wondering how you were.
But yes.
I think from a conceptual standpoint, yeah, it would be another sort of element on that chart, that flow chart. It's just we don't have them right now. All the facilities now are still quite a ways out there.
Right.
So from a theoretical standpoint, yes. From a practical standpoint, no, just because we're not likely to see any for the foreseeable future. But yeah, how would we deal with that? Would it be compliance staff? Would it be siting analyst? Would it be hiring somebody else? That, once we got an actual request or a decommissioning, there would be a lot that would go into evaluating what the resources that would be required for that.
Yeah, it just seems like it's just a completely different piece that we haven't had experience with.
But certainly within compliance.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
So we have, I think, 3 or 4 slides that break down our buckets or phases of the compliance program. So I just wanted to briefly go through them so that you can understand the scope, the tasks and actions that we're doing under each of those phases. So once a site certificate is approved and a certificate holder is ready to move forward, the pre-construction phase begins. And I can't stress enough how critical, substantive, difficult, important the pre-construction step is. It's incredibly challenging, oftentimes because there's new people involved, not necessarily those that have been involved in the 5-year permitting process to get there. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Conditions are looked at very closely and we run into issues. They're confusing, they're not clear, or they're overly rigid.
yet you're locked in. They must comply in order to move forward. It's difficult. And then, of course, the timeline is constrained because they're ready to move forward. So this is the step where final survey information is coming in, final design information is coming in, multiple different types of permits are coming in. And then final mitigation is being squared away. And so that takes a lot of brain power and resources. It typically takes, it's an average of 6 months. So, and, you know, Tetra Tech and the certificate holders, they understand that. They let us know, we prepare for it. One of the process improvements that we've made actually is that any project that you just saw on the approved but not yet constructed, we already have a work order contract in place for Haley and Aldrich to help us, because it's not dissimilar to contested case rate. It's infrequent. So we don't have someone just sitting here ready to take it, but we need to. So Haley Aldrich, we have a contract in place. They can help us as we get more people. I mean, we're prioritizing Ash to help with that phase because it's so huge. So that's the fun of pre-construction. And I don't think I mentioned it, but many of the site certificate conditions that are requiring finalization of mitigation require coordination with state and local agencies. So that's a big piece of a time frame. ODFW, counties, SHPO, depends on the resource. But we are coordinating all the time. Okay, so that's one arm of the compliance program or phase bucket. Next phase bucket is construction. So once a certificate holder obtains the approval from the Department of Energy siting staff that it has satisfied the pre-construction requirements either for the facility or phase, however they're planning to build it, then construction can commence. And like I said earlier, construction compliance at a minimum requires certificate holders to report every 6 months on their compliance with the applicable construction conditions. It's about, you know, so they're reporting on what happened the last 6 months. That is not enough. So we're going way beyond what the rules give us data for. So our process in the last 3 years that we've just adopted and the certificate holders are on board has been that we have monthly virtual check-ins. We're asking about schedule. We're kind of doing a mini audit. We're trying to gather information off cycle of the 6-month reporting about what's going on to inform the frequency and location of inspections. In this current experience in construction for Wheat Ridge East, they've started with weekly phone calls. And so that is actually much better than monthly. And as a result, right, I mean, we're seeing a lot of issues because we're there more. And maybe it's still not enough, but you know, baby steps, maybe, I don't know. And then again, our process for the last 2 years for projects under construction, because we have 28 facilities in operation, is to utilize our third-party consultant, Haley and Aldrich, to help us do inspections. We use erosion specialists and biologists to conduct site inspections based on specific conditions in the site certificate and to give us the feedback in an inspection report format of what they saw, and then we run with it. Dwayne mentioned this. We do have 3 facilities that are under construction, Bake Oven and Daybreak. They're solar facilities in Wasco County. They're going to be done fairly soon by the end of the year, I believe. And then Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility East just started in June. That will continue for through 2025. And then I think you've gotten the sense of it, but a snapshot of what we're doing for construction compliance is that we have a lead ODO representative for Wheat Ridge East. That's Ash, and she is being supported by a Haley and Aldrich staff that's putting in about half to 3/4 time to support. Again, they have weekly check-ins. They're talking about results of environmental monitoring that's being conducted by the certificate holders consultant, their schedule, and any issues they're running into.
We also have an internal directive to coordinate with Morrow County as much as possible, the planning department, the weed department, and public works to identify road issues. Ash runs a monthly meeting with Morrow County weed supervisor and the third-party consultant that we've helped hire to support us and them. That will continue. Okay, and then any questions about what we're doing in construction compliance? Okay. So then moving into our last arm of operations. So operational compliance for certificate holders is established in rule, and it's at a minimum, they have to report annually on the compliance of their site certificate conditions, the applicable operation and maintenance conditions. They're required to report by April 30th of every year. So we then kind of use that time frame a little bit as our launch point. So we get, let's say, 28 annual reports for operating facilities April 30th. We then prioritize those based on those that have been their early operational. We're still in restoration. Those are our priority, plus any facilities that have, you know, kind of a pattern of incidents for the last year or 3 years. Those are our priority. We launch on those annual reports. Those are the inspections we do between May to September. This is a very busy inspection season. And then it starts to ramp down after that. We start to do virtual inspections for facilities that, again, are more static, less issues. They just happen to be the natural gas facilities, where really the most interesting thing is their CO2 reporting, which we get support from an engineer at Haley and Aldrich to help us make sure that's all being done correctly. Okay, and then we had one other slide on operational compliance, just to sum it all up. So we're tracking the compliance. We're tracking compliance issues, resolution of those issues. We track incidents, resolution of those incidents, and are obligated to coordinate with state and local agencies depending on those incidents or those compliance issues. And it's huge. A huge scope.
For the record, I'm Dwayne Kilsdonk, Compliance Officer. So this next slide is kind of this is our inspection summary, so you can see how things are tracking. So far to date, we've done 16 operating inspections. So I've been out to 16 different sites this year, and Ash has joined me on a few. We have 13. So there's we got 16 annual, completed 13, which we have 3 left, sorry. 3 left are Shepherd's Flat, North, South, and Central, and I'm hitting those next week. Ash and I are. So as a team is how we do that. I initiate the operation conditions. I go through all the operations stuff. And then is what we have Ash do, conducting. So she goes in, she does the habitat mitigation areas. She reviews the habitat mitigation area. She reviews the vegetation, noxious weeds, all that kind of stuff. So now we're kind of dividing and conquer. So when I go on site, I do my kind of part for the operational conditions, and then Ash is going to do follow up and do the weeds and all that kind of stuff, like I mentioned before. So virtual inspections, we have 13 on the books. We have not done any yet because these first 13 to 16 inspections, 16 inspections, we try to time during the summer months, right, where we can actually get out to a habitat mitigation area. We can see the grass growing. We can get to areas before the weeds are starting to pop up. We can try to head that off at the pass. So we line up most of our inspections with that within that area. And then once we get done, like once I get done with Shepherd's Flat, North, South, and Central, then we'll move over to the kind of virtual inspections where we just call them up and ask them questions. And sometimes they show us around a little bit with their cell phones and stuff like that. So that's coming up next. I think our first one is Mist. Might be Mist. And then, construction inspections, it depends on the number of facilities that we have that are in construction, but we've completed 4 so far this year. And then follow-up desk inspections basically as needed. So we have like 3 slated for this year. And then additional virtual inspections of facilities which are inspected in person are scheduled as needed. Each of the site inspection requires an average of 20 hours of prep, 10 hours for inspection, and 17 hours for follow-up and inspection report. So for me, the 17 hours is going to increase because right now we're in the phase of completing all these reports and getting them out the door. So that 17-hour will probably go up to more like 20, 25. It depends on the size of the facility. It depends on how many issues we're having with the facility and things like that. Any questions?
Ryan?
Thank you. I don't know if this is the right time, but I do have some couple questions about new construction inspections. You had talked about new people specifically working with the compliance department when a construction permit is or when a site certificate is approved. And I just wondered if you could explain a little bit more about that and what you're seeing, because I could see how hard it would be to go into a project where you have someone that's not even familiar with the project. I'm just a little confused about that.
Okay, I'm going to try to answer the question. I had mentioned that the shift in pre-construction can be challenging because there's new people involved, and that just means that people would interpret conditions differently. So there's a lot of time involved in trying to get people squared away. This is what it means, not that. That's kind of what I meant. But then once we move into construction, construction is a lot about monitoring and avoidance, and that's much more clear than some of the pre-construction finalization of mitigation plans, if that makes sense.
Right, I'm just wondering why would the developer have, the people they have part of the permitting process with EVSEC, part of the pre-construction conference or whatever it might be, the communication and the coordination that's supposed to be happening, having someone from that team that's been there through that process, part of pre-construction discussions. That seems like a lot of waste of time.
Right, yeah.
And also an opportunity for confusion.
Well, and I think that 2 things. So there's a lot of turnover in the energy development sector that we've seen. So that's one. And then, as you know, a lot of these projects don't build based on their first deadline. They request to extend, which also is 6 years, could be from the people who were involved in the beginning. We turn over, right? So it's more a staff turnover issue, I think, than not allowing the person who was involved to be there. Because if it's close in time, it is generally the same group of people. But there's many projects that don't hit that window.
So that leads to my next question, particularly with Wheat Ridge East. We approved their site certificate, I believe, in May. And I noticed activity within 2 weeks. So you had presented information here that it usually should take about 6 months for all of the pieces to be in place for during pre-construction. And so I'm like, well, maybe that in itself, we're seeing these issues come up now, right? With Wheat Ridge East. And it's like, okay, well, maybe they jumped the gun a little too quick. I don't know. It's just observation that 6 month period really they didn't take that time.
And they started pre-construction like in January. So it was a simultaneous permit review while trying to do pre-construction based on the potential conditions. So there was a little risk there, but of them trying to meet a pre-construction condition and then it changing. That didn't actually happen too much at the end. And I thought that the work that happened 2 weeks later was a road the county requested them do, and it was outside the site certificate. Nonetheless, I mean, it's a big project, it's moving quickly, and we're seeing a lot of issues.
Even still, if their site certificate was approved in May, we're in August here. So there's still obviously like they haven't really taken the time, it seems to me, to really get all of everything buttoned up and fastened up that needs to be done. My other question would just be that virtual inspections, are those aren't for construction?
No.
Yeah, so facilities that go past that 7-year mark are only virtual.
Right. Well, not only, but they're on a every other year in-person schedule. So, we're just trying to save our resources and going out there when it's predominantly a desktop evaluation when we go out in person anyway.
And if I can add on that one, only ones that have had no issues.
Right.
So if it's operational, it's been operational for a while, they have a consistent pattern of not having any issues out there. That's where we offer the virtual on an every other year basis, just so that it's cheaper for them and, it's easier for us. And if somebody did have an issue, we would eliminate that virtual inspection option until they had some pattern of, being consistently in compliance.
Thank you.
For the record again, it's Dwayne Kilsdown, Compliance Officer. I'm going to move to the next slide. Okay, so let's get into some of the good stuff. We always talk, not always, but we do talk, negative stuff, and we do have some negative stuff coming up, but we do have some good stuff that we see on the site. A couple examples right here of, without incident is turbine pads. And how they keep the turbine pads, well maintained. The turbine pads usually are heavily used. Some of the biggest problems I see on the landscape with these turbine pads are kind of some of the local farmers. So there's some farmers that want to get every single grain into wheat they possibly can. So they'll take up as much ground as they possibly can. And sometimes they do crowd these turbine pad areas, where then when I inspect them, I have a conversation that they should talk to the farmers because, they're running big equipment and they should, try to keep their distance if they can. I've seen also where issues of like this first picture on the left, you can see the turbine string road, kind of with the road going into the turbine pad. I've seen where farmers actually don't hardly even lift up their plow till stuff and they just go right over the road. So you'll see tracks going right over the road, which, then they have to get it fixed or, repair that. So there's several issues that, happen, during during this process. But these a couple examples here are really nice. When I went out there, everything was really nice and tidy. You can see the wheats right around the turbine string and everything's looking good out there. On these specific areas. And then also, before I move on, one thing to note about these pictures right here is you don't see no transformers. Usually there's a transformer on the left, not usually, but for the most part in the state of Oregon, we have the transformers down to the left. So that means if there's no transformer right there in the area, the transformer is either up tower or in the basement. In this case, the transformers are up tower. Some places that have their stuff in the basement, transformers in the basement, they could leak. And there've been problems with leaking in the basement, and that's where a lot of the wires are. And they spend a tremendous amount of time cleaning that area up. So that's why we kind of see different things and improvements over the year with these turbines and the manufacturing of them. So here I got a couple more slides here. So the picture on the left, it's a transmission line, and there's a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit on it. We impose like 20 throughout most of the facility, but sometimes they step it down. You know, we do actually sometimes if there's say there's a lek in the area, you know, Washington ground squirrels in the area, we'll have them slow down for that, and we'll put that in a condition. But here they did self-impose the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit sign on their transmission line. And then on the right-hand side is a typical substation. So as what we're seeing with substations, you know, we're seeing plenty of demarcation. We're starting to see a lot more security around the substations. They're installing sensors that go all the way around the whole substation. So if somebody comes up and starts rattling on the substation or trying to crawl into to gain access, it triggers that sensor, and then somebody's called and they go out and check on it. Another thing to note about this substation is you can see the concrete pad right as you open the gates to gain entry. So before, some of the older ones didn't have that concrete pad. So what happened was all the traffic going inside to the substation and coming back out of the substation was actually pushing the ground down and making a gap in the fence and the gate. So somebody could actually drop and roll into the substation. So I pay attention to that, make sure that's not happening or getting to the close where somebody can actually gain access. Some of the stuff I inspect on substations is so you can see the gate right here. So on each one side of the gate, there's grounding straps. You know, they have they have an inspection that they walk it once a month. The site certificate holder does. But when I'm out there inspecting, I also check, make sure that these grounding straps are still attached. I have found one grounding strap that was probably half to 3/4 broken on the way, broken from the continued use. So I mentioned that they needed to get that repaired. Also, I look at holes and entries around this substation too. I physically walk almost every single substation I look at, because is what I'm looking at the signage on the backside of the substation, making sure it's all the proper signage is there, it hasn't blown off, because a lot of our projects are in very windy areas, so signs on fences, tend to blow off. And also like I said before, I look for any animals trying to get in there, whatever. I was on one inspection with Lena Cope from PGE. We were walking around the substation. We have the farthest corner on the right of the substation. We found that there was a dead bird in the substation. So she stopped everything. We reported the dead bird, but you could actually see where some critter was actually trying to get in to get to the carcass of that bird. So things happen, and that's why I'm pretty vigilant about checking substations and stuff like that, and making sure the signage is right. And we have a condition that says alludes to that. It doesn't really say specifically what I check for. It does say grounding, demarcation, things like that. So that's kind of what I stay into. Just as another note, I never go into a substation. I'm not certified. I'm not qualified. I don't want to go in there. I have no reason to go in there. So I never go into a substation at all. It's for my safety. And then earlier when we were talking about surprise inspections and stuff like that, I've really never got down the road of just showing up to conduct an inspection. I always have somebody escort, because that's for my safety too. Especially for gas plants and stuff like that. You don't go walking around a gas plant and things like that, not knowing exactly what you're dealing with and, what could happen to you. So that's one of the things I've always kind of steered clear of, is that let them know that we're coming, and, and then they have the proper people to, answer my questions on site. Next slide. So here we get, again, we have another example of a nice turbine string. You can see plenty of gravel. When I walk these turbine pad. When I walk these pads and I start looking around, I look for bolts, I look for parts, I look for grease, anything like that. And then if I find like little parts and pieces, my escort right there is usually the plant manager, and I pick them up and hand them to him. And then, it's kind of giving him the kind of reinforcement that that's what their guys should do. And I've mentioned that. I said, when your guys are on site, you're working on the turbine, walk around the turbine, pick up parts. Don't let parts fall out your truck, because then that's confusing. Did the part come from their truck, or did a part come from up tower? And then on the right-hand side here is another substation, but what this in pics, I think is, if I remember right, is the snake fencing. So that's a new thing that substations are going to now, is called snake fencing. Is that picture right? Close? Yeah. So I've seen that now on a landscape of these snake fencing, is what this fencing does. It's smaller holes, and it actually goes under into the ground and that back around. So if a snake or something trying to burrow into the substation, they hit that fencing, that snake fencing. If it could be if it's a snake or whatever, they hit that first and they don't get entry, because you don't want anything in that substations that's not supposed to be in there. I've heard of eagles and birds flying above substations and losing their prey or dropping their prey into the substation, and it hits something, and that happens, sometimes, not very often, but it does happen. But anyway, so that's what I like, that addition to the snake fence. I'm sure it's an additional cost, but it keeps other critters out of the substation. So if you can keep things out of the substation, there won't be other things trying to get into the substation to get food or whatever it is. Okay, so this slide represents our 2024 incident summary. So the 10 is just out of date. We just had, four issues just pop up here recently. Ash took care of a couple of those while I was on my vacation, and then I took care of the bird strike that you just heard about yesterday. If anybody's wondering why Washington Fish and Wildlife picked up the bird, is because they were actually tracking the bird in state line Washington. So state line is in Washington and Oregon. So it was a Washington project to put the transmitter on the bird, and they were tracking the bird, which is an awesome thing, because they tracked the bird, they found out where it went, and it actually got hit by a turbine. So. And then, some of the types of incidents that we're having, just like it says, transformer fire at the base of the turbine. So, when we're talking about bringing people in and following up, we follow up in the incidents, we track them. And the reason why we track them is, for the example, if ever, some people were here when Bigelow had their transformer issues. So they started with losing 1 or 2 or 3, and then pretty soon it's up like over 11 or so. Transmission, failures there. So part of that was, you guys requested them, PG, to come and say, hey, what's going on with this project? How can it be resolved? And it came down to that it was a kind of the mismanagement of transformer versus turbine and turbine speeds. It got really technical, but they came here, explained that issue to you. So, we bring that, we track it because of issues like that. So we can actually track year by year, which we do, and find out, and then we can tell what, what's going on the landscape, in case somebody asks us. It's like, okay, what happened in 2024? Well, we can go easily pull up, our information, and we can, send it to them. Some of the other issues, nose cone detachment, broken blade, bearing, bolt. So that was discovered on the ground. So if you have a broken blade bolt, there's many of them, but you don't want any of them broken. That means that something could be going wrong with the rest, and they need to get up there, check them, torque them to the right torque, make sure that, they're not going to lose any more. Broken blade, bearing, bolts. That's what I talked about. And then unauthorized use of water, which we just ran up against, and then unauthorized work, basically working outside their area. And then also, I wanted to note that we do have rules, reporting rules. We have the 345.026, 0170 notification of incidents. That's where event of a fire, earthquake, flood, tornado, human caused event is a fire or explosion. So if there's a fire out there, we want to know. We want to know how many acres. We want to know where it's at. It could be in a habitat mitigation area for all we know. So that's why we track that, because if it's in a habitat mitigation area, that means they're going to have to do some uplifting in that area that's been, saved and uplifted for many, many years, and that's not a good situation. And then we also have the 345.029.051 rule. It's another 72-hour rule, but it has a 30-day reporting to us. So a good example is that when Bigelow lost their blade off their turbine, and it flew like 100 yards before it landed. That's where that kicked in. They notified us. We asked them for a 30-day report. We got the information, then we drilled down why was things happening, why did that blade come off versus, you know, others that we don't lose very often. And that came down to maintenance. So we reviewed their maintenance, and now they're picking up their maintenance a little bit more. We did a corrective action letter, and it's kind of a long term of what's going out there at Bigelow. You know, their leaky turbines, things like that, things falling out of the turbines, you know, because these turbines are like a car, right? If you buy a car 20, 30 years ago and you're still driving it today, you're going to have issues. Things necessarily not going to fall off, but you know what I mean? There's issues that happen. Some of the issues that I do see happening on the landscape is these hatches. You know, it's very, very windy up there, and these hatches vibrate quite a bit. And sometimes these hatches will break off and fall to the ground, which, you know, it's a scary thing for sure. But things like that happen. That was part of our corrective action measure with PGE and Bigelow, was that we wanted to make sure they reinforced their hatches, made sure that these hatches weren't going to fall. Maybe have another cord or cable coming out of them, like support cord, in case they do come out, that there's a catch. They put signs up there, making sure that they get checked when people are up tower. So that all this kind of stuff leads together. So any questions about that so far? And then also, you know, we do, like Todd said, we have a rule that says that we have to let the council know of these incidents. So that's another reason why we're tracking them. And just like the bird strike that happened on Wednesday, right before the council meeting this Wednesday, I went ahead and put it in the file, and I sent it to Todd, put Todd in, and it got included into the PowerPoint. So that, you know, we want that repetition that quick. We want you to know what's going on and what is happening on the landscape. And it's not just wind. You know, we had the issue with the MC4 connectors on a solar facility. So an MC4 connector basically connects the panel. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's true. I can ramble on. I love, you know, I know what's going on there. I like to tell people. And so anyway, so the MC4 connectors was an issue. They had to replace every single one of them, and it was because of worker error or connector error, because the dust got in the components or something like that, and then it didn't work out right. So they had to basically replace every single one. So this is just a quick picture of the state line fire. It was within a turbine. What's notable about this fire, it looks really bad on the inside for sure, any fire does, but what is notable about this project is they can rebuild a turbine. Sometimes they don't have the ability to rebuild a turbine. You know, they just let the fire burn itself out and burn whatever components. This system, the fire system helped stop the fire, whatever, and they saved the turbine, a lot less expense. And this is the brush strip, dust strip. Some call it farm brush strip. I call it more. It looks more like a dust strip. So you really can't tell by the picture, but the bottom part of the picture is actually the blade, the circle blade going into the hub. So that spins, and so that little dust strip right there causes, like it says, keeps the dirt out of the system, so it doesn't wear out the bearings faster. And you can see that they found it on the ground and they reported it to us like they should. Yep, that's right. And this here is so this is what I talked about, the bolts on the right-hand side, bolts falling and maybe being on next to the turbine. You know, we're emphasizing why these bolts came out, what's the problem, it needs to be fixed, did it come off their truck? You know, there's a lot of different things. On the left-hand side is a nose cone. piece that came off the one of the turbines. So there's different types of nose cones. Some are flat, some are pointy, and but this is one that fell out, must have vibrated loose and fell onto the ground, and that was reported as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Ash.
This is Ash Woods, Compliance Officer for the record. So today, what we want to share with you is some changes that we are making to the inspection process. We are introducing GIS capability into our compliance inspections for all three of those phases that we discussed earlier. We, not the department, but the agency has a new GIS person, Bailey Harris, who has been amazing in helping us develop this and will be helping us manage the database of compliance information moving forward. On the screen here is just a quick screenshot from the map of the Wheat Ridge East facility with the current as-built construction plans that we are using for the inspections on site. So the idea here is when we travel to a facility for an inspection or a habitat mitigation area for an inspection, if we have the ability to take data points and have them geolocated and have pictures attached and inspection information attached to that data point whenever we make an observation on a site, then we have the spatial reference that we can use for seeing trends in issues or kind of areas that we need to go back and re-inspect. And one of the biggest benefits here will be through time. As we collect this data year to year, there will be data points that we can say, we've been down this string road 3 times now, let's go down a different one to inspect, things like that, where we can really kind of visually see the coverage that we've had for these compliance inspections and where the issues were previously. So if we're at a site, we see an erosion issue, we ask them to install BMPs, then the next time we're out there, we can go directly to that location, have a photo of what it looked like before, and then follow up and see if that was remedied. So this will provide a lot of trackability and just targeted inspections for us, in particular the construction phase. I think this is very important as we're seeing with Wheat Ridge East, things move very quickly. Things are constantly changing, and being able to really document these things in a substantive way where we can point out a specific location with a photo and say, this is the thing that needs to be fixed, I think is a lot more impactful for our purposes. So this next slide is a screenshot of what this looks like. I will, if we want to, if we think we have time, I can try to pull up the actual application. A minute, yeah. Okay, yeah, I agree. I will attempt to share my screen here so we can actually see the web map in action.
So while Ash is doing that, I'll just kind of provide an overview. Oh,
Yeah.
good. Looks like it's working. Never mind.
It worked. So what we have on the screen here is what I took a screenshot of earlier. So if we zoom out, we've got multiple facilities right now. We've been adding them in as we inspect. So we've just kind of been implementing this in the last month or so. But for here, using Wheat Ridge East as an example, when we arrive on site, we have, this is the laydown yard. We can travel here. Now we have it marked really easily. We've added an inspection point here for this is the location of one of the wells that they were overdrawing from. And we have a form here that we'll fill out. So when I went here, you know, I've got who inspected it, the year, the facility status, the site certificate conditions that are being addressed by this observation. And then I put a description in here of what was occurring and what the issue was. And then I'm also able to attach, so this is the notice of violation issued by the Water Resources Department for this particular well. So now this, you know, if we have something come up in a few years, someone doesn't have context, or, you know, someone can come in here and directly see exactly where this was, what was going on. Similarly, over here, there's a lot of layers going on, but these blue layers are the map wetland avoidance areas and buffers. So we can see there what, you know, what they're supposed to be avoiding in those permanent disturbance areas within that. And then I made an observation when I was out there the other day here. So we're looking at one of the incidents was this location where a wetland a culvert was installed without using proper BMPs, and the wetland did have a sedimentation issue. And so they went out, corrected it, had coordinated with DEQ. So in here, you know, I've got just a brief note about it, what the site certificate condition was related to this, and I've attached the DEQ corrective action report for this wetland. And I have pictures of what that corrective action looked like. So this is the wetland. They had to shovel out some sediment that had accumulated here along this stream, the culvert's right here. And then they've installed their multiple layers of BMPs appropriately, which follows what's directed in the corrective action report. And so now we have this reference to say, you know, this issue's been resolved. Here's the resolution, documentation that it was corrected. And then if there were ever any question of it in the future, you know, we know exactly where it is and have those photos. And then similarly, you know, down the road, we drove down the road to see what they were doing to, as their corrective action plan, they're supposed to be installing BMPs ahead of work. And so that's part of this, where we just went and documented, okay, they actually did go, and they haven't worked in this area yet, but they do have their BMPs installed. They're fixing the silt fences, but like they're in the process of installing these ahead of the next phase of work here. So that is just a documentation of, you know, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So this has a dual purpose of, you know, documenting issues, but also documenting when things are done well also. And I won't show them on this map, but we do also have the resource avoidance buffers and the ability to see those on here. They are sensitive resources, so I won't show the locations, but we have the ability to pull up that layer. So when I'm on site and I see they're working in a particular location, I can pull that up on a tablet that I have on site with this map and say, okay, based on where I'm standing, they are or are not within that buffer, you know, of restricted work, and are they doing what they should be or shouldn't be doing? So there's a lot of functionality to this, and the idea is that both Dwayne and I, we both have tablets now, and when we go out for either operational or construction inspections, we can be collecting data like this for trackability through time and just really targeted compliance efforts. I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen here, and I think open it up for questions before we move on to the next phase of the presentation.
That was a very powerful tool you just showed us. That was impressive.
Just a
Councilor Devlin.
Just a quick question. If you're out on one of these sites with your tablet and you're fortunate enough to have cellular service, can you integrate this information with GPS so you know exactly where you are on the site?
Yeah. So the great thing about this, the application we're using is called Field Maps. It's an Esri product. And the great thing is, one, you can download offline map areas. So we rarely have good, consistent service. So we can download an area just specific to a facility, gather data offline, and then sync back to the cloud when we get back into service. And then for
You might
the
even be able to get some basic GPS even without the facility.
Yeah, and so the tablets are GPS enabled, and so in the Field Maps application, it always shows you where you are, kind of like when you're using Google Maps, it always shows you where you are on that map. So I can see, if I'm standing on, the edge of like a avoidance buffer, I can say, okay, the flags are in the right place, things like that. So they are GPS enabled. That's just a kind of a baseline function. So we always know where we are relative to the facility itself.
I can almost see, you usually would have some person out there with you that wouldn't know the details of where you were. But I can just see being out there on some hill with multiple paths, roads going in areas and wondering where you are.
Exactly. Yeah. And especially for something like construction where there's a lot of, moving parts and new grading happening constantly and issues where they're, encroaching on the micrositing corridor, things like that. Being able to actually see where we are is super, super helpful. And yeah, things do tend to look very similar out there too. So.
Councilor Byer.
Thank you. This is really exciting and not in the interest of asking to make work. But when we get our compliance updates each month, having these pictures would be amazingly helpful. That visual aspect really, really helps. So kudos, thank the new GIS person. I think this is a great tool.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Byer. I totally agree. And we've just started using this tool. So as we start to build some kind of information, absolutely, we'll be sharing this with the council because I think it's a much better tool to explain to you the things that we're talking about. And I think if we had, if it was better integrated and we had more sort of opportunities, my presentation earlier would have been, some combination of what I did and what Ash is doing right now.
Just a quick follow-up, that seeing what we talked about yesterday on the screen really brought it all home. So thank you.
Okay, we'll take it on home, just a few more slides. So obviously we've made some changes and process improvements that we're pretty proud of, starting with filling the additional compliance officer position with Miss Ash Woods. We're incredibly happy. As you've just seen, we're using GIS-based programs to better track the location of issues and our inspections. We have been working with OMRIT to better filter and organize the compliance plans that are site certificates so that we can help certificate holders understand the substantive information we expect them to report so that we have the ability to actually evaluate whether we agree with what they typically affirm compliance. That's a big effort. We are continuing to use a third-party consultant to help with this effort. With a high focus on all of this with data management. We need to be able to find everything that we're doing now and in the future. We need to be able to find it. We need to be able to share it if we get a public records request in a meaningful way. And we need to be able to evaluate it at any time, which is a tough task. Next slide, please. Our future improvements that OMRIT is really leading the charge of, she's helping us develop tools and resources for management of tasks in the compliance program. We are working internally with staff on things like condition writing workshops. Ash is helping us work with ODFW to develop templates to make mitigation plans that are related to fish and wildlife or T&E plants easier to work through. We're also trying to make mitigation plans simpler by, what we've done is create very detailed wordy plans. And we've had a recent experience where we took a 10-page plan and we were able to boil that down into 1 page. What is actionable from this plan beyond narrative explanation? 1 page. That's where we want to go. And then we're also planning, we have lots of ideas for rule-making changes related to compliance, related to certificate holder reporting, related to our authority on violations and compliance issues. And then in conclusion, finally, some actions that we are planning for the future. We do have authority to move forward with an additional position. We intend to move forward with that soon. We expect to receive authority for another compliance position. I believe that's in budget review. So we don't quite have authority, but we have total buy-off internally at the department. And then we will continue to utilize our third-party consultant until, I mean, it's just very helpful to have them. So that might be a forever thing. And then we're continuing to prioritize our own internal staff resources. Again, it's on construction and then on the early or problematic facilities. So we're not just saying we have so much we can't handle it. We're saying what are the priority facilities? What are the priority conditions? And let's focus on that. Anyway, so yeah, we really appreciate your time. The compliance program, like we said in the beginning, is evolving. It's growing. We're trying really hard to make some important improvements.
Sarah, Dwayne, and Ash, great presentation, very informative. Thank you very much. Councilor Imes, do you have
I just
something?
have a quick question about staffing and funding. Does that have to be approved through the legislative budget process every, and so you get like one time a year or every other year type? Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, it's a biennial basis. So, you know, right now we put in the position, so we put in a request for that position for this coming biennial cycle, which then would be, if it's all approved, it would be approved as of July of next year. So the biennial process, it takes quite a long time. Now, in the interim, you know, there is an emergency board opportunity. So we could take advantage of that. It's a little more complicated. You know, that's sort of outside the context. Possible more limitations, but yeah, for us, you know, we have to justify, do we have the work? Because our process, the way we're mandated sort of internally by the agency, is that these positions, these particular positions, have to have an 80% funding. So we have to be able to show that there's documentable proof that we're forecasting that, you know, these positions will be funded, you know, almost entirely by fees. And we have that information. We've been doing a lot of work. Sarah particularly has been sort of digging into how are we going about the compliance process? What do we need? What are the things that we could be doing, should be doing, you know, and helping to determine what are really the bodies that are necessary to do that work. So we definitely have the justification for it. Now we're just kind of going through the process to get that position. And then we'll continue to look at it in the future as well to determine if we need more positions beyond what we have now, you know, what we have forecasted, and then also our use of a consultant.
Right. It seems like you really have to be forecasting quite a bit in advance.
Yes.
If you're only getting an opportunity every 2 years.
With all of our positions, that's just the way the state budgeting process works.
And we're seeing, you've showed some numbers today to us about, you know, what's active, what's coming on board, you know, and it just is growing, keeps growing. So I see no reason why we shouldn't be actively pursuing more staffing positions on an ongoing basis at this point.
Coach, yeah.
Chair House.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. I think of this group, I may be the least familiar with the processes for budgeting, but is there any role or help council can provide? Because as a council member, I find that this compliance work is absolutely necessary to the site certificates we approve. So is there is there any role that we should or could play?
I think the
that
biggest
would be
role, sort of in the near future, and Sarah mentioned it, is that we do have a rulemaking related to compliance. So Tom Jackman, our rulemaking coordinator, had put that forth, as part of this current rulemaking cycle. That's on the list. And, that, I think is going to be an important thing to determine as you're hearing this information and determining, what we're doing, how we're doing it, how is that reflected in rules? How could that be changed? I think that's going to be your biggest sort of opportunity to affect the compliance program. And then, whatever the outcome of that, obviously it'll determine, do we need the same resources, the forecasted resources, more, less, we'll evaluate it after that. But I think that will be a big element in terms of, now that we're having more time, more resources, understanding better, and, what are our needs within the rules themselves. So I think that'll be a big evaluation and a very important one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Devlin.
I just might state that the process really isn't as difficult as it sounds, although it is somewhat difficult. The reality is a budget like this will be reviewed biennial normally. With annual sessions now, more budgets are being reviewed again during the annual sessions, but those are more likely very large budgets in state government like OHA, Oregon Health Authority, or Department of Human Services, or a budget that there is a big problem in, like there's been a lot more forest fires than people expected. What happens, because you now have a session every year, one is devoted really to completing the overall budget. The other deals mainly with larger budgets and maybe new issues that need to be addressed, is there are fewer meetings of the emergency board. And normally, the people that come before the emergency board a lot of times are entities that have money set aside, but the legislature doesn't want to release it yet until they have more information. For instance, obviously we set aside money for forest fires every year, and then that money is released when there is a need for it. They also set aside money because it's usually not known at the right time during the legislative session for collective bargaining agreements. But a lot of times it's just set aside for that. A thing like this probably would never come before the board. I mean, it would have to have a profound impact. I mean, I think people here could believe it has a profound impact, but it's not the kind of impact that would usually come before the board.
And I think I appreciate that, not really understanding how the e-board works in an annual session format. But I guess what I'm seeing is larger and larger projects that must take more and more compliance time. And the projection for that might be different. How long does it, much longer does it take to do a 1,200 megawatt compliance check versus a 200 megawatt. So that coming down the road, and I guess, like I said earlier, I'm getting increasingly concerned about the approval on the front end, the compliance on the back end, and making people understand the role we play as volunteers, separate from the department, but faced with that decision with perhaps not the compliance resource. And that's, I don't know if that would be meaningful to hear from, volunteers.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Devlin.
If, in theory, one thing you could do, this is only in theory, because the department's responsible to the Department of Administrative Services, is you could go through this process and ask for these positions to be funded. You could, in theory, ask for maybe a position or two in addition to that to be funded as limited duration positions if revenue is available and if there is a need, so that you'd have the authority. The only difficulty with that, they probably wouldn't give you permanent position authority. They'd give you limited duration authority, which means you have to go out and recruit a person and tell them you have a job for this year. But it'll be dependent upon the legislature you have a job next year.
So Ash's position currently is permanent. Her position was previously limited duration.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were in the exact same situation that you're
Yeah.
describing.
Councilor Byer.
Sorry to prolong this, but just an observation that you have got some very powerful tools now to talk to the legislature, both the efficiencies that you're building into the program, the process improvements, and then the visual tools, which will tell your story very well. So kudos to the team for pulling this together. And also, I think the fact that you are relying on some outside expertise, you aren't loading up your budget with FTEs, you're right sizing to get the experts you need, is also a compelling argument, but tailoring that to what we're seeing on the landscape. And I think some of these tables are like, ooh, that's a lot of acreage. So you have a very powerful story.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and get us going. Thanks again for your presentation. It was excellent. Let's take a 15-minute break to grab our lunches that are back there. We'll return at 1:15 and start on the Boardman to Hemingway request for Amendment 2
Good job.
issue. Okay. I'll call let's see, it's 1:15 p.m. and I'll call the meeting back from recess and we'll continue on with the next agenda item, which is the Boardman to Hemingway request for Amendment 2, the council decision on request for the contested case, possible material change hearing, and public notice of hearing to adopt the final order. This is an action item. Kellen Tardeweather, Senior Siting Analyst, will lead us through this, and we're starting where we left off last night. We finished with Irene Gilbert's issue number 1, so we're ready to start with issue number 2.
All right. For the record, Kellen Tardeweather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. My computer's telling me I'm muted, but that's okay. All right, so, but I am not. On that, and I know that we don't have as many people in the room as we had last night, but I am gonna ask council members to really get into your microphone or speak up. It is hard to hear what you're saying, even if we're just in the front row. And then I also worry about the clarity for people that are listening in on the webinar. So that's just a reminder of that. I'm going to just do just brief. I know it has kind of been a big day already, and we have a lot of heavy stuff to go over or just a lot of material to cover. So I'm going to move quickly, but as usual, just stop me or just don't hesitate to ask questions, and we can go anywhere in the record you would like to go to find an answer to your question, if it is there, which it most likely is. So I'm going to go back. I will get to pick up with Irene Gilbert's issue 2. Let me do a little bit of background here. I'm going to begin because I also want to remind council that, there it goes, that staff has recommended to reject all the requests for contested case, which means that today we're also recommending that council adopt the proposed order as the final order. So I wanted just to take a brief moment here to, to acknowledge the proposed order, which we issued on June 28th. I have the notice here of the proposed order and the request for contested case. So the proposed order in this notice was issued on June 28th. It had a deadline of July 29th for the request to contested case. There's a couple things I want to spend time on this notice for. One, as Secretary Cornett acknowledged at the beginning of this council meeting, the agenda for today says council is going to review requests for contested case submitted by August 29th. It's a Scrivener's error. It was supposed to acknowledge this deadline as designated in the notice, to which all of the requests that we're reviewing today were timely submitted. by that date. And then the agenda for this meeting came out after this date had passed. So it is, it's an administrative Scrivener's error, just pointing that out. That said, whenever we issue a proposed order, what is the proposed order? The proposed order is the next document that is a response to comments received and certificate holder responses to those comments. And those are provided in red line. When we issue the notice, and the request for contested case as per rules, which I'm not gonna, spend time reading, but basically the proposed order outlines changes that we made from the DPO, and then and folks who commented on the DPO can also comment on any aspect, or in their request for contested case rather, of what they've raised. And then also anybody could comment on what are called material changes. The department interprets material changes to be changes in conditions. We're talking about changes in actions. If we reversed a recommendation, or if we're recommending a change in a condition. So these are the conditions that changed as, from DPO to proposed order as a result of the review of the DPO comments. So we have this, and we talked about it last night, the new general standard of review, condition 12. This is the one that says if an ADR, amendment determination request is submitted, that it will also include a landowner letter. And this is based on a certificate holder representation that they would do so. The second one, we reversed our edit. We originally took out, we changed the phasing, I believe, for this fish and wildlife condition. And this was in response to one of Irene Gilbert's comments, and kind of, she had one of her DPO comments was a longer kind of condition matrix. And in our review of that, we actually, the edits we made were intended to be administrative for like an implementation. And then we looked at and we agreed, we said, oh, that does actually change the intent of the condition. So we went back, we kind of reversed that change. We took that change off, so it's not on the table anymore. And then the third condition we changed was in response to an issue that Stop B2H raised regarding a noise control condition, which as it was written, made it sound like it only applied to construction, but it was kind of like a construction methodology about how the transmission line would be constructed, but really, and their contention was like, well, no, this should apply for like the life of the transmission line, and we agree. So it wasn't intended to, there's like operational aspects to that condition of how to maintain the transmission line. So the change there was basically changing it from a construction coding to a gen, meaning that it would apply through multiple phases. So then we go right there, and then I'm gonna go, where am I going? I'm going over here, not there, wrong one, sorry. It's problematic when we have a million things open here. Okay. So here is attachment 2 to the proposed order, which was a modified table that included the DPO comment, certificate holder responses, and then department evaluation and recommendations in the proposed order. This was 86 pages. So it's long, right? And one of the things we did here, because some of the issues, a lot of the issues were very similar, right? So we kind of did global responses, right? Issues related to the previously approved facility, issues related to noise, and then down in our response table, if it was like an issue related to noise, we said, go and read this response up here. So, and then down here in the table, certificate holder offered, real lengthy explanations. And in some of their responses, they actually, added information to the record, which, as we saw last night, with your Sunstone Solar DPO hearing and the applicant having a week to respond, this is an opportunity to add to the record to respond to the comments. So the record is open to so Idaho Power added some information to the record that wasn't there. So the reason why I'm going back in time is to remind us where we've been, but also
those are, I'm not going to scroll through the whole proposed order. Those were some other minor changes that we would not categorize as a material change that were also added to the proposed order. For instance, and I believe it was Idaho Power's in response to Sam Myers' issue in the contested case related to organizational expertise and their ability to engineer towers. And Idaho Power brought in a citation from a Public Utility Commission proceeding, which provided their conclusion with respect to Idaho Power's ability to, engineer transmission line towers, right? And so I added a footnote in organizational expertise because I feel like that's, it's coming from another agency, from a formal proceeding. It was information we didn't have on the record that just kind of supports that section. So I added a footnote there. So those are some of, if you scroll through the proposed order, some of the red lines you'll see there. So here we are. I'm gonna have timeline, kind of gave you background. We're like, I'm not gonna go over properly raised. This is our threshold. We're gonna talk about this. Remember, I don't know if you want to view it as like a 3-part, right? We have to have, something has to be significant. It has to be an issue of fact or law. And then it has to, impact whether or not that the facility with that change, has implications of meeting a standard. Maybe it's 4 buckets. And then when we look at a standard, we have to look then at that standard and go, well, what conditions, what mitigation was imposed or adopted underneath that standard? And is there, and is that, was it significant? Was it an issue of fact or law? And can it be managed with mitigation? So these are the questions that we can ask ourselves. Council's options, right? Council can determine that it meets the threshold and go into a contested case, in which case that we can go over the next steps for that. If it indeed is a significant issue of fact or law, that does also meet that threshold, that meaning so there's no mitigation that really answers it already. But we can fix it with a change in the proposed order. We can do that, which means it comes back to the department. We do it, we reissue the proposed order, have another notice of an opportunity to request a contested case on those changes and any requests. And then we're back here doing that again. Or we can deny the request for contested case and move on to a potential adoption of the final order. Okay, so now in my slide deck, I need to go back because I had put Gilbert's issues on day 1. March. Okay, there we are. Okay, and Ms. Gilbert did provide in her request for contested case, I think I used here with the issue statements. These are the issue statements, but then over in our big table for the staff report, we also provide the additional kind of arguments they made. So we will look to that. So site certificates must require a bond to comply with the mandatory conditions in the scope of review. We're saying, no, this doesn't raise a significant issue or fact or law. For every request for amendment of a site certificate, it does require the council to find that the amount of the bond is adequate underneath the retirement and financial assurance standard. So under like this provision, and just because, mostly because the applicant added the midline capacitor station, which was like a different type of component, which we hadn't looked at before. And just because the unit costs were a little outdated from the retirement estimate. And we, as you have been hearing, we've kind of changed our format and our tables and our spreadsheets of how we break out line items for our retirement cost estimates. Anyhow, for several reasons, but most of them being, that we could actually really request like a reshoot of the cost estimate was the addition of the midline capacitor. So we got kind of a revised retirement table, revised line items, a new amount and more updated totals, not part of the certificate holders request. They didn't request to change like the phased bonding approach. And council did just approve this, and it was rigorously litigated. The conditions as they stand now, the only thing we changed is we changed the quarter and total amount in these retirement conditions. Nothing else has changed. It was extensively litigated in the contested case, and council did find that both the bond amount and the form was adequate to demonstrate that the facility site can be restored to a useful non-hazardous condition. So our position is that none of that has changed. And then council, in its review of the application and in its final order, we talked about this a lot, and we added in a 5-year reporting on financial status, available technologies. Council went further than the outcome of the contested case to really kind of try to address these concerns. So our position is this, it hasn't changed. Also part of the request for contested case, not only with this issue, but I think other issues, and I think Stop B2H raises it as well, is there's a contention that there's a balancing determination. Balancing determination is a process allowed in council's rules for some standards if it's requested by an applicant or demonstrated that certain standards can't be met. And there's a whole process that council would deploy to do balancing for that standard. And none of that is in the RFA2, or the DPO, or the proposed order, and never has been, or just for this facility in general. So just because maybe we're making a recommendation underneath a standard that is disagreeable, doesn't mean the balancing happened. No balancing has happened for this project ever. So I'm going to leave it on this slide. I can go to the bigger table if council wants more details. Do you have any questions?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on Gilbert issue number 2. Councilor Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council find that Irene Gilbert properly raised Gilbert issue number 2 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345, Division 027, Section 03371, parents 7 parents A, but the council deny the request for contested case on Gilbert issue 2 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Gilbert issue 2 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable and council standards.
Thank you. Councilor Devlin, do we have a second?
Councillor Condon here. I'll second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, back to you. Ms.
Okay.
Tardy.
Going, and I do want to know, with the motion language, and actually just kind of a administrative aspect to the work that we do. Talking about records for a project, the council's minutes for FSEC meetings, we do make that part of our record. Particularly, in general, and what we would do in the final order is we'll just like kind of cite to the minutes just to kind of capture conversations that happened. So I guess if we end up talking about an issue more or just in general, it's kind of not in the motion language because the reasons are for the reasons provided in the staff report. However, just acknowledging that we might talk today, there might be additional rationale discussed. So just acknowledging that part of the record and the reasons for council's decision today is also embedded in this meeting.
For the record, Todd Cornett, just to reiterate that. So yesterday on one of the motions, it was, the motion was sort of consistent with the motion that was made today, but I think Councilmember Byer had said based upon existing conditions. So I made note of that in the motion as well. So.
Okay, yeah, it's very similar. Okay. So Irene Gilbert, issue 3, RFA 2 adds roads without fully evaluating the impacts they'll have on resources or requiring timely and complete restoration. This is, I have it up on our screen in the DPO comments. Ms. Gilbert provided this model ordinance for energy projects, which is, it says, you know, it's from 2005. It's a guide for Oregon cities and counties on siting. So, so we are recommending that this issue does not raise a significant issue or factor law. So that guidance document is not only dated, but it is not, it's not required by our standards, and is also, you know, as we said, it provides guidance for county and local governments, and it's basically, it's not a requirement. So let's see, the important aspect of the roads is that roads used, and even the part of RFA 2 does include a wider temporary disturbance on roads, you know, as that have a greater slope, which, as you know, with a maximum of 30 % slope, would have a wider cut in the road. And in RFA 2 and in the order, the certificate holder indicates that this really would only be in about 3% of facility roads. So it's kind of like a very small portion, and just in these areas where it would be steeper. But and a lot of our response to this comment is pointing to, you know, what the certificate holder said in response to, because of course, in one issue, there's lots of sub issues about the standards by which the roads would be built by, and Idaho Power in their response indicates that they would be built to certain standards. However, the roads, it's not their intent to make these roads kind of permanent all-weather roads, because those types of roads are harder to restore and also create a more of an environmental damage. So all facility roads that are used for construction will actually be restored and reseeded. And then the operational width would be basically maintained for when they would need to use these roads. And so existing site certificate conditions that apply to that would be, you know, the noxious weed control for these roads. They would be during construction. We have that, we talked about the 1200C and the erosion and sediment control plan. Those would apply to the roads and road construction and post-construction and the restoration. We also have the mandatory condition about restoring, you know, facility components or the site to, you know, existing conditions. So our suggestion here is that our existing conditions we address this. And I think that there was a timing aspect in her request that came from that guidance document. Again, to what we talked about with the soil protection condition 1, right? Is that the, yes, that is, which that gives us the ability to, if something's not working on site, we can require a change be implemented within 14 days if we need something additional. Then that's that.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on Gilbert issue number 3. Councilor Byer.
This is in respect to issue 3. Irene Gilbert properly raised issue 3 as described in OAR 345 Division 27 Section 0371 sub 7 sub A, but the council will deny the request for contested case on issue 3 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. For issue 3, the issue does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards. So motion to deny the request.
Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Councilor Devlin. We've got a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin. Aye. Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Irene Gilbert, issue 4 for this issue, it's the application and proposed order failed to document that all cancel standards have been evaluated for the area added to the site boundary. And then it gets a little bit, it's hard because then she raises issues with habitat mitigation, T&E species, bat surveys. So I'm going to go over to what the request actually said to give us a better idea of what that was. Because this is also, right, it's so this is the issue statement, but then over here in this column, and I'll make it bigger here. Ooh. Right, it's hard, and so that's why our kind of responses are all over the place. You know, we said, yes, most of these issues are properly raised because they generally did say the same thing in the request for contested case that they did in their DPO comment. However, it does get a little bit hard when you're trying to actually understand what the actual issue is when it's kind of tied to multiple standards. So to the extent we understand what the issue is, you know, we kind of have a diverse array of responses that touch under multiple standards. And our hopes are trying to help folks understand how the standards work, and what is evaluated under each standard, and then how, you know, mitigation functions for certain impacts that they're contending happen. So, I'm not going to talk about this at length, although I can remind council. This is, I think, a lot of what Ms. Gilbert is raising is what we talked about yesterday, is kind of an interpretation of the scope of review and what applying the rules that apply to an original application for site certificate means. Again, brief reminder, that means just for the areas that we're adding in RFA 2, we're applying this, basically the standards and the rules that are in place at this time to those areas. It's not what we would call a general reopener where we're going back and we're reviewing the entire approved facility and the RFA 2 changes. So, but then that also, I think Ms. Gilbert's position on that also is tied to that expanded site boundary and her position that surveys need to be done for everything for that entire area. Also, like we talked about yesterday, that's not the case. Everything where they had access, there were surveys provided for the standards that require surveys for the micrositing areas added to RFA 2. The expanded site boundary, council is satisfied with the categorization of resources for its standards, you know, with a desktop evaluation, historical background research, desktop studies, etc. So to the extent that this request is the contention that the entire area needs to be surveyed, indeed it doesn't. That's consistent with council's approval on other facilities that have separate micrositing areas and site boundaries. Okay, that's what that one says. Okay, Ms. Gilbert talks about an ODOT and federal mitigation sites that are around Ladd Marsh, unless it falls into the category of a protected area underneath council's protected area standard. It's not a protected area, and we didn't have any new protected areas impacted by RFA 2. The pre-construction surveys of protected areas, it misunderstands. The protected area standard doesn't require field surveys. Fish and wildlife habitat, T&E, wetlands, cultural, these require field surveys. So, so protected areas isn't the appropriate standard, isn't the appropriate avenue to demand surveys are done. And then we know that for RFA 2, there's no facility components in any protected areas. So you really wouldn't have any field surveys in protected areas. Now, we know also that for Fish and Wildlife, T&E, we have a wider analysis area. And so, yeah, so habitat is categorized in a wider analysis area, and that may evaluate some habitat categorization if for a protected area, if it is adjacent to that. So again, it's hard because it's like, what standard are we talking about? Because the area evaluated and the mitigation that applies under certain standards are a little bit different. So, but yes, so I think that, okay, so I'm looking, just give me a second here while I catch up here. Okay, so yeah, Lad Marsh was evaluated. Oh, what I was gonna say, what is evaluated in protected areas? For protected areas, within the analysis area, we look at visual impacts, impacts from water use, traffic, and noise. So that's what, it's kind of like this indirect impact assessment. Unless there's an evaluation for protected areas crossed by a project, but that's not the case for RFA 2. So, so there are existing conditions that came from the application that do require coordination for the facility with Lad Marsh, but those are not implicated by RFA 2. So, and then there is a contention about the evaluation of protected areas in Union County is insufficient or more needs to be done. And as we said, there's no new protected areas that were impacted by RFA 2 in Union County. And the last part of our response here kind of goes over what has been evaluated already in the ASC and as part of RFA 2. So that's okay. But so we have a lot of responses to this particular issue because the issue had lots of little sub issues in it. So, does council have any questions?
No questions. So I'll entertain a motion for Gilbert issue number 4.
Okay.
Councilor Byer.
I move the council find that Irene Gilbert properly raised issue 4 as described in OAR 345 Division 027 Section 0371 Sub 7 Sub A, but recommend that council deny the request for contested case on Gilbert issue 4 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. Gilbert issue 4 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the changes proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin and Councilor Byer. Any discussion?
Here's my discussion just to ensure that the entirety of the staff report on this issue with all the multiple responses is part of that motion because it was a complex issue.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that we are considering all of those responses in making our determination. Thanks.
Good point. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, Secretary Cornett, we're ready to call the roll, please.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, chair's back, or the floor is back to you.
Okay, let me find my new
For the-
spot in my presentation here.
Myers issues 1 and 2.
Yeah. Okay, all right, we're on to Sam Myers, who submitted 2 issues, that we understand. In his request for contested case, I'm gonna go over to the table to show, right, because this is a little bit, difficult because we were in a position where we're, paraphrasing for that issue statement that you saw on my slide. Here, right, anyhow, he raises issues, touches on the department failing to adequately judge the ability to organize and construct B2H. So this has like a little nexus with organizational expertise. He also references some cultural studies. And then there's just general contentions about the department. So, right, so we said it's partially raised appropriately where we know that matters of landowner issues are out of council's jurisdiction. And so in our, we did say, yes, this is properly raised because generally there were kind of thematic items that he raised in his DPO comments that appeared also in the request for contested case. However, it's a little, so we provided responses to kind of the key words about issues with cultural studies, but it's a little bit difficult because we're not actually sure what the real issue is. And I believe that because this comes up with Wendy King's issues as well, is that the Myers farm, the Century Farm, is impacted, or the property is impacted by the previously approved facility for the ASC. So it's not impacted in that way by RFA 2. So these are kind of, it's out of the scope. So our response here is kind of saying, this is what council previously found with respect to cultural studies. And that was because the facility has a nexus with a federal NEPA review led by the BLM. There is a formal Section 106 consultation process that has been ongoing for a very long time, and it's getting somewhere, though. It is almost going to wrap up, maybe. But out of that long process of that formal consultation with state SHPOs and tribal governments, are actual eligibility determinations for the National Register of Historic Places, or the NRHP. So council's historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard does loop to the NRHP. It says resources that are protected that are listed or likely listed on the NRHP. So it really is kind of, it makes sense for council to go, oh, what we're actually going to get real eligibility determinations out of this project, because for a lot of our other projects, we don't really get them, and we kind of rest on something where it's like likely listed. So council back in the ASC agreed, okay, cool. We're going to do a preliminary position. We're kind of going to overly conservatively assume that resources will be or are eligible, and we're going to talk about mitigation as such, but then we're going to true everything up based on what comes out of Section 106. And that's all going to come in. It's all pre-construction compliance, right? We're going to determine final eligibility, and then impact assessment, and then the final appropriate mitigation for impacts to those resources based on this kind of big effort that the BLM and tribes and SHPOs have been going through. That's what this says. So, and just again, a little bit of background, because this is also, the answer to this is also part of the answer to Wendy King's issue with respect to cultural. So, so all areas will be surveyed that need to be surveyed. And so with respect to the organizational expertise, this is where, as I mentioned, we kind of wove into the proposed order some of the certificate holder response with respect to the PUC's conclusions from one of their proceedings about the certificate holder's ability to engineer the project. And we don't feel that this issue raises to the threshold of a contested case.
Okay. Do we have a
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Counselor.
Mr. Chair, I move the council find Myers properly raised Myers issue number 1 as described in the OAR 345 Division 027, Section 03717A, but the council denied the request for contested case on Myers issue 1 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Myers issue 1 does not raise a significant issue or fact of law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable law and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Imes. Do we have a second? Thank you, Counselor Devlin. Do we have any discussion? Counselor Devlin.
Over the years being involved with a number of issues surrounding utilities in this region, I know at times Idaho Power has had issues with local communities, but I have no belief that they cannot complete this project in accordance with the standards we've set. They're one of the oldest public utilities in the region. They've existed for about 108 years. They have about 4,800 miles of transmission lines. And I have visited a number of their hydroelectric facilities. And I think they're some of the best maintained hydroelectric facilities in the region. But I understand the public's concern in this. But I think Idaho Power has a pretty good record in terms of management resources.
Thank you, Counselor Devlin. Is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardiweather, for Myers issue 2.
Okay, and I'm going to go back to our table here for issue 2. Again, it's a little bit hard to parse out what the issue is. So we plucked out kind of key words and did our best to just respond. Really, I would say the vast majority of this issue is actually out of the scope of RFA 2 because really it is going back in time and taking issue with the proceedings, with the DPO hearings and the contested case on the ASC. So that is just not in the scope of RFA 2. However, in his DPO comments, he talked about this wildland urban interface. And he does say fire in the contested case request. So we just responded about the wildland urban interface. And it does actually say that in its wildland fire preparedness and preparation plan, Appendix A of its wildfire mitigation plan, there's an additional plan developed to provide guidance to Idaho Power employees and contractors. In this section 4, it talks about this wildland urban interface. So, and we talked about the wildlife mitigation plan at in preparation of the DPO hearing and in council's review of the DPO. Council is relying on the operational wildfire mitigation plan that is approved by the Oregon Public Utility Commission. And I believe this comes up late. We talk a little bit more under, I believe, Wendy King's issue with fire. But just for, but for background with that, the OPUC reviews their wildfire mitigation plans annually. Council's conditions say, that maintain compliance with that plan. The plan does say right now the facility is not on the ground. So it is a conceptual facility that is included in the modeling in their PUC WMP And all the measures that are in that wildfire mitigation plan will apply to the facility as, in each of the 5 counties in Oregon. So that's just kind of summary of that. Okay. That is that.
Okay.
Anybody has any questions?
Any questions?
Just a question for our council. Should we be explicit that the issue regarding wildfire and the wildfire mitigation plan was properly raised? Because it seems as if some of the other issues weren't pertinent.
That is a good question, and it's, oh, sorry, Jesse, go for it.
Yeah, you've been taking it pretty easy on me so far. Jesse Ratcliffe for the record. And so I think what Kellen and the department staff have tried to do here in the document is to break out those components that were properly raised and those that weren't. There are some things in here that is, as Kellen explained, are definitely outside the jurisdiction of the council in this particular proceeding. There were things that were dealt with in the original application for site certificate. And so, in the motion language, if you wanted to, just for clarification's sake, to, make sure that department staff are in the reason for the contested case denial, if that's the way you decide to vote, separating those two things out clearly in what will become the final order. I think that's a good thing to emphasize. And one thing that I'll just note, I think you maybe described it already, but the final order document, the suggestion that I'll make in the motion language that you put together on that is going to be to wrap up all of this stuff into the final order, to provide those explanations. So it's all going to be part of one thing.
Okay, do we have somebody ready to make a motion on Myers issue number 2 with that refinement?
Because I believe that your motion language, it kind of is, you have different options in your motion language. And I believe that, I don't know if we went through and just like said, yes, partially under properly raised. So, because in your motion, it may just say, yes, it was properly raised, but, so you could say, properly raised as in staff report and in your motion language, that might, if you agree with specifying that out. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay.
Ready to, Councilor Byer.
Since I messed this up, I'll give it a try. So I move that Mr. Myers properly raised issues in issue 2 as described in OAR 345, Division 27, Section 0371, Sub 7, Sub A, relevant to a portion of the issue raised, and responding to the issues as outlined in staff report dated August 13th, 2024. But for the reasons provided in the staff report, issue 2 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the changes proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards. I hope that was clear enough.
I think so. Good job.
Second.
We got a second. Okay, thank you, Councilor Devlin and Councilor Byer. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I do that, I did capture your language.
Thank you.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we move on to Wendy King's issues. So Table chairs floor is back.
We're moving on to stop B2H now, stop B2H issue 1. We do have, a little bit of,
It's not Wendy King.
was it raised? Yes, partially. And in the staff report, we tried to parse out. So, I'm gonna go, so we have kind of, here's what the issue statement says, right? This is very similar to the one of Gilbert issues, right? Saying everything needed to, this was basically a full review of everything that, of the whole approved facility. So that's like what the issue statement says. And then when we're into the actual issue table, all right, so that's what the issue statement says. And then when we're over into kind of getting associated from in the contested case request, really in our takeaway, the issue appeared to be more of an issue with the department approving a modification in the analysis area with its letter. Like, so the issue statement, we used what they provided, but then when you're actually reading the request for contested case, it's more of a contention that we exercised or did something we weren't allowed to. So that's really what our responses are targeted on. So, because we do respond back with kind of that, what the scope of review means. No, we're not opening up. We're not reevaluating council's previous decision. That's not what that means. So that's what that response is. And then it is going into, so, and again, in anticipation that this may have been confusing in the draft proposed order, and consequently in the proposed order, we gave the whole procedural history and, the rule citations and everything that needs to happen to be able to exercise the department modifying analysis areas for an amendment, which again is in your Division 27 rules. It's a, it's a process that is allowable and was exercised. And we documented that in the letter and in the order. So I just will kind of leave it there. That is where our, and this is an interesting, because we talk about this in the draft proposed order and in the proposed order, the modification of the analysis area, that is a process step that's allotted by the rule. And that was done to facilitate this, what we anticipated would be this change. Idaho Power indicated that they're going to add this expanded site boundary and separate the micrositing area and site boundary as part of RFA 2. But that change in itself is really just an application of definitions and rules, which that the question there is like, to support those like applications of those rules, it really is, we're just in a demonstration of the record. They just had to provide an evaluation with the additional map sets to demonstrate that that area was evaluated as per the analysis areas. So if it's not like, and then the evaluation of that information was done under each standard, but this one, but it's like, there's not one standard where just that application of those rule changes lives, if that makes sense. The change of the expanded site boundary and micrositing areas, it in itself is not a standard that we're saying, is that standard met or not? It's, you're applying definitions of rules. So the question is did they provide enough information in the record to support that application of those definitions? Anyways, I get wrapped around the axle with that. I can say more or less. I'll leave it here with that.
Any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Councilor Devlin? This is for stop B2H issue number 1.
Mr. Chair, I move council find that stop B2H properly raised stop issue number 1 as described in OR OAR 345, Division 027, Section 0371, Parent 7, Parents A. And adding to that, in describing partially raised in the staff report, it's referred to as partially. So I'll make that reference to the staff report. And finally, that the council deny the request for contested case on stop issue 1 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th staff report. Stop issue 1 does not raise a significant issue or fact of law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Counselor Devlin and Counselor Byer, we've had a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, then Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin. Kent Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're back to you, Ms. Tardyweather, for stop B2H issue number 2.
Okay, stop B2H issue 2 is taking issue with the maps. This is very similar to the issue that was raised on the DPO, to which we responded in our responses to DPO comments, and nothing particularly changed. All of the maps, well, it's interesting because the rules that apply for amendments or for an application don't directly apply over to an amendment. However, the vast majority of the maps and the information included in amendment generally follows suit with your Division 21 application requirements. And that includes the maps. So we know for RFA2, it's a big amendment, and we just are like, it's mapping mania. We got all sorts of figures. We got figures for everything. That said, and just generally speaking, the figures meet the scaling requirements required by your rules. In fact, a lot of map sets are actually more zoomed in than, or are closer or at a bigger scale than would be required by your rules. Map sets are required as applicable under different standards. So we have a map set for soils. You have a map set for non-seismic hazards underneath your structural standards, for fish and wildlife habitat categorization. So there are lots of wetland delineation results of the locations of wetlands. There is just a vast majority of resources that are evaluated by council, and generally we kind of put them in a bucket underneath a standard. And what we do when we're writing an order is we look at lots of different map sets, right? We compare them, we pull information, we're looking over here, and how you can tell what we looked at is by reading the order, and we will use a citation, and we will tell you, the public or council, we will tell you what we looked at when drafting that finding. And that's what we do. We also, and we have talked at length, we have the ORISA tool available to us, which I do use some in my work to fact check to make sure something's not missing, to see, check proximity, we do use that. However, this kind of goes back to, we love the term, it's preponderance of evidence, right? And burden of proof. The burden of proof is on the certificate holder to demonstrate that they have provided enough information in the record to demonstrate that preponderance of evidence, that a standard's been made. Preponderance of evidence, it's more likely than not that it is met. So that's kind of a lot of background, but it is hard. But in general, that's how we do our work. That's required. We don't actually have, there is a citation. So to this Division 27 that says an RFA must include the specific location of a change and any updated maps and or geospatial data layers. Again, that doesn't say you shall provide geospatial data layers. And what does that mean? That means we get an outline of the site boundary. That's really what we get. That's what we have. That's what I've provided Stop B2H when they've asked in the past, current. That said, and as we just saw in our compliance presentation, like we just got access to these tablets and to this program that gives us the ability to out in the field, be better to identify resources and make sure we're ensuring compliance with conditions that apply to them. So, things do change. However, that is, the lens for compliance is a little bit different than it is over for an application. And largely what we have to rely on is what's required, and what we have is what's required. In fact, more so than what's required. But what Stop B2H is contending is beyond, we have the ability to ask for, and we really don't need for our review, that level of information.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion for Stop B2H issue number 2. Councilor Imes?
Mr. Chair, I move council find Stop B2H properly raised an issue. Was this a partial one?
Yeah.
But also note that it was partial, and it is stated in staff's report for August 13th, 2024. The council deny the request for a contested case on Stop issue 2. Does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council's standards. Did I word that okay?
Yeah.
I kind of.
I captured the reference to partial in the August 13th staff
Okay.
report.
Oh,
So
wait. Oh, more. Second.
Kind of chopped it up a little bit there, I think.
You're right. The map one wasn't. That's correct.
Okay, so
Yes, right.
yeah, if I may, there was a question about whether or not this was partially properly raised or entirely properly raised. This one actually was entirely properly raised.
Okay, so I'll remove the portion in my motion where I stated it was partially, and I will add to my motion that it was entirely justifiable.
Can we just redo that one?
Okay.
Good idea.
Mr. Chair, I move council find Stop B2H properly raised Stop issue number 2 as described in OAR 345 Division 027, Section 03717A, but the council deny the request for contested case on Stop issue 2 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Stop issue 2 does not raise a significant issue or fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
In a discussion.
Yes, thanks, Councilor Imes and Devlin. Discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm supportive of this motion. I do believe that we actually comply with all the statutes and rules that we have in terms of standards. I do think it would be impractical to provide this in every software format that a person might have. But at the same time, I would like to sometime in the future review our process here and see if there's some things that can be done to make this more user-friendly. The reason I bring this up is, and I don't want to go to great detail here, previous lives, I've had various maps that I've seen, and although when they were originally produced, they may have had greater clarity when you try to blow them up, you lose the clarity because they've been produced at a different level than what they were originally produced. I've also seen sets of maps where you have a large map and you can't get much clarity in that. But there are maybe 90 submaps that provide you the clarity that you requested. I just want to see if there's anything that we can do beyond what we're required by law to make it more user-friendly.
Okay. Any other discussion? Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, I think it's important, for me at least, to understand that what we have for this project, this amendment, is consistent with the material we receive for the analysis of any project. I mean, in terms of mapping, we didn't use mapping that was less than we've used for other projects, or it's consistent with our mapping information we have for any of our projects, or most of our projects.
For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, that's correct. And in a lot of instances, particularly with the application, it was far beyond what council requires for any other projects.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin.
Aye.
Sorry, Richard Devlin.
Aye.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Hines,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Tardy-Weather, on to stop B2H issue number 3.
Okay, again, for the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, I have the issue statement up here on my screen. I'm going to go down to the table just so we can look at. Just 1 minute here. Okay. Issue 3. Okay. So, RFA 2 did not evaluate, protect the Glass Hill State Natural Area, protected area, and it didn't apply the avoidance mitigation underneath the standard. Okay, so, and this relates to other folks, I believe Susan Gear, who raised a similar issue. So this is going to be one of those ones where we're going to talk about it here, and I'm going to talk about it less down there because it's the same principle and it's our same response. Just trying to look. So, and again, this is one of those ones, right? There's lots of sub issues within this issue. So it's always good, you know, look at the issue statement and then you look at the arguments, and there's actually a lot of arguments underneath that standard. So, and so this is, okay, so for RFA 2, there are no facility components, and the expanded site boundary that would cross over into any protected area. Council's protected area standard does not allow crossing a protected area only under certain circumstances. Back when the application was being reviewed, this particular protected area, Glass Hill State Natural Area, was not considered a protected area underneath your standard. And that's just, it is the timing of a lot of things. A lot of it was timing. However, the rules in place when councils makes its final decision are the rules in place. For instance, there also wasn't the wildfire mitigation standard. The first time that became effective is when the First Amendment came through. So it's just, these are the rules that we play by. So for better or for worse, council approved the Morgan Lake alternative in the application to cross right through what is now a protected area. So, but part of RFA 2, we have an RFA 2 transmission line route alternative that is within the vicinity and adjacent to the protected area. So underneath protected area standard, we evaluate water, noise, visual, and construction traffic, right? So those are generally indirect impacts. And so, but that is the application of the law, right? Council cannot go back and rescind that approval of the facility being located there. And again, there's a contention of the balancing authority, no balancing authority here. Let me just scroll through here to see if there's any additional responses. Most of this is going step by step through kind of the procedural aspect of the protected area, rulemaking and rule change. Okay, I'll leave it there unless council has any questions about any of our other responses.
Any questions from council? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for stop B2H issue number 3. Councilor Devlin.
Mr. Chair, I move the council find that stop B2H properly raised stop issue 3 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345, Division 027, Section 0371, Parent 7, Parents A, but that the council deny the request for a contested case on stop issue 3 because for the reasons provided in department's August 13th staff report. Stop issue 3 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Do we have a second?
Second. Councilor Condon.
Yep. Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. And so any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardy-Weather with stop B2H issue number 4.
For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather. All right, so stop issue number 4. I have, I think that their issue statement pretty much captures what their contested case request is. I just want to note, and the calling, in their DPO comments, stop B2H kind of clumps together a type C amendment with the ADR process. And I do want to clarify most of what we're talking about, for the expanded site boundary is the certificate holder's ability to access and use the ADR process. Type C, we haven't really, we weren't talking about that. That's available to any certificate holders because council has the type A, type B, and type C amendment process, but just clarifying that's, anyhow, but that's consistent with how they've talked about it in their DPO comments. So, the contention here is that council must add on additional process for this certificate holder to be able to use if they use the ADR process. Specific, they would require public notice as well as a comment period on it. And our response is, and one part of our response is we're pointing back to the the condition that, based on a representation, that if an ADR is submitted, we're going to get a landowner letter. And then really our response is there's not really, we can't preclude a certificate holder from using the amendment rules and accessing process. For if there was any type of change for a certain type of facility or change or process, it should be managed through rulemaking so that we have a level playing field, right? Everything is equal to all certificate holders. So that's pretty much our response. It wouldn't be appropriate to add on additional process to existing rules. But summary, I guess I can go on to my next. This is the summary of. And we've talked about the process for an ADR. We do bring it to council. Council can have a comment period on an ADR. Also, just reminding folks listening and council, an ADR, ultimately, why would a certificate holder submit an ADR? They would like the outcome to be that indeed an amendment is not needed. because it takes a lot of time and money, as we've seen. And really, what are we looking for? With amendments, we're asking ourselves, is there a new resource or a new impact that's not already addressed by a condition that we need to evaluate and incorporate? That's like really what we are looking for with amendments. So an ADR and any information provided in an ADR would need to support, they will have to go out. And so an ADR is appropriate if they want to make a change outside of the micrositing area, but within that bigger site boundary, they would have to go and do necessary surveys and provide that in an ADR with the landowner letter saying, yes, I wanted this road moved because wherever or whatever. Anyhow, the landowner letter, and then we review that, and really we're asking ourselves, there's like the 3 coulds, does it trigger any of the 3 coulds of having impacts to resources or not covered in an existing site certificate condition? And if any of those, if it's like, yes, it could, then they would have to go through an amendment process. It has to be a pretty not impactful change to determine that there is an amendment is not required. And it is publicly available, and we'll bring it up at a council meeting. Anyhow, please, Secretary Cornett.
And just to further kind of reiterate, for that type of amendment determination request, the certificate holder would make it, we would evaluate it, we would issue it, we would bring that one to the next council meeting. And that type, you can either agree with us or, reject it or modify it. So you can do that evaluation yourself. So you can either rely upon us and agree with us, or you can further dig into that. And ultimately, maybe you agree with us, maybe you don't. If you do, then if we had said, an amendment is not required, then it wouldn't be, or maybe we say an amendment is required. So again, regardless of what our determination and conclusion is, you can agree with it or you can disagree with it. So that is something that would be clearly on the record in front of council.
Counselor Byer.
In that case, comes to council, council makes a decision. Is that subject to appeal or comment by the public?
It's not contemplated in the rules. So that's not established. It would essentially be if you agree, say if we, said an amendment is not required and you agree, that would be the end of it. If you disagreed and you came to your own conclusion that no, we think an amendment was required, that would require the certificate holder to go through the amendment process in order to do what they're proposing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Tardy-Weather, does that complete your?
That completes stop issue 4.
4.
Just in your motion language, Jesse Ratcliffe wanted to point out that this is a partially raised for matters of outside of FSEP jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So just pointing out it's a partially raised one.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion for stop B2H issue number 4. Counselor Byer.
So I make a motion that council find that part of BH2, stop BH2 issue 4 was properly raised. Some issues were outside of council jurisdiction. I find that stop B2H properly raised issue 4 in part as described in OAR 345 Division 27, Section 0371, Sub 7, Sub A, but that council deny the request for contested case on stop issue 4 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, stop B2H issue 4 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the council, with the change proposed by the amendment, meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Byer. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Devlin. Discussion. Any discussion? Okay, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardywether, on issue number 5.
For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, stop B2H, issue 5. I'm going to say that this, we're saying, yes, it was partially raised, or partially, properly raised. Sorry, I'm getting a little mentally fatigued here. And I'm going to loop back, our responses are the same that we said, for Gilbert's issue that raised with the bonding. So I have the reasoning up here on the slide, and I have it in our staff report, and our responses are the same. And recommendation.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion on stop B2H issue number 5. Counselor Imes.
Mr. Chair, I move council find stop B2H properly raised stop issue number 5 as described in OAR 345 Division 027, Section 0371 7A, but that the council deny the request for contested case on stop issue 5 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, stop issue 5 does not raise a significant issue or fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Imes. Do we have a second?
Second, Counselor Condon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. Any discussion? Hearing none. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardywether, on Wendy King, issue number 1 of 3.
Thank you. All right, so Wendy King, issue 1. I'm going to go to our table because it's one of those issues that I paraphrased to get a shorter statement. Actually, no, I did. This is her statement, except want to point out that part of her issue statement, there's a question, and then also the introduction of new information. So pointing out that this is one that we're saying is partially raised because the opportunity to submit, facts and arguments on an issue is on the record of the DPO, not at this point. So, so the information that she provides in her request for contested case is not an appropriate time to evaluate that, and so therefore it's not part of the record. The council really shouldn't consider it in its review. So partial, and we kind of explained that. And then again, it's a little bit hard because in one issue statement, she's raising issues with agricultural operations, a historic location, and then scenic resources. So in ours, we do the best to, which that would be like 3 different standards. And again, same thing with Sam Myers. These are issues associated with the the location of the approved facility on their property. So our responses are kind of the same under the cultural that we had for Sam Myers, a response of how that information will be provided. With respect to the agricultural impacts, those were thoroughly evaluated in the ASC and are included in, so agricultural practices and mitigation for agricultural practices will be evaluated in the agricultural mitigation plan. It includes coordinating with landowners and compensation. And here we're talking, and we loop for visual impacts that it gets dealt with under the historic cultural. And I think I might talk about the response a little bit more in her next issue. And then under just the reference to a scenic resource, council scenic resource standard, it identifies scenic resources that are identified as important scenic resources. And from a land management plan, and this property is not that. So for those reasons, we don't believe that this issue reaches the threshold for a contested case.
Any questions? Counselor Devlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In staff, for one, under proper grades, it doesn't complete the one question.
Oh, okay. Well, it's one of the, yeah, we could add that and add it from in the final order, you know.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Counselor Devlin?
Mr. Chair, I move the council on when the operator raise fee issue number 1 as described in 481-345, version 027, 0371, sub 7. Also, that in the description of this, in the oral presentation, it was described as partially meeting the standard. But if the council denied the request for the contested case on fee issue 1, because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13, 2024 staff report, fee issue number 1 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll
Counselor Meyer?
second that.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardyweather. Wendy King, issue number 2.
All right, Wendy King, issue number 2 is specific to the Bartholomew Myers Farm. A resource we are becoming more familiar with. Let's see, let me go find it here. So this is really specific underneath the cultural standard and specific to the Bartholomew Myers Farm. Again, over properly raised. This was a yes partially for the introduction of additional evidence into the record. So, and then in our responses, because there was a little bit of a back and forth about the name of the farm, and then, but Wendy King, so I believe that in the original application, which again, right, this is all of this discussion is associated with the already approved route. So, and we're not, that's not, is what is underneath the review, under review for RFA 2 here. So really a lot of this is out of the scope, but we want to be, we're being responsive to help people navigate, how we've evaluated this, what to look forward to, and to help people understand. So we know that Wendy King has referenced the Bartholomew Myers Farm as this CFR 1030. And so Idaho Power in their materials, they've called it the Thompson Myers Farm. However, they also use the ID of CFR 1030. So that was, and as we talked about, and as I talked about before, we kind of give a summary of how historic, cultural, and archaeological resources were evaluated and how council approved it, and basically accepting preliminary NRHP eligibility recommendations and proposed mitigation for impacts at your ASC that will be trued up as an outcome of the Section 106 review. So that's kind of what this is. This is explaining how that happens. So ultimately, it was concluded that there are no significant adverse impacts to that resource. So, I think that that is most, and then over in her DPO comment and kind of in the responses, Idaho Power said she asked for information from the visual impact assessment report. And then Idaho Power in their responses said, oh, okay, we'll look into providing that report. And then I talked to Ms. King, and then I talked to Idaho Power, and then there's like, anyhow, apparently last Friday, that documentation was mailed to Ms. King. So even though this is one of those things, this is kind of like we're talking about courtesy, not required, but just to close the loop on that, that information was provided, which is basically kind of like the data sheets that does the evaluation of each of the criterion for the NRHP. So there's kind of like in a discussion, which goes back into a historical database research. And so like, I'd imagine that type of information, and I think they provided her information on the areas that were also field surveyed for archaeological resources, and just like the results of the status of surveys on their property. So that is a Wendy King issue 2.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on Wendy King issue number 2.
So again, partially raised correctly.
Correct.
I see
Right.
Helen nodding.
Let me make sure, let me make sure I believe, right, because, well, for each of, yes, I think that each of Wendy's or Miss King's are partially, because for each issue, she offered in additional evidence.
Yes, yes, thank you for clarifying that. I make the motion that council find that Wendy King properly raised portions of King issue 2 as described in OAR 345 Division 27, Section 0371, sub A, sub 7, sub A, excuse me, but move that council deny the request for contested case on King issue 2 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. King issue 2 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Councilor Byer. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Any discussion? Okay. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardy with her. Wendy King issue number 3.
Okay, Wendy King issue 3. RFA 2 is not compliant with the wildfire risk mitigation standard because one of the RFA 2 alternatives goes through this Butter Creek Wildland Urban Interface. This is another partially raised because of not just additional information, but she also raises more information in the contested case request that really wasn't brought up in the DPO comments. So this is very similar to the response to Sam Myers, where he mentioned the wild urban land interface in his DPO comments. Our response is that that actually is contemplated in an appendix of the OPUC approved WMP. We've talked about the PUC process. They review it annually. They have technical staff, just like we are to you, that are specific for the wildfire mitigation plan review. And then they also have an outside consultant. This is, again, an annual docket where the public is able to participate, to which they do, including, Sam Myers, Wendy King, and Stop B2H. They're all part of, they participate in that docket. So, and then the certificate holder has also in their responses to DPO comments, and it's provided in the staff report too, that they, there's also minimum vegetative clearances. They cite here to PUC's minimum vegetative clearance. Council also has a right-of-way clearing assessment. We have inspections. There's just a lot of conditions and plans with respect to vegetative clearances and maintenance already in your process as well. And then I will leave it at that. I do want to make a note here, and the staff report does say, right, because we've lifted out of like all the record, everything that's happened in this proceeding on RFA2 is part of the record for the facility. So this table for the staff report, we pared it down to 40 pages, but remember that we were 86 pages over there that had the certificate holder responses. And so there's more. So this staff report does say, well, all of that still applies too, but we just kind of took out a lot of information to trim it down. So there's a lot of kind of summaries that Idaho Power has provided that are from that are still kind of apply. This is just a summary of kind of the main talking points with respect to compliance with the wildfire mitigation standard, which we've recommended that Idaho Power continues to meet. And we suggest denying this request for a contested case on that basis.
Okay. Any questions from council? Okay, entertain a motion. Councilor Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move council find Wendy King properly raised King issue partially, number 3, as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345, Division 027, Section 0371, Parent 7, Parents A, but that the council deny the request for contested case on King issue number 3 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, King issue number 3 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Do we have a second?
Councilor Condon, second.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Condon, and any discussion? Okay, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chair, if it pleases the council, probably be a good time to take a short break.
Okay.
We're probably about halfway through the items, and so
sounds good. Let's come back then at what, 3 o'clock, 10-minute break? Okay. I'll call us back to order. It's 3:03 p.m. and we're ready to proceed with Ms. Tardyweather with Greg Larkin's issue.
All right, for the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. We're picking back up with Greg Larkin's issue number 1. This is my summary of his issue. It was very unclear in the formatting and the content of what was provided in the requested for contested case. However, it was related to noise. It was related to everything that had to do with noise. Impacts at his residence, impacts to health, the methodologies by which ambient noise was assessed, the noise assessment and mitigation. This was largely what was provided in his comments on the draft proposed order. And I'm just going to go back here. This was our, right, we kind of wrote up this kind of in the staff report for council's the review of the DPO. We did a summary of facts specific to noise. Noise was one of the heaviest litigated issues So I'm going to point to that. I'm not going to go through this. We've talked about this at length already. And a lot of his contested case request has not changed. Maybe even more importantly, his residence is not implicated by RFA 2. There's no change in, there's not a transmission line route that's in proximity enough to change what was modeled for his property. It's just not, it's out of the scope for RFA 2. That's it.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for Greg Larson's issue.
Chair Howe?
Counselor Byer.
Okay. I move that council find that Greg Larkin properly raised Larkin issue 1 as described in OAR 345, Division 27, Section 0371, Sub 7, Sub A, and I'm on the wrong page. And I recommend that council deny the request for contested case on Larkin issue 1 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. Larkin issue 1 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the changes proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Byer. Is there a second?
Second. Counselor Condon, second.
Thank you, Counselor Condon. And any discussion? Hearing none. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Cornett. We turn it back over to you. Ms. Tardy-Weather, Susan Gears, issue number 1 of 9.
All right. I'm going to go to our response table for Susan Gear. So it's just important to note here that the issues raised in the request for contested case were basically the identical comment from the DPO comment. She did provide some rebuttal to some of the responses, but basically the issues are the same issue that was raised, like verbatim issue that was raised in the DPO comment. So a lot of our responses are basically just the same. So I do have some like supplemental information with respect to some of these issues. So, this is, we have invasive plant species impacting hydrology and wetland. So this is in the Glass Hill protected area. So this is another one of those issues. It's a little bit difficult because we have a nexus of, if we're talking about invasive species, then we're talking about weeds, and then wetlands, we're kind of like DSL removal fill. And then there's this nexus of the Glass Hill protected area. So really, our position is the threshold for the contested case. None of these arguments really meets that because it's not evident she hasn't demonstrated that they are not met, taking into account mitigation. So we know that the noxious weed plan would apply to, it applied to RFA 2. It also applies to the previously approved route. So measures for mitigating and monitoring weeds applies. And so that's the noxious weed plan. Also, importantly, and in our comments in our responses to the DPO comments, we identify, I thought we had the little snippet. Oh, the wetland that she's referring to has been delineated. And then there's no requirement to delineate wetlands that aren't in the project footprint or the micrositing areas. So, and then any impacts to, wetlands are covered in the removal fill permit. And then this is also, to the extent that Ms. Gear is concerned about, other impacts here, we're talking, it's just kind of like weeds and wetlands and hydrology. To the extent, we've also been talking about impacts from construction to intermittent streams and wetlands. We have that 1200C. A lot of these, right, with that soil protection condition, a lot of these are kind of interrelated. If the concern is over, the preservation and protection of wetlands or mitigating impacts, I feel like we've talked about it, that also in response to some other issues. And that's what I have to say about that. Unless council has questions.
Any questions, Councilor Himes?
I have a question, and let's just say in a scenario that an ADR is requested and specifically for weeds, would that ADR prompt the desktop literature review for weed mitigation? Or would, if there was an issue with weeds, would that, like, if they're gonna move their line into an area that hasn't been surveyed, that's what the ADR process is for, right? And then determining, so like, obviously there's gonna be some further weed mitigation that will take place during that process. Just want to clarify that on the record.
I'm not sure. Oh, please.
So for the record, Todd Cornett, I'm not sure if this is going to answer your question. If not, we can kind of pursue it, but anything that would be, so if there was some proposal to move outside the micrositing corridor into the site boundary, and, all of the evaluations were done and there were no significant, elements that Kellen has previously talked about, all of the existing conditions in the site certificate apply to that area. There doesn't need to be any new conditions. Now, if there would, based upon the information in moving into that area, a new condition was needed, an ADR is not appropriate. It would have to go through an amendment. So the information that they provide would have to be to the level, to give us the confidence that there are no issues, there are no concerns, there are no resources that are going to be impacted. But if, say, for example, we're still concerned about the proliferation of weeds in that area, the conditions that exist apply to that change. But again, if we're like, well, maybe it doesn't, then an ADR would not be appropriate and an amendment would be required. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I think it's more like I was just trying to put myself in Mrs. Gear's shoes here a little bit about the weed mitigation, because I think that if something does change with where they want to go in an alternate route, I would think you would put in, right, you would modify the weed mitigation plan at that point. But, and just from my own understanding, I suppose too, like that just happens automatically and the public's not aware of it.
Yeah, there's certain
Or the
plans.
landowner might be if they're adjacent to where the line would go.
Well, in that example, say a weed mitigation plan, if you had a condition saying you have to adhere to the weed mitigation plan, but it's not specific in the condition, but there is an attached draft of a mitigation plan that gets evaluated and perfected over time, that would also apply in that area. And so if that needed to be adjusted, it could be adjusted in response to something occurring in that. But if the condition was so specific that we talked about, all of the elements and details of the weed mitigation plan and that movement into that new area required a change to that condition, then an amendment would be required, not an ADR.
Right. Thank you for digging into that just a little bit more. Because it is, I kind of questioned when I read it, like, okay, what does that really look like? If something were to change,
down the road, which likely it will.
Sorry, council member, I'm sorry, are you asking like, if the weed plan was modified, how would, say, Susan Gear know that it was modified? Or are you questioning how somebody would know that the provisions in the weed plan would apply to something that changes later? Or maybe I don't understand.
Right, well, I'm specifically pointing out that, she doesn't feel confident that those facts will be provided. And might not have access to updated information, seems like. The noxious weed plan, is not sufficient. So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. I'm kind of probably getting into the weeds here, and I know for time's sake, I don't want to drag this out. But weeds is a issue that comes up on many different projects. So I think it's worth pointing out and just asking a little bit more detail during this discussion.
Nope, then it's
Thank
totally
you.
fine to ask questions. My response to that without, I can find it. And to me, I guess with this issue, which is good, that's why I kind of want to look at this table, because sometimes with these issue statements and then what was carried forward in a request for contested case, it is not evident. We kind of have to pick apart what we think the issue is, but maybe you're seeing something else. Like, to me, I didn't really see that aspect in her issue of she's wondering about not being able to trust the facts of what's in the weed plan. So I think it's good to point out if you're seeing a different thing than we saw in an issue statement, because some of the issue statements are kind of hard to unpack. So my response to that would be, again, and I'm not trying to use this as just like to be dismissive or a crutch, but issues of weed and that noxious weed plan were also really litigated in the contested case for 2 years, right? So a lot of like Susan's.
Information to have as well.
Yeah, and a lot
I
of
didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly. Well, and you're the newest council member on the team. So it's super good. And I'm glad that you're asking, because then it gives me the opportunity to provide you the context and also to remind folks maybe where to go. I know that there's there were concerns about the duration of weed monitoring that were raised back on the application, resulting in changes in the weed plan of monitoring for the duration of the life of the facility in the weed plan, and the categorization and the lists of weeds that would be monitored. Like, there was a lot of, of details that went into the plan. So, thank you for asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for expounding.
Any other question? Okay, I can't remember where we are at. Have we got a motion?
No.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Counselor Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move council find Susan Greer properly raised here issue number 1 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345 Division 027 Section 0371 Parent 7 Parents 7A, but the council deny the request for contested case on Greer issue number 1 because, for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th 2024 staff report, Greer issue number 1 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility, with the change proposed by the amendment, meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Devlin. We've got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Counselor Condon, second the motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardyweather. What is this, Susan Gear issue number 2 now?
Yep. Okay, we'll just look at, the issue here. Again, this was basically the same item that was raised in the DPO comment, so our responses are largely the same. She's talking about the cumulative effects to the protected area, and it's associated not just with the change that's near the protected area in RFA2, but we're going back to the ASC in RFA1, and she's calling for a route change. So our response to that issue, it's similar like we talked about, it has just kind of the rules in place at the time of council's decision with respect to protected areas. That's where it was. We're not going back. We're not going back and changing that decision for better or for worse. The council does not have the authority to suggest a route that is not proposed by an applicant or a certificate holder. So you can deny a route or an alternative or a segment or a portion of a facility because it doesn't meet one or more council standards. But you can't propose it in a different location. So that's actually just out of your scope of your authority. That's a summary of the reasons.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for Susan Gear issue number 2. Councilor Devlin.
Mr. Chair, I move council find Susan Gear properly raised various as described in ordinance vehicles 345, edition 027, section 0371, hearing 736. The council denied the request for proposal based on generation number 2 because for the reason provided in the department's statement, coming from the first standard, here issue number 2 does not raise this petition and involve or is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination. But does the facility with the change proposed by the EC applicable laws and council standards?
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Councillor Condon, second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Tardy-Weather, back to you. Issue number 3.
Yep, Susan Gear issue number 3. I'm just going to call it Rough Golden Leaf. I'm not going to embarrass myself with its Latin name. So she's indicating that this rare plant has been identified and that it's listed as a threatened and endangered species, and again, calling for a modified route to avoid it. For this, we're going to go on a little trip here, and I'm going to go to, I don't have it open. Okay, I'm going to go back to our table. I was going to pull up her DPO comment, but I think her DPO comment is in, or most of it is in our table here. Right. Okay. So just keep in mind, in this table, this is not me. We didn't summarize. We took out what they said from their DPO comment, but again, council's received those comments, and I could also pull it up on the record if we want to see the avenue in which it came in. So Susan Gear has indicated that she has found this species, largest known occurrence of the species from within the expanded site boundary and near Morgan Lake Park. So it sounds like she has specimens, and see, where is the okay, we kind of get, I thought that, well, maybe I didn't have it. Anyhow, she indicates, or do you see it? Just give me a second here. Okay. Or maybe it was in the contested case request. Okay. So she's indicated in her DPO comments that she got specimens and sent them to ODA and other entities. So, and then in her contested case request, maybe it it's in the comments. Anyhow, she cites to a doctor at ODA, saying that he's indicated that it is likely that the specimen she collected, may indeed be, the rough golden weed. And so in our response to comments, we had a comment from the Department of Agriculture that indicated that it's, or actually, and let me go back a little bit. With T&E species, for an amendment or an application, what a certificate holder or an applicant does is they kind of consult, it's called Orbic. It's a database that shows the presence of listed T&E plant species. And it's generally associated with the county that it's likely to occur in. And so they'll provide that information, and then we work with the Oregon Department of Agriculture and we say, hey, do you agree with this? Do you, is there anything, are there any other species we should look out for? And based on all of that, that's what we lift and what directs the developers to survey for in these areas. Right, so if we're in Morrow County, there's a list of species that are maybe likely to occur in Morrow County, even though that statutory list of T&E species may have a whole bunch. It doesn't make sense to, for a developer to also include species that are likely to occur in Lake or Klamath County, right? So it makes sense to kind of, we have a big state, so it's kind of narrowed based on the region where it's likely to occur. And then coordination with Department of Ag, that's how we determine what we're actually going out and surveying for. So that's just kind of a little bit of background. So in our review of the DPO, Department of Agriculture said it's not known to occur in Union County, but it's known to occur in Wallowa County. And then, since then, these specimens, which just, it's also a little bit difficult. We don't have, in her DPO comment, she only said that these things had happened. We didn't get a copy of the data sheets. We really don't know the actual location where these specimens were collected. We do know that there are no RFA2 components or any approved facility components from the ASC at all in Morgan Lake Park, and the expanded site boundary doesn't go there. So there's like nothing in Morgan Lake Park. So it's a little bit difficult because she says kind of like within the vicinity, and so we don't really know what we're talking about, and we don't have any locational information. So since the council's review of the DPO, and then we did put this in the staff report. So we did get confirmation from the Department of Agriculture that they've received the specimen, they looked at the specimen, and the doctor, it's James Mickley, and that's who she had referenced in her DPO comments. Indeed, he's, has looked at the specimens and concurred that it is not rough golden weed. So that is our answer to that. Let's see if we have, so I think that's mostly what we have provided in the staff report.
Any questions? Okay, I'm entertaining a motion on gear issue number 3.
Chair Howe,
Counselor Byer.
I make the motion that council find that Susan Gear properly raised gear issue 3 as described in OAR 345, Division 27, Section 371, Sub 7, Sub A, but that council deny the request for contested case on gear issue 3 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. Specifically, gear issue 3 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility, with the changes proposed by the amendment, meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you for the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got Motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin. Aye. Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardy-Weather, issue 4.
Okay, gear issue 4, she takes issue with the changes or our proposed changes in well, let me get the condition coding here. Con TEO2, we are in RFA 2, we are suggesting to amend that condition to allow this draft T&E mitigation plan. So I'm gonna go over here to her issue, which is, she's taking issue with the mitigation plan. So it's not a substitute for occurrence of rare plants in their unique undisturbed habitat. And then she says it's all about seed banking and making plans for reintroduction. And then she says, as Dr. Karen Antel demonstrated in her contested case, few cases of successful conversion of habitat exist. So here it's, again, we're in a hard, for such a very short issue where we're like, well, what's the issue? Is it with this, is it seed banking or is it or conversion of habitat? Not quite sure. So of course we look into it because we're not sure what it is. And so we have responses to both that. And I think, with this one, because we did look into it more, I think we have more in the presentation today than that would be in this staff report. So with respect to, just some background on that draft T&E plan and the revisions to the condition to support that plan, we want to make clear there is avoidance. This plan and the condition is very consistent with the council's definition of mitigation, which is kind of like a hierarchy of steps to take. Right? The first one would be, avoid, and then you minimize, and then you get into appropriate mitigation. So this is very consistent with the council's definition of mitigation, and which is permissible underneath the T&E standard. And I don't have the language directly in front of me, but it's, impacts to T&E or mitigation for it should be in a manner that, what's the wording for T&E of the sub-B? Yeah, that wouldn't reduce the recovery or survivability of the species. So really the mitigation plan, it has avoidance, with a buffer. And then it also has, that avoidance can happen with the micrositing. And then if really impacts aren't avoidable, there's this, seed banking and reintroduction that has been worked with in coordination with the Department of Ag, and the certificate holder into that plan as it is. But that plan actually has a lot more than just seed banking. And I want to make it clear that avoidance is the first tier goal for potential impacts to T&E plants. So that said, that's kind of a summary of what's in that plan. And then the condition changes are just to help implement that plan. To the extent that, and then it's not exactly sure what we're talking about here, just to be clear, seed banking, there's nothing in the record of the contested case for seed banking. If that's really what this sub issue is part. And Dr. Karen Antel was granted party status in the contested case. But before we really got into her issues in the contested case, she did withdraw. So really nothing was really demonstrated on her issues in the contested case. So, but she did provide direct testimony for Susan Gear's issues, her fish and wildlife issues related to the weeds, with the weed management plan and the long-term monitoring. So it's possible that this reference here, demonstrating in the contested case, maybe here she's talking about habitat conversion, which had more to do with that monitoring of the weeds. And yeah, which is not related to T&E species or this condition changer plan. So, that's just a little bit of background. Oh, which also there is, you know, a 5 to 10 monitoring, there is monitoring a component in this draft T&E plan too. So even if that was the concern, it's still addressed, even though it's a different standard. And, okay. But maybe you guys see something else, something different in the issue.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on Gears issue number 4.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move council find Susan Gear properly raised Gear issue number 4 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345, Division 027, Section 0371, Parent 7, Parent A, but that the council deny the request for contested case on Gear issue number 4 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Gear issue number 4 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Councilor Byer. We've got any discussion? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Aye.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardy-Weather on issue number 5.
Issue number 5, this is going to be a quick one. It's the contention that you erred in approving the previously approved route through the protected area. So this is trying to go back and rescind or change council's previous decision, which is not implicated or part of RFA 2. And that's.
Any questions?
Or how I'd offer a motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Byer.
I move that the council find that Susan Gear properly raised Gear issue 5 as described in OAR 345 Division 27, Section 0371, sub 7, sub A, but the council deny the request for contested case on Gear issue 5 because for the reason provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Gear issue 5 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. We've got any discussion? Hearing none, Councilor or Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Richard Devlin. Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, issue 6, Ms. Tardy-Weather.
Susan Gear issue 6, again, is verbatim issue that was raised in the DPO comments, to which we provided a response and made some revisions in the proposed order that wouldn't be considered substantive. And so, she might provide some rebuttal in her request for contested case, but either way, so this is, the contention is that Joel Rice is the underlying landowner for the Glass Hill protected area. And Susan Gear, and Joel Rice and other entities help manage that area. So, and then under council's protected areas, in your rule change for applications, council added on this requirement to notify the land management agency or the land managers for protected areas. This now where this rule isn't like directly, required for amendments. We just generally do that as a practice. And so the contention is that Idaho Power, who identified like the Blue Mountain Land Trust in the RFA and I think in the DPO, the contention was that that is the wrong contact as the land manager. So just to be clear though, as far as procedurally, Joel Rice as a landowner in the landowner notification distance did receive notice, he was sent notice of the amendment. And then we really tried to look into, and we think the intent of the notification for the land management agency is really kind of like to find the formal manager, because a lot of protected areas are, managed by the BLM or the Parks Service, or it's kind of like a more formal entity. And so I think that that's what we were trying to do, and really what we try to capture in the proposed order is it's a little bit hard to find a formal contact, but I was able to find, through the Parks Department designation for the Glass Hill area, it does say that Joel Rice is the land manager. And so I add that, but it also is complicated because, it's confusing if there is some management with the Blue Mountain Land Trust. And then we also know that parts, it's managed in conjunction with ODF&W and part of some hunting access programs. So it just is kind of a confusing thing. And the question is what was the intent of what was council looking for? And also it's not required. And also Joel Rice got notice. So anyways, but we did, we kind of, this was included, we added that into the proposed order, just trying to kind of connect the dots.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for Ms. Geer's issue number 6. Counselor Devlin.
Mr. Chair, I move council find Susan Greer properly raised Geer issue number 6 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345, Division 027, Section 0371, Parent 7, Parents A, but that council deny the request for contested case on Geer issue number 6 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Geer issue number 6 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Devlin. Is there a second?
Condon, second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. Any discussion? Hearing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Hanbire,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, on to issue 7, Ms. Tardiweather.
I can, I'm just debating if I should pull up these conditions or not, but I'm just gonna, I can pull them up if council wants to, but it's kind of a misunderstanding of how and why existing, there's conditions for protected areas. So, and that was back from the ASC, because in the ASC, we did actually have some protected areas that were crossed by that route, but they fell under the criteria that applies to be able to allow that. However, there were some comments, for instance, with Ladd Marsh on coordinating with ODF&W, who's the underlying, land management agency for Ladd Marsh, and to coordinate with them. So there was like the specific condition for Ladd Marsh for as a protected area because of the findings of fact associated with that at the time. And Ms. Gear is contending that, so kind of like that underlying coordination, or basically what is said for those conditions that are associated with specific findings back in the final order, we should just add in the Glass Hill for that. And as we know, it's not crossed. We haven't identified an impact that would necessitate any additional condition. And we can't just arbitrarily add resources to conditions if there's not really an associated impact, and that those were associated with the previously approved route.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for Ms. Gear's issue number 7.
Chair Howe?
Counselor Rhines.
Mr. Chair, I move council find Susan Gear properly raised Gear issue number 7 as described in OAR 345 Division 027 Section 0371 7A, but that council deny the request for contested case on Gear issue 7 because for the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report, Gear issue number 7 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Rhines. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Just for clarification, was the second Vice Chair Condon or Councilmember Devlin?
Yeah.
It was a tie.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Richard Devlin, Ken Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer. Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. Okay, back to you, Ms. Tardyweather, on issue 8.
Okay, for this issue, I'm gonna go back just to make sure I don't miss any details or misrepresent what this issue is. Oh, that was the management. What are we on? 8? Okay, so okay, sorry. Good. I'm glad I looked at it. Okay, so this issue, again, this was the same thing that was said in the DPO comments to which we responded to. However, in our responses, she was taking issue with changes to that T&E condition. Because in an amendment, a certificate holder proposes changes to conditions. And we look at them and we go, sure, that makes sense. And some of them were like, no, we don't like it. And then some we just reject in totality. And then some we like turn it into something that we can actually implement. So her comment here is talking about the certificate holders proposed change, which includes this where practical, but that's not in the condition language in the DPO. So that's that. Anyways, it's kind of anyways, that's it. It's not, that's not what's in the order.
Any questions? Okay, Counselor Byer.
So first a question. So this is just a misinterpretation of what's in the DPO. That council, that staff is not recommending the practicable language.
Correct. That's what came in the amendment.
Yes.
By the certificate holder, but we did not carry forward their proposed language in the
Into the condition.
So in the
Okay.
DPO and the proposed order, it has the condition language that we originally proposed in the DPO, which does not include that.
Okay, with that, I would make a motion.
Counselor Byer.
Okay, here we go. Chair, I move that council find that Susan Gear properly raised Gear issue 8 granate as described in OAR 345, Division 27, Section 0371, Subsection 7A. But the council deny the request for contested case on gear issue 8 because of the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. Gear issue 8 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change approved or proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Counselor Byer. Is there a second?
Counselor Condon, second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. We've got any discussion first? No discussion. So Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think this is our last issue, number 9 of Susan Gear. Starting with it.
I think that this is going to be a quick one too. Not again, because we're being dismissive, but because we've talked about this at length and it's our responses are actually the same thing we said back in the responses to the DPO comments. Right, like council doesn't really have any basis to reject the site boundary expansion would be because there was information lacking in the record to demonstrate under like a certain standard that they didn't, for instance, with the expanded site boundary for the soil protection standard, we didn't have a map set or data that showed us what that characterization was. And so there's no basis. Anyways, we're recommending that there's no basis, nor does she provide a basis of why council should reject it. Additionally, a certificate holder is able to use the ADR process, just like any of the other amendment rules. And lastly, her note here, any expansion should be subject to a landowner approval. Again, we know from the last step that was actually done and an applicant represent condition that appeared in the proposed order and it's there.
Any questions? Is there a motion for issue number 9? Councilor Devlin.
Mr. Chair, I move council find Susan Gear properly raised Gear issue number 9 as described in Oregon Administrative Rules 345 Division 027 Section 0371 Parent 7 Parents A. But that the council deny the request for contested case on Gear issue number 9 because the reasons provided in the department's August 13th, 2024 staff report. Gear issue number 9 does not raise a significant issue of fact or law that is reasonably likely to affect the council's determination whether the facility with the change proposed by the amendment meets the applicable laws and council standards.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Do we have a second?
Counselor Condon, seconds.
Thank you, Vice Chair Condon. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin. Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Secretary Cornett, is there anything for the good of the order that's brief?
Just one thing.
Councilor Byer. Yeah.
Sure, how?
So
We're not done?
we're not done.
I'm sorry.
There's one other potential big vote to do, which would be, since
Oh.
you have denied all the requests for contested case, now it's reviewing the proposed order as the final order and determining whether you approve, modify, or reject that in order to
Yes. Okay.
issue an amended site certificate.
I have two little things. One, for our council, there is nothing that we have done today that would trigger a material change hearing. We have not changed any conditions, so we are good. Second, just for the public, we've gone through a lot of issues I would say very quickly, but it doesn't feel very quickly, but just know that staff provided us with a lot of background in coming to these decisions, and the rationale is in this staff report. I know that we all received the information well in advance and did review it. So we are not making these decisions lightly. So just so if anybody's listening, they know that. But again, thank you to staff for organizing things so well for us.
Okay. Sorry, I passed on scrolling past item number 2, which is the council decision on the proposed orders. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Councilor
Excuse-
Devlin?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the council issue a final order approving request for amendment 2 to the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line certificate, incorporating the proposed order and rejection of requests for contested case as presented and recommended by staff into the final order, and that the council issue the second amendment site certificate.
Thank you, Councilor Devlin. Do we have a second? Councilor Byer,
I'll second that motion.
any discussion?
I don't have any discussion, just a comment. I know that the council is supposed to be getting the annual fire mitigation updated plan, because in our review, we didn't have the current or most recent copy. So I would like to request that that be provided to council as soon as it is available for review.
So that's a good question. I feel like we talked about this a little bit more, I think in the, maybe the review of the DPO where we did talk about wildfire. We're going to be in a timing thing, and I can talk with Secretary Cornett and Sarah Eskerson. Our condition says that it's baked, since it's an operational plan, that we would be getting that, the kind of, once we are through construction, because we also have a different construction plan, like we have a fire plan for construction, and the WMP is intended for operational facilities. So we're like a little ways out to review that plan. But that said, I think that there is an avenue where we could look at if PUC is, approving their on an annual basis the wildfire mitigation plan. We could figure out a way to bring it to council and look at it. But right now we don't really have a site certificate condition that would require that. So we would have to make sure we would track that somehow. I don't know if you guys have a different suggestion for that. Does that kind of?
So is there any other questions of Ms. Tardyweather?
No.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. Secretary Cornett, can you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sorry I jumped the gun earlier. Is there any items for good of the order that are brief? If not, it's 3:58 and the August 22, 23, 2024 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah.